What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This is episode number 330. I'm one of your Limited Resources. My name is Marshall. I am in sunny, I'm happy to report, Seattle. Joining me on the line, though, from probably snowy Denver, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. LSV, how goes, sir?
Well, we flipped heads this morning, so it's very sunny out today. I assume we're going to flip tails tomorrow and it's going to get a foot of snow. But...
Did you have to shovel the old driveway today? Or
No. I said it was very sunny out.
Tomorrow's the shovel day, right? I always
right,
forget.
it just alternates. But yeah, this is episode 330 through 336, essentially. This is our common and uncommon set review. We're gonna blast through with cunning insight every card that's common or uncommon in Shadows over Innistrad.
That's right. This is the one you come to before the pre-release to get ready for the pre-release, the release, and of course the subsequent sealed deck and booster draft events that you're going to play. This is the big one, and I got to say I'm really excited for this set review because Shadows over Innistrad seems really deep and really cool. And I'm looking forward to diving into the cards. Before we do, a couple of things to take care of. First off, I want to mention our sponsor, channelfireball.com. They are the place to go for all of your Magic needs. That's right. If you need singles, they have them. Sealed product, they have it. If you need to sell your cards, you can sell it to them and even get an extra bonus if you're trading them in for store credit. That's right. You're going to get a big fat bonus on that for all those cards that are just collecting dust from your drafts and such that you can't use anymore. If you need apparel, if you need supplies, it's all at channelfireball.com. You can also find Shadows over Innistrad. That's right. Pre-order is up, and once they're able to ship it to you, they will put it in the mail and get it out to you as soon as possible. So get those cards taken care of early and make sure you have them when you need them. You can find it all at Channel Fireball, along with a host of free content. Every single day, you can find podcasts, you can find videos, you can find articles from some of the best players in the world with the same goal that this show has, making you better at Magic. You can watch them play. You can learn how to sideboard with the latest decks. You can learn everything you need at channelfireball.com. Please do check them out. If you'd like to support the show directly, you can do so via the Patreon. That's right. Any amount. You can pick any amount you want. It can be $1, it can be more, and it opens it up a bunch of cool things for you, including a thank you card. That's a custom thank you card from Limited Resources. You also get access to the Question of the Week thread where you can ask us questions that we ask on the show. You also get early looks at some of our bonus content. Our regular show always goes up at the same time for everybody, whether you're a patron or not. But we do put out some extra videos and some fun stuff, and you'll get early looks at that. And sometimes I even ask
Except for those special few, they knew who they are. They had this weeks ago.
Yeah. But yeah, and every bit helps. We really appreciate all the support from our patrons. It helps make the show bigger and better, and we're always looking to improve it, and that's a big part of it. So thank you so much for everybody there. Okay, let's get down to business. First things first, though, Luis. Grading scale. We will be putting these cards on a grading scale. Can you go over why we do that and how the grading scale works?
I can. So we're going to start from the top down. We're going to start with our A's. These are the bombs, game winners. They're good in many situations, especially when behind, though that's not something that has to be true. Bombs tend to be great when behind. That's part of the reason they are bombs. But there are also bombs that are just great when you're ahead or even that aren't necessarily good when you're behind. Mm-hmm. So we're talking mostly just pure power level here. And in some cases, really efficient spells. So some bombs from our last block were Gideon, Ally of Zendikar, Quarantine Field, Grip of Desolation. See, uncommons can be bombs too, though I can't remember a common ever getting a straight up A.
No, not since like the Doomblade days.
Right. Guardian of Tazim. These are all examples of cards that are just fantastic. And, something like you would always first pick a bomb if it was in your pack. Like these cards are cards you rarely pass for any other card.
That's right.
The next section is B. So these are cards that pull you towards their colors. They're like go-to cards. They're reasons to be in a certain color or clan or guild or deck. And most solid removal is also a B. So B's from Battle for Zendikar were cards like Eldrazi Sky Spawner, Touch of the Void, Clutch of Currents, and Retreat to Emeria. These are cards that you're happy to see in the first couple picks in a draft. These are the cards you pull out when you sort your colors and seal. These are the cards that really give you a reason to be in one direction or another. The next category is the biggest category. These are the C's. These are playable. These are the cards that your deck is mostly going to be made up of. And even though they're interchangeable, you have to know why each one exists and what exactly it's doing, even if the power level of these cards is fairly close together. So These are cards like Sheer Drop, Valakut Invoker, Myers Malice. Cards that you'll play, sometimes you'll cut, and you have a lot of in your deck. The next category is D. These are the marginal playables. These are the cards that if you're playing them, it's either for a very specific narrow reason or it's because you just didn't have enough playables. These are cards that are pretty mediocre. So Call the Scions, Nirkana Assassin, Eldrazi Devastator. There's a lot of reasons a card can be a D. It could be just not quite efficient enough, not quite powerful enough, or a little bit too narrow. We're going to go over those as we see the cards. The Fs are basically just straight up unplayables. Maybe once in a blue moon, you'll end up with one in your deck for some strange reason, but these are the cards that you can go a whole format without playing them. These are Hedron Blades and Salvage Drones. Fs are also likely to make our list of cards we like to lose to the least.
Yes, they do pop up there a lot.
We've got two separate grades, but we're still give a card a grade within this category. These are sideboards. Sideboard cards, these do not make the main deck, but if you bring them in the right circumstances, they can be something like an A or a B. So these are cards like Reclaiming Vines, Dispel, Negate. These are cards that when you bring them in, they're going to be great, but you would almost never main deck them. In Sealed, sometimes you will main deck more of these types of cards, but we'll try and mention that when we come across them. And the last category is Build-Arounds. These are cards that are hard to evaluate with just a straight-up letter grade because in the deck that's built around them, they can be one of the best cards in the deck. They can be the driver of your deck. In the wrong deck, they can do nothing. We're going to see a lot of these in Shadows over Innistrad. This is a complicated set, and there's some interesting build-arounds. So these are cards like Molten Nursery, Vampiric Rites, cards that you wouldn't put into a random deck, but in the right deck are good.
Now, tell them real quick before we get into it why we use a grading scale.
So we use a grading scale to kind of, as Marshall says, put a punctuation mark at the end of our discussion. The best way to get value out of this set review is to listen to why we like each card or what each card does or why we don't like each card. The discussion is really where you're going to advance your knowledge of what this card does, because there's a lot of intricacies that go into a card. A grade really doesn't explain it all. You know, two different Cs can have very different reasons to be Cs in very different decks they want to be in. That being said, grades do help you compare the cards to each other to some degree. And again, at the end of our discussion, you can see where we settle on them. So use the grades. There's a reason we give them. They do have use, but if you have time, which hopefully you do, because we certainly do, listen to our discussion. We've got interesting, in some cases, things to say about each card, and we're going to try and explain why we think each card is where it is. And that's really what you're trying to understand about Limited, where each card fits in and what it does.
That's right. All right. So let's get into this. I know I'm super stoked for this set just because I've got to play with it just a little bit at the pre-release I did it, but Loading Ready Run, and it's just giving me the taste. And now I can't wait to get out to the pre-release.
The brag start already. All right.
Dude, it was sweet. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with white. Now we actually rotate the color that we start with, but we are back on white. We've rotated all the way through, and we're going to do this by starting with the double face cards. They're actually listed in a separate section on the wizards.com card image gallery, and we figured we'll go through the double face cards for each color up front and then go through the rest of the normal ones. So let's get into these. Starting with white, our first card is Abyssinian Missionaries, and that is 3 and a white for a 3/3 human cleric at uncommon, and it says at the beginning of your end step, if Abyssinian Missionaries is equipped.
This is the first card.
Transform it.
You're already mispronouncing.
Yes. I'll try to get into my rhythm.
The beginning of a long night, Marshall.
It could be.
All right, let's flip this bad boy out.
Yeah, so now we're going to transform this card. And of course, if you want to know more about double face cards or any of the mechanics in the set, you can listen to the previous episode of Limited Resources where we went over each of them in detail so that you can get a feel for what these do. We're not going to do that here, though. We're going to assume that you've listened to that. So it flips over and turns into Lunarch Inquisitors, which is also a human cleric. This one's a 4/4, so it goes from being a 3/3 to a 4/4. And it says when this creature transforms into Lunarch Inquisitors, you may exile another target creature until Lunarch Inquisitors leaves the battlefield. So it kind of gobbles up a creature until they can get rid of the Inquisitors here. this type of effect is traditionally very powerful, right? Your board, especially here, since it's a double-faced card, is actually improving. You're going from having a 3/3 to a 4/4 while simultaneously taking away whatever their best creature is. And that's a huge swing.
Yeah, this is a 4/4 Banisher Priest, and that was just a great card. Although I guess Fiend Hunter would be a more appropriate comparison because that was from the original Innistrad.
Indeed.
But, so the way to evaluate this card really is how often can you flip it? The front side of 4 mana for a 3/3 is playable, but if it was just that, I think a baseline Hill Giant in a set as powerful as Shadows of Innistrad seems to be, pretty much any expert level set is going to get about a D+.
Right. It's a card that you will occasionally end up playing, but not really happily.
So starting there, if you have 0 equipment in your deck, you're probably not going to want to play this card. Pretty simple. The payoff when you do flip it is good enough that if I had 1 equipment, I would always play this. And if I had 2 equipments, this becomes something I seek out.
Mm-hmm.
So
the big question looming then is how good is the equipment and how much of it is around? And
as it turns out, the equipment is not great in the set. It's not as bad as Battle for Zendikar. I did not like playing any of the equipment. Honestly, even Bonesaw was more for fun than for value. This set has a few more equipment that are decent. There's a couple uncommon equipment and a couple common equipment that you can imagine playing, especially if you have cards like this in your deck. So
okay,
I would give Abyssinian Missionaries. I'd probably give it like a C+. Okay. I think if you take it early, it's a situation that I know you don't love, where you've got a slightly underrate card that justifies playing another slightly underrate card. Mm-hmm. You're playing equipment that you might not want to play and missionaries that you might not want to play, but the combination is so good.
It really is.
A 4/4 Fiend Hunter, a 4/4 that exiles one of their creatures is that, if it was 4 mana for a 4/4 that did that would be an A.
Right.
So
an easy A.
Yeah, 2 D+ is apparently equals an A. I think that's right.
Yeah. So, of course, you're just going to end up judging this card based on what that equipment is that you get and how good it is, or in some cases, how bad it is. So, yeah, okay, I like C+ on Abyssinian Missionaries. That will be one to keep our eye on. One other quick note, it's a human, and there are some human sub-themes that you'll see pop up in the set, so keep that in mind.
Including on the equipment.
Indeed. That's right, yeah. All right, so next is Pious Evangel, and that's 2 and a white for a 2/2, another human cleric, another uncommon. Whenever Pious Evangel or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain a life. Okay, sure. Then you can pay 2 colorless, tap it, sacrifice another permanent to transform Pious Evangel, who becomes Wayward Disciple, which is now a 2/4 rather than a 2/2. And it says, whenever Wayward Disciple or another creature you control dies, target opponent loses a life and you gain a life.
This card's fantastic.
There's a lot going on here.
First of all, you would pay 3 mana for a 2/2 that gains you life whenever you play a creature, including itself. I think
it's okay.
I think you'd play that in every white deck.
Yeah, maybe. It's fine.
You're going to gain 3 or 4 life, maybe more over the course of a game. That's enough to justify it. And the cost to turn it into the Wayward Disciple is not that big. First of all, you can sacrifice a clue, and that's one of the things in the set. There's also spirit tokens that you can get. Also, you can just sacrifice a land. By the time you want to flip this, you probably have a land you can sacrifice. And the Wayward Disciple is very good. A 2/4 that drains them for 1 every time one of your creatures dies.
Including itself, too.
Including itself. That is quite good. So it's also really, really funny that it's not strictly better to flip this, because if you expect to cast a bunch more creatures, you might want to leave it unflipped just to get that bonus, and then later flip it so you can get value when those creatures
that's interesting. Yeah, for sure. Because you do stop getting that initial bonus once you transform it over to Wayward Disciple.
I think the combination of it being good to begin with and great when you flip it, and then the cost not being prohibitive, or it's certainly not being situational. You can always do this in a game. I mean, you might not always have time to, but every deck's going to be able to flip this. It doesn't require any special conditions. I'm going to give Pious Evangel a B.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a B-. I'm not quite as stoked on the front end as you, but I love what it becomes, and I love how easy it is. Also, you can do it at instant speed, right? So you can, get a creature that was going to die anyway, and really, end up sacrificing nothing relevant to get it into Wayward Disciple, which is very powerful.
So
this next one is hilarious.
Town Gossip Monger.
What a great name.
Yeah. 1 white for a 1/1 human. And it says, tap an untapped creature you control, transform Town Gossip Monger. So 1 mana, 1/1, and you can transform easily, even on turn 2. And it turns into Incited Rabble, which is a 2/3, has to attack each combat if able, and you can pay 2 colors to give it +1/+0 until end of turn.
Now, this card seems pretty sweet.
Also, it's red, so
it's red. It turns red
from white to red, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. The thing that jumps out to me about Town Gossipmonger is that there are very few 1-mana creatures that I'm happy to play in limited. And I want to know if this is one that actually meets that criteria. Because once you get it flipped over, a 2/3 with, we call that fire breathing, where you can pump mana into it to make its power bigger. This one costs 2 colorless mana to do it per activation. Can be pretty good even in the later part of the game. When you've got 6 mana out, it can trade up, and a 2/3 body that you've only paid 1 actual mana for can be really good.
Even the fact that it has to attack every turn isn't as big of a deal because of the pump ability. Without that, this card I think would be pretty bad. But because you can pump it up to trade for a 3/3 or 4/4 a lot of the time, then you're not going to lose that much value. Mm-hmm. Also, if you play this on turn 1, then play a 2-drop, you can just flip this on turn 2.
Yes,
that's a really good curve. And then turn 3, you're attacking them with a 2/3 and probably like a 2/2 that you played on turn 2, and then playing another creature. Like, this looks like a very good aggressive card.
Now, what about later in the game? Because I agree. I think if you play this on turn 1 and you curve into a 2-drop creature, you're going to be happy. But what about if it's turn 6 or 7 and you draw your Town Gossipmonger? Is it dead? Like, is it a dead card, or is it just merely not great?
It's not great. The fact that you can just tap it after you block is pretty big, because your opponent attacks you with like a 3/3. You can block with a Gossipmonger, flip it, and then pump it once, and then trade for their 3/3.
Oh wow, that's pretty good.
So it's decent. Sometimes you'll sit there with Gossipmonger not flipping and just waiting for them to attack, because if you flip it, you have to then attack. So you might not want to do that. It also, like I said, when you have 6-8 mana in play, this will trade for almost anything, and it has 3 toughness, so they're going to have to put a real creature in front of it. You would not play this in a very creature-like deck, but in any creature-heavy white deck, this looks like a very effective beatdown card.
Okay, so where do you want to give it? I have it kind of in the middle. I'm still not really excited about the Gossipmonger. I would give it in the C+ range.
My guess is a C+. I think I will give Gossipmonger a C+, just because of how effective it is in an aggro deck, even if it's not the most mind-blowing card. It is a little situational. If you don't curve out, this can just be a 1/1 for 2 or 3 turns, and that's pretty bad. But look, when things work, it works well. There's not a huge fail case. Eventually, you're going to get to flip this, and eventually it's going to trade for a real card. So I like C+ on Town Gossipmonger.
All right, so that's it for the transform cards out of white. Let's move on to the regular. I have to say that
the Town Gossipmonger is one of the worst among all mongers. And on an all monger scale, it would get a very low grade. I mean, Spiritmonger is great. Scandomonger is decent. Warmonger is a fantastic card. So if we do a monger set review, this is going to get like a D.
All right. Well, we'll make sure to note that.
The review's not long enough. I have to talk about mongers.
Yeah, I was going to say, thank you for that update. Angelic Purge is next. This is a pretty cool card. It's 2 and a white for a sorcery at common. And it says, as an additional cost to cast Angelic Purge, sacrifice a permanent, exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment.
So this is going to be one of the most controversial cards. It just is, because how good this card is it's going to be hotly debated. So I'm gonna start high. I think this card is good. It seems like it's easy enough to pay the cost with either clues, tokens, creatures you want to sacrifice, or lands, and it does a couple things that are pretty good. One, it exiles, so it doesn't contribute to your opponent's delirium or any graveyard shenanigans. Like one of the best, uncommons, for example, that we're going to get to later is like the 3/1 lifelink that you can exile from your graveyard to get 2 spirits. This is a great way to answer that.
Yep.
It also fuels your own delirium. You can sacrifice a land. It's pretty hard to get lands in your graveyard unlimited. This does that. Mm-hmm. So if you're playing a deck with a lot of delirium cards, Angelic Purge gets you, halfway there, but the harder half of the way.
Yep.
Like, because we assume creatures are pretty free and the rest are, negotiable, land and enchantment being the hardest, maybe artifact. But it does those things, and it exiles anything. It kills artifact, creatures, or enchantments. It's a removal spell.
Well, and that I think you hit on the really important thing too, is that, maybe you're not super excited to be forced to sacrifice a permanent, but the flexibility that this offers you for the price at only 3 mana to just straight up exile a creature, and then also having the opportunity for artifacts or enchantments if those become more relevant, is huge. That flexibility, you have to be willing to pay for that level of flexibility for only 3 mana. And even though it's a sorcery, it's still worth it. I think Angelic Purge is a card that we're going to see played a lot throughout the course of the format.
We are. It it's not a cost you should pay lightly. You're not going to cast this card on turn 3. It's not a 3-mana removal spell that you can cast on turn 3. It also gets worse in multiples.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
The second or third Angelic Purge really hurts because let's say you draw 7 lands over the course of a game. Sacking 1 to Angelic Purge, not a big deal. But sacking a second one, going down to 5 lands, that's pretty bad. So it's the kind of card which I think I want to have one of in almost all my white decks, and I could see some decks wanting 2, especially if they're focused on Delirium or have a lot of ways to pay the cost easier. But I could definitely see passing on Angelic Purge once I already had one early. Like if I third pick an Angelic Purge and I see another one, I could see taking a card a little worse over it just because you really don't want to end up with 2 or 3 in your deck all that often.
Right. That said, I have Angelic Purge pretty high. I give it a B-.
Yeah. I will also give Angelic Purge a B-.
Seems like a good card. Next is Apothecary Geist. That is 3 and a white for a 2/3 spirit. This is a common. It's got flying, as you might imagine. And when it enters the battlefield, if you control another spirit, you gain 3 life.
So this is a Courier Griffin, but the message doesn't always get there.
Yeah.
it gains you more life when it works, but on balance, this will gain less life worldwide than Courier Griffin.
Definitely, absolutely.
Well, unless Shadows is more popular. If more people cast Apothecary Geist.
Yeah, okay. So I think the card is solid, though, right? 2/3 flying for 4 is not exciting, but super, super playable. And then the 3 life will come into play occasionally, and you'll be happy about it. And then sometimes it won't, and it'll be like, whatever, I still have a serviceable creature.
I think Apothecary Geist is a pretty easy C+, where you're gonna play it in almost all your white decks, and in your spirit decks it's gonna be great, but it's not a build around. The 3 life isn't something that you strive to obtain. So
right.
C+ on Apothecary Geist, which brings us to Bound by Moonsilver. This is
a good one.
2 and a white for an aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature can't attack, block, or transform. Sacrifice another permanent, attach Bound by Moonsilver to target creature, but only as a sorcery. And only once each turn. So
card's excellent.
Yeah, it is pacifism, right? And it also stops them from transforming. So this card locks down the vast majority of all creatures and makes it so they never do anything. And if that wasn't good enough, first of all, you'd play this card if it was just that. Right?
Yeah, you already had me. I was sold.
Just that is already a B-level removal spell. But being able to move it at the cost of another permanent is awesome. Because first of all, it lets you put Bound by Moonsilver on a weaker play initially, right? When you don't have a 3-drop and they play like, a 2/1 flyer or a 3/3 on turn 3 and you don't have a 3-drop, you would put this on that a lot of the time, but you would feel a little bad because you're like, well, what if they play a 5/5 later? This sucks.
Yeah.
Bound by Moonsilver doesn't have that drawback. You can just move it later. Yes, it costs you something, but if you're moving it, it's presumably because you're drastically upgrading the target. And it lets you sack a permanent, so it lets you fuel Delirium if that's what you're looking to do.
And, on top of all that, you get that flexibility in the late game that you mentioned, which I think is super awesome. But like you said, you can get Delirium going on your own end. And the one question I have, though, Luis, is, there does seem to be a reasonable amount of sacrificing happening on both sides. Does that make this worse? Right? I mean, if your opponent is going to often have the ability to just sacrifice whatever's below it, I guess, they can kind of get you, right?
Yeah, you are going to get valued some amount of the time. You're going to Bound by Moonsilver one of their creatures, and then they're going to immediately Angelic Purge your best creature. And that was still just a 2 for 2, though.
Right. That's the thing, is that we're really just talking about that the ceiling comes down a little bit there, but the floor is still quite high on this card.
Bound by Moonsilver is very good. Note that it doesn't stop activated abilities. It looks like it might.
Yeah.
So don't put this on a creature with fancy activated abilities. And
yeah, it's funny. What it actually ends up doing is stopping a lot of static abilities from cards that are transformed. Yeah. I'm a big fan of Bound by Moonsilver. I think it's going to be one of the best uncommons in the set by the time the dust settles, and I'm going to give it a pretty high grade of B+.
I will also give Bound by Moonsilver a B+. And, I swear I wasn't trying to just copy your grades, but you have in fact nailed it.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at this now.
Yeah, you are great.
Cathar's Companion is next.
Look at that little guy.
Yeah, 2 and a white for a 3/1 Hound. It's a common. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Cathar's Companion gains Indestructible until end of turn.
Yeah, it's prowess indestructible. It kind of.
Yeah, it kind of is. It's kind of
the
cool.
Same trigger, or the same entry condition, and it becomes indestructible. This card's fine.
It's okay, right?
You're gonna play a 3-mana 3/1 some of the time. It's no core Scythe Master. It's similar, but I think it attacks a little bit worse, and this has the upside of, in a deck with a lot of instants, if you leave this back on defense with a bunch of mana up, your opponent's going to be a little wary.
They're definitely going to be wary. Yeah, you fire off a combat trick on some other block while blocking this on something.
Or just play like a card draw spell at instant speed or whatever. So in that case, they might just leave their creatures back and not attack, even if you don't have much, which would lead me to conclude that the bark is worse than its bite.
Yeah, but so that being said, Cathar's Companion doesn't seem to be a particularly exciting card that we're going to be taking, really early. I still have it at C+ level.
I have Cathar's Companion at just a C.
Yeah.
There's not that many decks that are really going to abuse this. You also can't. It's not like Prowess. You can't stack 3 spells in the same turn and get them. You just...
Right.
This is going to be indestructible some of the time. And yeah, that's great, but it's not something I'm going to go out of my way for.
All right. Next is, oh no, not this one. Chaplain's Blessing. It's white, sorcery, common, you gain 5 life. Just going to go ahead and give this one an F.
I'm just going to give it an F. I was trying, when I did my written set review, I was trying to think of because I already went through this process of trying to think, when would I side this in as a sideboard card?
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't really come up with it.
There just isn't one. Any creature is on average going to save you more than 5 life just by blocking.
Right. So let's just give Chaplain's Blessing an F. Look, gaining life by itself is just not that great. Cards that gain life in addition to having an ability, like if this is a 1-white 1/1 that said you gain 5 life, we'd be way higher on the card because that could actually trade for something.
Totally.
But just straight up life gain. And I think it's worth explaining because to a lot of people, this card looks appealing. I know it would have looked appealing to me at 1.2.
For sure.
Before the grim realities of Magic beat all the fun out of me.
Yeah, right.
No, I still love it, but I do know that cards like this are just not good enough. They just don't do enough for the card.
That's right. Yeah, and that's been something we've talked about on LR since the very beginning. This is one of our first soapbox type cards. Next, we've got Dauntless Cathar. I think you mentioned this one a little bit ago. Or no, this one's actually different. 2 and a white for a 3/2 human soldier at common. That's it as far as the creature goes. So vanilla test wise, we've got a 3/2 for 3 mana, which is acceptable but unexciting.
It's about C- level.
Yeah, right. It tends to trade down a little more often than you'd like when you're attacking. But it's got an activated ability. It says you can pay 1 and a white and exile Dauntless Cathar from your graveyard. So this is when the Cathar is in your yard and just sitting there. You can pay 1 and a white and you get a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Now you can only activate that as a sorcery speed.
Dauntless Cathar is fantastic. And it might seem funny to have us flip out over how good this card is, or at least I'm flipping out. We just told you why you shouldn't get excited about a card that also looks good, which is gaining 5. But this card's the complete opposite. This does more than one card's worth of value. This will trade often for a 3-drop, sometimes for a 2-drop. Sometimes you're trading this for a 2/2. That's fine because getting a 1/1 out of your graveyard for free. I mean, you pay 2 mana, but it doesn't cost you a card, is really good. A 1/1 flyer is close to a full card.
It's closer than you think. Yeah.
Yeah. It's farther than you think when it's just 1 white for a 1/1 flyer, but it's closer than you think when you get it for free.
Get it for free, yeah.
So Dauntless Cathar is very, very good. This is, about 1.7 cards, a card and a half, something like that. Mm-hmm. And at a cost, you're not really paying for it. A 3 mana 3/2 is not so far from what you'd expect to pay that I feel like I'm really getting charged for this second ability. So
no, I agree. I think the card's very good.
It's not Eldrazi Sky Spawner good, but that is a useful comparison. This is similar to an Eldrazi Sky Spawner. Again, worse. Eldrazi Sky Spawner is great, but maybe if we go back to Fate Reforged, the 3 mana 2/1 that come with a 1/1 flyer.
Yeah,
this is much. The Sandstep Outcast. This is very similar to that. Actually, it's slightly bigger, but you don't get the flyer till later. You have to pay a little more mana for the flyer.
Right.
Still a great card. So
yeah, I'm a big fan of Dauntless Cathar.
I've got Dauntless Cathar. I think I've got
B- or is it C+?
That's the dividing line.
Right.
I'm going to give Dauntless Cathar a B-, and I think part of that reflects that if you mill or discard it, you can also just get the value out of it. So there's some cards that let you discard for value, some cards that mill cards from the top of your deck. If you end up doing those things, then you get value out of Dauntless Cathar.
I'm into it. B- on Dauntless Cathar. I like it. Next is Devilthorn Fox, which is 1 and a white for a 3/1 fox. That's it. It's a common and it has no synergies or anything. It's just a straight up vanilla 3/1 for 2 mana.
This is just a classic C. At 2 mana for a 3/1 is decent. It might even be a C-.
It's probably a C-.
Yeah, there's enough 1/1. So you'll play this if your curve demands it. You'll play this, more often than you won't play it, but you're not going to take it early. So
Yep.
Nothing super exciting going on here. I just have to note that 3/1s are better blockers than they are attackers. This can often trade up on defense. So surprisingly good in a defensive deck.
Yeah, the thing to note here as we move forward too is that it has no synergies with anything, right? It's not a human. It doesn't enable any of the other stuff. So you got to keep that in mind too. All right, this next one is called Emissary of the Sleepless. It's 4 and a white for a 2/4 spirit. It's common and it's got flying. And when it enters a battlefield, if a creature died this turn, that might ring a bell for people that have played old Innistrad, you get a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying.
It's got Morbid.
It's got Morbid, yeah.
So here you are paying for this ability, certainly, since 5 mana for a 2/4 flyer is slightly more than I want to pay.
Yeah, you'd expect to pay 4 mana for that.
It would be really good at 4 mana, and it's only slightly not good enough at 5 mana. And by not good enough, it's actually still playable at 5 mana for a 2/4 flyer.
Yeah, I'd expect to pay 4 mana for just a 2/4 with flying without the ability. If you add the ability on, it's probably worth about half of a mana or somewhere in that range. So we're overpaying a little bit, but not a lot.
So the way to make this card great is to be an aggressive deck, because those are the decks that are attacking and trading. Because if you can pay 5 mana for a 2/4 plus a 1/1, you got a very good deal.
That's a good deal.
So I have this at like, I'd probably still just give this like a C+. That's
what I gave it.
If you're aggressive, this card is, a little better than that. And if you're controlling or you don't expect to have a lot of creatures, it's a little worse than that. So Emissary of the Sleepless gets a C+.
Yep. Next is Ethereal Guidance. And so it's 2 and a white for a common sorcery. Now note that in your head. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Full stop.
Yeah, I'm not in love with these cards. We gave Swarm Surge a pretty low grade, and I think this is actually going to be much worse than Swarm Surge.
Yeah, Swarm Surge ended up being a bit better than we thought it would be, but this one is, I don't think this one's going to get there.
Right, Swarm Surge overperformed, but that's because the first strike was very relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Ethereal Guidance is going to get I'm going to give this a D- for me. If you have enough flyers in your deck, I could see running it, but it's just not a card I really want to put in my deck. Maybe it's an F, but
I think it's a D-. My reasoning is that this is a type of card I turn to when my deck doesn't come together. When I have 17 creatures. Yeah, like I've got 17 creatures and a few of these spirit makers, and while Ethereal Guidance isn't a card that I'd normally be excited to run, hey, I've got creatures, and if I can just play a bunch of them and then play this card, I might be able to sneak in a win here or there based on the fact that I've just curved out, right? Even if my creatures aren't very good.
The problem with this card is that only giving 1 toughness means that you have to put all your cards on the table. You just have to cast this before you attack.
So brutal.
And your opponent's still just going to be able to block in a way that you're going to lose most of your creatures.
Yep.
If you're attacking with a bunch of unblocked creatures, you're probably in good shape. So you want these cards to be good on a board with creatures on both sides. And this is dramatically worse than like Inspired Charge, which is this exact card for 4 mana that's an instant.
Yeah, which is a lot better and still not very good.
And still that card wasn't great. So,
right.
Yeah, we're going to give Ethereal Guidance a D-.
Yeah, what about Expose Evil?
That's 1 and a white. It's an instant. It taps up to 2 target creatures, and you investigate. So we haven't come across this yet, but that's put a colorless clue artifact token onto the battlefield with 2. Sacrifice this artifact, draw a card. So there are a lot of cards in this set that will give you clues. It'll give you these artifacts that you can pay 2 mana to cycle. They're not actually cards. They don't count for Delirium, but they do count as, card advantage. This card is neutral on cards. If you pay 4 mana total, you tap 2 creatures and draw a card. So already, you're getting your card back. The question is whether this is worth the mana.
And I don't know. My gut says it's not worth the mana. I'd prefer to have something that affects the board a little bit more permanently than Expose Evil does. All it does is tap the 2 creatures, so you can basically take them out of 1 attack step and 1 block. And that's pretty good. I mean, that's not a dead card, especially considering that you are getting it back, at least in a slow way. But for me, I would expect a little bit more. And as we work through the rest of the set, you'll see that Investigate comes on, I think, just better cards than Expose Evil, things that creatures and things that, affect the board more permanently. So I expect Expose Evil to not be a super high pick. I would think it'll probably end up as a D.
I'm going to go a little higher than that. I think Expose Evil is going to be useful enough overall. And it is worth noting that 2 + 2 is less than 4. That might sound wrong mathematically, but being able to spend 2 mana in 2 different chunks. So even though you're spending 4 mana total,
it's the old installment plan.
Yeah, installments are much more convenient.
Oh, it's a real thing.
So this isn't a 4-mana tap 2 creatures draw card. This is 2 mana plus 2 mana, which means that sometimes you'll cast this when you only have 2 mana available, then you won't use a clue for 2 turns. Then 2 turns later, when you do have 2 mana, you'll sack it. So it's a little more convenient there. I think that you're going to end up playing this card a little more than you think. I think I'm going to give this card a C-.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty big.
So Expose Evil gets a C- for me and a D for Marshall.
Yep. What about Griff's Boon?
This is going to be another controversial one. This is 1 white, so 1 mana total, for an aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has flying. Oh, it's an uncommon, by the way. You can pay 3 and a white to return Griff's Boon from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to target creature as a sorcery. So, an aura that's 1 mana to give a creature +1/+0 and flying, certainly that's not good enough. You're not playing 1 white, give a creature +1/+0 and flying.
No.
That's just not a card you want in your deck unless you're super aggressive. But the ability to keep returning this, every time that creature with Griff's Boon on it dies, you get to rebuy it. That is a thing. That is an enticing line of text. You can also mill or discard this and get value from it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I find that argument a little thin because decks that mill or discard are not usually that aggressive.
They don't necessarily want an effect like this.
They've got a lot of nonsense going on, and that nonsense doesn't usually include playing 2 mana 2/2s and whatnot. So I think that the best way, and actually someone from the LRcast subreddit pointed this out, the best way to evaluate this card is think of it as a kite sail. It's a cheaper to equip kite sail that is for the first time, and then later you can't move it around, but you can keep re-equipping it from your graveyard later for 4 mana. Yeah, look at it that way. I'm not all that attached.
Yeah, I don't really like kite sail that much, but this card just it interests me. I feel like there might be a deck for it, but it's just the effect, right? Like, yes, I like the fact that we can reuse it kind of indefinitely, but the effect is really not that big. It's a very minor effect overall.
It is, and
that's the part I don't like about it.
It's overall, it's just not super efficient to return it. So even though you're not losing a card, you're paying a lot of mana. The most appealing card part of it for me is that it only costs 1 mana the first time. So if you can get 5 damage in the first time with Griff's Boon, that seems like it could be pretty good. But
yeah, for sure.
I think this card's not going to end up aging well. I think that as the format goes on, people are going to be a little less enthused about it. Though it is powerful. It's the kind of card I could see playing a control deck against an aggro deck, and then they play this on turn 5 on one of their 3/3s, and I'm just like, well, I'm probably going to lose this game because even if I kill that, I just keep having to deal with those things. But, a lot of the white creatures already have flying.
I'm not a big fan of Griff's Boon myself. I could see it being annoying. I think that's about where it ends up getting is into the annoying camp where you're like, oh, that's going to be a pain. But I think there's going to be a lot of games where your opponent plays a Griff's Boon and you're kind of happy about it. You're like, oh, that's all you had? No problem. We're racing. I can beat that easily, right? If you're on defense, no problem. Your creature doesn't block really any better or very much better at all. There's a lot of scenarios where a Griff's Boon doesn't look great. And the only one where it really looks good is when your opponent is playing control and has gummed up the ground sufficiently so that this card Griff's Boon can help you get in over and over again with whatever random creatures you have lying around. And there, I think it's actually quite good.
So what grade does that measure up for you?
It's like a D.
I'm gonna give Griff's Boon a D+. With the caveat, and this isn't hedging, this is just stating when it would be good. In a hyper-aggressive deck, this looks like it could overperform. So,
Agreed.
This isn't this is one of those Ds, or D+ or Ds in where it's not that the power level of the card is really low and you will never want to play it. It's that most decks won't want this effect. The decks that do, I think it gets significantly better. So we're giving Griff's Boon a D/D+, but somewhat conditionally.
Yep. Hope Against Hope is 2 and a white.
Ooh, another aura.
An uncommon aura again. This one enchants a creature as well. The creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control, and as long as the enchanted creature is human, it has first strike.
Another interesting card. This can give your creature a +4/+4, and sometimes first strike.
and right now. Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't give it any actual evasion, which is what you'd really want on a card like this, where
trample would be way more appealing.
Trample, anything, flying, whatever, just get it in there and get a huge chunk of damage that your opponent might not see coming. Now, First Strike, while not actual evasion because they can still block it, does make it hard to interact with in combat, though. So if you find yourself in a kind of a gummed up board where you've got 4 or 5 creatures out and you can play this on one and start attacking, there will be a lot of scenarios where your opponent doesn't have very good blocks, even if they do, in fact, have some blocks, right? So that's kind of the thing that I'm looking at for Hope Against Hope is that, is this the type of thing that can turn a board state where you're, a little behind or at parity into one where you're ahead? Sometimes. There's also going to be times where you don't have that many creatures on the battlefield. You just didn't draw them or they got killed or you had to block with them in trade or whatever. And Hope Against Hope looks really bad. If it's only giving your creature, +1/+1, or maybe +2/+2 in First Strike, how good is it there? It's okay, but not great.
The fact that it can fail even without the opponent doing all that much is kind of unfortunate because this already interacts very poorly with, the multiple bounce spells and removal spells that don't care about toughness that are present in this set because it is a set that has removal. Yeah. So I'm going to lose to this card. I don't think I'm going to win very much with it. It is a powerful card. I like this more than Griff's Boon.
I do too.
This has such a high upside of giving a creature like +4/+4 on like turn 5 or 6, if you have like token making or a good curve. So I'm still not super high on the card, but I'm gonna give it a C.
Yeah, I give it a C- or a D+. I don't really know which one yet. The question is really the removal. That's the thing that we need to know because look, as far as auras go, this is a perfectly good aura. But as far as auras go, you usually don't play auras, right? Because you're taking on all this extra risk, and I don't know that Hope Against Hope pays us back enough to make it exciting.
I just like the idea of giving a flying creature +4/+4. Even if you get one hit in, sometimes that's pretty good.
It's a huge hit. It is a huge hit for sure.
Hope Against Hope gets a.
I'll go D+. I'll go D+, and you're going to go C-.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go D+, C-.
Okay.
Next up is Humble the Brute.
Great name, by the way.
Sounds like a band name. Noun the verb, or verb the noun, rather. It's 4 and a white for an instant. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. So it's Smite the Monstrous, which actually sounds a lot like Humble the Brute.
Yes, it does.
And it also investigates, so you get a clue after you cast this. So one thing to note, by the way, is on single target spells like this, if the creature gets removed in response, you don't get the clue.
Right.
So just keep that in mind if you're targeting a creature they can sacrifice or what have you. So is Smite the Monstrous good if you have to pay 1 more mana for it?
Yeah, it's tough to say, right? I mean, this is a 2-for-1, right? If the game goes for a while and you get to cast Humble the Brute, kill something and get your clue token, cash in the clue token, you've removed a creature and even drawn a card, which is, some of the best removal spells ever printed fit the criteria of killing something while gaining a card for you. This one's very conditional and a little expensive, though, on both ends, right? Not only on the casting cost of 5 mana to destroy a creature with power 4 or greater, but also the fact that you don't just get the card. You have to pay an additional 2 colorless mana to sacrifice that clue. So this is a clunker, right? We're not talking about a sleek, removal spell that's just going to get you a clean 2-for-1 every time. But I got to say the ceiling's quite high on this. When you do kill their bomb or whatever, their 5-drop with Humble the Brute and have that token sitting there, the clue token as well, that's a big swing. You've definitely seized some pretty serious value at that transaction.
I like Humble the Brute. I would probably go C+ on Humble the Brute.
Yeah. C+ seems about right. Again, the fact that it's so conditional means that it's hard to give it a, if it just said destroy target creature, it would be a much higher on it. But since it's such a narrow band of creatures that it kills and not so.
Well, it can kill anything as long as it's a brute.
Yeah. Inquisitor's Ox is 3 and a white for a 2/5 Ox. It's common. So big toughness here for 4 mana. And it says, Delirium, Inquisitor's Ox gets +1/+0 and has Vigilance as long as there are 4 or more types among cards in your graveyard.
I was all set to not like this card, but it's actually a 2/5, not a 2/4. Pillarfield Ox was a 4 mana 2/4.
Yeah, this Ox goes against the grain.
Yeah, no, Ondu Greatheart was, or Ondu Greathorn was not in fact great, but I like Inquisitor's Ox.
I do too.
4 mana 2/5 is reasonable stats. It really is.
It really is.
This is not a Delirium card, since we haven't run into one of those yet, but this is not a Delirium card that you build your deck around. You're not like, I drafted a Delirium deck, I've got 3 Inquisitor's Oxes.
Right.
The payoff is relatively minor. It's real. I mean, 3/5 Vigilance is better than 2/5, but I'm not, casting Angelic Purges and sacrificing lands in order to pump up my Inquisitor's Oxes. What I am going to do, though, is play this in a defensive deck and know that eventually it will become a 3/5. So that's kind of perfect. Delirium cards that fit naturally into control decks are better than the aggro versions because you hit Delirium in a long game, which is what control decks want to do.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, we'll see some payoffs for those later, even in this color. And you'll be like, oh, okay. So if I have my Inquisitor's Ox, that's fine. And maybe I'll even get the bonus. But when I stay alive long enough to actually get to Delirium, thanks to my Inquisitor's Ox, then the payoffs start coming from the other Delirium cards as well. So I like it. I mean, I think it's just to see, like, I'm not, it's not an exciting card, but I think that if you're looking to slow things down and get Delirium going, Inquisitor's Ox is a good place to start.
Certainly is. Inquisitor's Ox gets a C. And next up is Inspiring Captain. Mm-hmm. This is 3 and a white for a 3/3 human knight at common. It says, when Inspiring Captain enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. So we just played with this card in Origins. It's called Imprint Tactician, but it costs 2 white instead of 3 and a white. So this is a little easier to cast. Yeah, it's a good card.
I like that card.
These cards tend to play well. The fact that it's easier to cast is nice because you do want to cast this on curve. And I played the Tactician a fair amount too.
Yeah.
I think Inspiring Captain just gets a solid C+. It's a card that's going to be pretty good in the decks where you have 15 or more creatures and a low curve.
Yep.
It's not very good in creature light or control decks, but if you're taking Inspiring Captain, don't draft those decks.
Yeah, I like that card. I think it's solid. And again, I want to note that it's a human, so we're really kind of upping the human tally pretty hard here. And if there are tribal things to consider, then you can keep that in mind.
They're not huge ones though. When I see human on a card, it's not the same as seeing a creature type that's super relevant. Okay. Like maybe in other formats, like to go back, is Spirit in Champions of Kamigawa. Really, that was a huge difference. Human here is an upgrade.
Marginal upgrade.
Better to be a human than an ox for lots of reasons, but I would not, take Inspiring Captain very high.
That's just good life advice, though.
Yeah, spitting the life lessons. Next up, we've got Militant Inquisitor, and this is 2 and a white for a 2/3 human. It's a human, in case you care.
Thank you.
It's a human cleric, and it's common. So it's 3 mana 2/3, and it says Militant Inquisitor gets +1/+0 for each equipment you control. So this is
all I have to do is control the equipment, just have equipment somewhere.
Yeah, it's funny. There have been a lot of Equipment Matters cards over the last 3 sets, and they're all slightly different.
Yes,
which makes it easier to keep track of all of them. I don't think I'm going to play this card very often. This is not like the Missionaries. The Missionaries really paid you for having equipment. This doesn't really pay you. Sometimes it's a 3 mana 3/3, which is good, but you have to play a crappy equipment, and a lot of times you won't draw that. So I'm going to give Militant Inquisitor a D. And if I end up with a deck with 2 equipment and I need a 3-drop, maybe I'll play it, but otherwise I'm not super worried about it.
Yeah, D seems right for Militant Inquisitor.
And 3 mana 2/3 is a playable if you need it. Don't feel too bad about playing that. It's just don't go out of your way to pick it up, and don't try and play it.
Yeah. What about Moorland Drifter?
It's 1 and a white for a 2/2 spirit at common, and it has Delirium. Moorland Drifter has flying. So
it seems good. It just seems like the ceiling, is high enough and the floor is high enough to make Moorland Drifter a perfectly playable card to me.
Yeah, it spends more time probably near the floor than the ceiling.
Indeed.
Given the fact that it doesn't fly very often.
Yeah.
But I like this card. I think I'm going to play it in most of my white decks. 2 mana 2/2s with relevant late game text are exactly what I'm looking for. Because, like I've said before, I bow to the reality that I have to cast a spell on turn 2 so I don't die. But I don't like drawing cards on turn 7 or 8 that don't have any effect on the game. 2 mana 2/2s often fall into that category. This will have an effect on the game. Later in the game, it will become flying.
Yeah. Nick, one question I have about Moorland Drifter is which deck it fits into better. Is it an aggressive curve-out deck? We've seen some hints that type of deck could be successful with cards like Inspiring Captain and the pump spell that we talked about earlier as well. Or does this go into the more of the slow down Delirium type deck where, you're just expecting it to get flying at some point and maybe even pushing in that direction by playing cards specifically to try to get you to Delirium quicker? And it might be both. The answer could be both. But we'll find out as the set sort of unfolds for us.
I like it more in an aggressive deck. This is like the Ox. This is not a Delirium text that I'm really, trying to turbo into or play cards to fulfill.
You're playing it more just for its base
but,
stats.
But 2-mana 2/2s are better in aggressive decks than control decks.
Right.
Also, aggressive decks do also want cards that are good in the late game. And this reminds me a little bit of Core Sky Climber, where you didn't give it flying very much in the early game, but in the late game, it was one of your most relevant creatures. It could crack in for the last 9 points of damage. So Moreland Drifter is going to be like that. When you play it on turn 2, you'll trade it for whatever their 2/2 is. Maybe you'll get 4 points of damage in. Later in the game, this actually becomes one of your better creatures, and you start pecking over for 2 in the air if you can get enough cards into the graveyard. So I would lean towards playing this in aggressive decks, but like I said, it's a fine curve filler for almost every deck.
Yeah, I had Moreland Drifter at a C. I just think it looks like a solid C level card to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind giving it a C+, but I think it's probably closer to a C. It depends on how starved you are for 2-drops. So we're going to see that more as the format shakes out. 2-drops tend to be a scarce resource more than 4-drops, so I think it's closer to like a C+ than a C, but I'm going to give it a C to start out with the the option of moving it a little bit up.
Okay. Nahiri's Machinations is 1 and a white for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. And it's got an activated ability for 1 and a red. Yes, that's right, red. Nahiri's Machinations deals 1 damage to target blocking creature.
This is a weird card.
Weird, yeah. That's a strange card.
It certainly promotes aggression, because if you're not attacking, you don't care about any of these abilities. What it lets you do is it lets you attack with your like 3/1 or your 3/2. Your opponent can't kill it, so they have to either take 3 or block with a bigger creature. But if they do block with a bigger creature, you can shoot it down. Also, the red ability is valuable when you're attacking with like 3 different creatures. It just makes your opponent's blocks really awkward.
Oh yeah.
But all of this assumes you're playing white-red. So first of all, I don't think this is playable outside of a red deck. So like a white-red deck.
So you're saying that first paragraph of rules text isn't enough for you to
no, it is not.
Play this? Yeah.
An enchantment that says one of your creatures is indestructible every turn when you attack with it is not very good.
No, it doesn't fundamentally change combat, right? Like if you had a good attack before, your attack's slightly better, but it's the same. And if you didn't have a good attack before, this doesn't make it.
If they have a 4/4 and you have a 2/2, you still can't attack unless you have access to red mana, in which case you can. So. This is not a build around, but treat this as like a gold card. I don't think you're going to play this outside of a white-red deck. So it's just a straight white-red gold card. And given that you're already assuming it's white-red, I'd probably just still give this like a C.
Yeah, it's like a C- or something. I can't really tell.
It's really powerful in a deck that's attacking and has access to enough red mana, but it's also a non-creature spell that doesn't increase the power of your creatures or really remove your opponent's creatures. It makes it harder for them to block, but if you draw this and only 2 creatures and they kill both your creatures, it's just horrendous for you. So
right.
The upside of, I'm still going to give Nahiri's Machinations a C, but you do recognize that sometimes it's going to be an F and sometimes it's going to be, like a B, because sometimes you have this out and it just makes it so your opponent can't do anything.
All right. What about Nearheath Chaplain?
This is the card I was talking about. Nearheath Chaplain is 3 and a white for a 3/1 human cleric. It's an uncommon. It has lifelink.
Nice.
And you can pay 2 and a white and exile it from your graveyard to put 2 1/1 spirit tokens with flying into play as a sorcery. Oof. This card is fantastic.
That's a good one.
It's a 4-mana 3/1 lifelink, which that's intriguing. I don't think we've actually ever run into that exact text before, but 4-mana 3/1 lifelink. That's a card that has a decent amount of life swing attached. It's a very good defensive card. It's a card I would play a lot of the time. And 2 and a white, get 2 1/1 flyers for free. Like, you don't pay an extra card for that. This card is, I think this card's an A-.
Oh, you think it's that good, huh?
If you're behind, it's very good. If they have, if they have like a 3/3 and a 3/2, you play this. Next turn, you block the 3/3. You don't take any damage because of lifelink. Turn after that, you make 2 1/1 flyers. You can trade it to 3/2. If you're ahead and your opponent has to kill this, and then you make 2 1/1 flyers, it really threatens their life total. If you have pump spells, it's great with lifelink. If you have
that's true
cards that pump your team, it's great with 2 1/1 flyers. It's good with sacrifice effects. If you mill or discard this, you can get 2 1/1 flyers out of it.
Wow, that's insane too.
Bear in mind, sorcery 2 and a white, make 2 1/1 flyers would just be a good card.
That's just a straight up card, yeah, like a solid playable. Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Lingering Souls in the sense that like you're going to get some value and then get some value again. The 1 toughness is a little bit concerning just because it does trade off for basically anything, even a random token. I had Nearheath Chaplain at B but you may be convincing me that that's too low. So I'm going to bump it to B+.
Yeah, I just think the card's
Wow, that
great.
card is insane.
This is in the running for one of the best uncommons. I mean, I don't know if it's the literal best uncommon because I haven't like fully digested what each card in the set means, but this is going to be one of the cards you're going to be very happy to open. So,
all right, yeah, Nearheath Chaplain doing work.
Yeah, you've got it at B+. I've got it at A-.
Yeah, that's big time for an uncommon.
Next up is Not Forgotten. This is small time for an uncommon. This is a 1 and a white sorcery. It is uncommon. Put target card from a graveyard on the top or bottom of its owner's library and put a 1/1 white spirit creature with flying onto the battlefield. Ugh. So this is not a 2-mana 1/1 with this ability because you can't cast this unless there's a card in the graveyard. So first of all, you can't cast this until something hits the graveyard.
Which is usually not on the second turn of the game.
No. Second of all, I don't think it's worth a full card. It does some interesting things. This card is very flexible. I mean, I have to give it that. Like you can put a bad card from their graveyard on top of their deck and make them redraw it. You can put a card from their deck on the bottom of their library to get rid of Delirium. Mm-hmm. You could put one of your good cards from your graveyard on top of your library to draw it. I can't really imagine you putting a card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library unless something weird is going on. But either way, all those things plus a 1/1 flyer still don't quite add up to a full card to me, but in a long game deck, I could see this being somewhat interesting. I just don't think that the abilities sync well together.
I expect good stories from Not Forgotten. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah. The thing is the graveyard shenanigan, the like moving a card from a graveyard to somewhere is a thing you want in the late game. And then at that point, 1/1 flying creature is not super impressive and you can't really play this early. So I'm going to give this card a D overall. I think it's just like a kind of strange card. It almost feels more of a sideboard card to me.
Yeah, it's probably an F or a sideboard. I just can't imagine actually putting this in my deck and being super happy about it. You might be able to get somebody with it occasionally, but I don't think that it's the type of card that game in and game out is going to perform for you.
Yeah, I agree.
Open the Armory is next. It's 1 and a white for a sorcery at uncommon. It says search your library for an aura or equipment card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle.
This is Demonic Tutor.
Yeah, it's interesting. I could actually see this thing seeing play. This is not the type of card that I normally like, but from some of the auras that we've seen, specifically by way of removal, Bound by Moonsilver, like that's the kind of card that you really want to be searching up. And if you do have really anything else to search up, you might consider running an Open in the Armory in your deck. That card is just so good. The Bound by Moonsilver, having a virtual second copy of it, even at a premium of 2 mana, it might be worth it.
And when you say anything else to search up, you mean in addition to the Bound by Moonsilver?
That's right. And a Bound by Moonsilver plus an equipment or plus another aura that's decent.
I don't really like this card. You're right. If you have Bound by Moonsilver plus another target, you might play this. Mm-hmm. But how often are you going to have another target? That's the problem.
Yeah, that is a big problem.
I don't think there are very many second string cards. So if you have 2 Bound by Moonsilver, I would certainly play this card. But overall, I think this card is like, it's just super situational. I guess I would give it like a D- because you basically never have to prioritize taking this. Only one person at the table will ever want this, and usually it's going to be 0. I don't think you're going to play Open the Armory very often.
Okay. Yeah, I think the only scenario where I would is with a bound and with an additional target on top of that was decent. But yeah, make no mistake, spinning your wheels by casting Open the Armory is not good. It does make basically the card you're getting probably overcosted in each scenario, even if it is bound. So not great card. I'd give Open the Armory a D.
All right. Open the Armory gets a D.
What's up with this next guy?
Smile for the camera. There's little tentacles and stuff going on, probably clues of some kind.
Oh, jeez.
So Paranoid Perish Blade is, and we saw this actually when we looked over our preview cards. This is right. 2 and a white for a 3/2 human soldier. It's uncommon. And it has Delirium. Paranoid Perish Blade gets +1/+0 in first strike. So if you hit Delirium, if you hit those 4 cards in your graveyard, 4 types of cards in your graveyard, you've got a 4/2 first strike. It's quite good. If you don't, you've got a 3/2 with no abilities. So yeah, this card is fine. This is a curve filler. This is similar to the Ox in the sense that you can play it for its base stats and not be too unhappy. And then if you hit Delirium, it's a decent upside.
It's quite good. Yeah, I mean a 4/2 first strike's very good.
Yeah, the 4/2 first strike part is definitely better than what the Ox gives you, but the 2/5 is better than the 3/2.
Exactly. I wonder, the big question mark for cards like Paranoid Parish Blade are, because I'd say that generally speaking, a 3/2 for 3 is playable, but really you're hoping for more, right? You would not be super excited to play a card like that. So the big question is, are you actively pushing towards Delirium here? Are you looking to play cards that enable Delirium and get your Paranoid Parish Blades along with your other Delirium cards up and running? Or is it just the card that you play and you're not super happy about it, and then occasionally it ends up being a +1, +0 in first strike on top of its base stats, and then you're quite happy with it? That's kind of the dividing line for me. Am I trying to make this card good, or am I just hoping that occasionally it's good?
I think you're in the second camp. You're hoping occasionally it's good. So far, I haven't seen a Delirium card that I'm building a Delirium deck around.
Okay.
I've seen cards that give me value if I have Delirium, but I've not seen a card. We haven't seen a Spider Spawning or Burning Vengeance level of Delirium card where
That's true.
I'm willing to put a bunch of cards in my deck to get Delirium, because that's just Paranoid Parish Blade's not that.
Nope.
If I had 3 Paranoid Parish Blades, maybe I would work a little harder, but overall, I think you're just going to play this card, and when it becomes a 4/2, great. Like it's funny. These cards actually have a curve where you play this on turn 3 and you're okay to trade it for like a random 3/3 or sometimes even a random 2/2 if it has a good ability. But the later it goes, the less likely you are to want to trade because it gets close enough to Delirium that you're like, well, I might as well wait now. At this point, it's getting close enough that I'll wait and this will be a 4/2 and then it'll be great.
No wonder he's paranoid.
Yeah.
You're playing with his life like that.
Yeah, I'm going to give Paranoid Parish Blade a C.
Yeah, it's a C, right? It's right in the middle. Nice little upside, not too low of a downside. Puncturing Light, another removal spell. This one's common. It's 1 and a white for an instant. Destroy target attacking or blocking creature with power 3 or less.
So this is like Searing Light, but it's puncturing. It's slightly bigger, slightly better. So I guess puncturing is worse than searing.
Apparently so.
In terms of what it does to you.
Who's being punctured. Yeah.
This card's fine. This is no Gideon's Reproach, the deal 4. That was on another level, but this is still a very playable card. I'm just going to give Puncturing Light a C+. You're going to play this card. You're not going to cut it. You're going to take it, and you're going to be happy enough with it. It's just not the end of the world.
Right. Not super great in aggressive decks, but still serviceable.
Right. Yeah. You'll still play it in aggressive decks, but not great.
Right. Reaper of Flight, Moonsilver.
3 white. It's an angel. It's uncommon, and it's a 3/3 flyer. So starts out pretty decent, and it has Delirium. Sacrifice another creature. Reaper of Flight Moonsilver gets +2/+1 until return. So if you have Delirium, you then have the option to sacrifice creatures to give this +2/+1. It turns into Fallen Angel.
Yeah. Sure, right?
I like Reaper.
There's nothing like super exciting here, but this doesn't seem bad.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually fear the Reaper if my opponent had played this and it was like getting pretty close to Delirium, because they're once they're able to start eating creatures, this can hit you for 7 or 9 damage pretty easily.
Yeah, and it's also one of those finishing cards where if you tap out against your opponent and you look down at your life pad and you realize you're only at 10, they may be able to just kill you by playing a creature or two pre-combat, attacking with it and just going all in on it.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good. It just needs more Delirium, basically.
Yeah, so what about the 3/3 flying for 5 then? Let's just say if it didn't have Delirium, where would that be for 3 white?
3 white for a 3/3 flyer is like a C.
You're overpaying though, right?
You're overpaying slightly, but not by a ton. Maybe a C-, depending on how many flying creatures are in the set and what the actual context looks like.
Okay.
But this ability is powerful. By the time you cast this, you're probably close enough to Delirium. Because it can sacrifice creatures, it enables Delirium. Well, actually, no, that doesn't work because the chicken and the egg. But
right.
It is a legit late game threat. Like I said, you'll have this in play and not have Delirium, right? You'll have three cards, 3 types in your graveyard. Your opponent taps out for something. At that point, you can do something like kill your own creature or sacrifice a valuable card to get Delirium because you're flying over for 9 or 11 damage.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give Reaper of Flight Moonsilver. I'm going to give this a C+.
Yeah, I'm on C+ for Reaper.
Silver Strike is next. This is 3 and a white. It's an instant. It's uncommon. Destroy target attacking creature. You gain 3 life.
All right, we get 3 life on our for being an uncommon here, right?
Yeah, this definitely could just be a common.
Yeah, this is what Divine. What's it called?
It's Divine Verdict, except it can't kill blockers. So I think on balance, it's worse than Divine Verdict.
Probably so.
But the upside is if you're a control deck, if you only really care about when you're getting attacked, 3 life is not nothing. So I'm still just going to give a Silver Strike a C.
Yeah, I think it's a C as well, and I do think it's interesting to note that it's starting to feel like there's two different decks here in white, right? There's one that wants to curve out and be aggressive, and there's one that wants to enable Delirium and sit back, and Silver Strike certainly goes much better in the latter.
Definitely. It's the kind of card that, even though I give it a C, it's going to be closer to C plus when you actually want it, but also unplayable in aggro decks. So
right, and that's the hard part about these cards, right? Is the time when you never get a chance to actually cast it. It kind of sits in your hand, and you might not really consider about how bad it actually was in that scenario. But the time when you get to kill your opponent's bomb with it, you're like, whoa, Silver Strike's good, and it really stands out in your head. So you have to be careful not to fall for that trap. Yeah,
it's a fine card. So we're going to give Silver Strike a C.
Yeah. What about Spectral Shepherd?
So this is an interesting one. This is 2 and a white for a uncommon spirit, and it's a 2/2 flyer.
Okay, I'm in.
Yeah, that's already good. And it says 1 in a blue, so 2 mana, return target spirit you control to its owner's hand.
Huh, for 1 in a blue.
So it's an off-color activated ability, kind of like the Nahiri's Machinations. Spectral Shepherd's a quite powerful card. First of all, it can return itself. It's a spirit. So it's already got some amount of protection or some amount of like, block your creature, block your 5/5, return my Spectral Shepherd. You can't use removal on my spirits. In some situations, attack, bounce it, replay it as a really bad vigilance. I think Spectral Shepherd.
You do that sometimes.
Yeah, I think Spectral Shepherd is very good because it's a 3 mana 2/2 flyer, which is already good. Like, you would just play that card, and the ability is really good. If you're a white blue deck with even a decent amount of spirits, not even a ton, having this in place is going to be a huge headache for your opponent. They always have to remember it. It lets you chump block. Like if you have cheap spirits, you can just keep blocking and returning them. If you have a spirit with the enters the battlefield ability, like the Apothecary Geist, you can just keep re-triggering that. I think Spectral Shepherd is a card that's playable in mono white and good, to very good in blue white. So I'm going to give Spectral Shepherd a B-.
Yeah, I like the card a lot too, and I think B- is where we want to be. Again, the baseline's just so solid. 2/2 flyer for 3. Could do a lot of work. Stern Constable is white mana for a 1/1 human soldier at common, and it's real simple. It says tap it and discard a card to tap target creature. It's a steep cost.
Stern Marshal is going to tell us why Stern Constable is not good.
Right. So the deal with these type of cards is that whenever you see a tapper that doesn't cost mana to tap, that's very good. You look at a card like that and you're going to be enticed to say, whoa, those cards are powerful and I want to play it. Now, when you see that, though, you'll also realize pretty quickly that you're not going to get that for free. And, of course, the really great thing about tappers is that they can continually keep one threat, whatever the best threat your opponent has is, as it scales throughout the game, tapped down. When part of the activated ability is for you to actually just discard a card from your hand, that means you are going to run out of activations for Stern Constable. And that is just a clock that, you're not willing to pay. I mean, you're already paying a pretty big price by just playing a 1/1 for 1 mana that doesn't meaningfully affect the board on its own. And then if you only get to use its ability a few times before paying that discard price catches up to you, then you're not really getting ahead. So yeah, I'm kind of out on Stern Constable. I see some cool synergies, right? Like for one thing, it could be a madness enabler because you're discarding a card at instant speed for free, meaning, no mana cost associated with it. And also it can fill up your graveyard for Delirium. But the thing that you have to realize with that is that by filling up your graveyard, you're also just discarding a bunch of cards from your hand. And it is hard to catch up when that's the case.
Agreed. This looks like the kind of card people would think is a good Madness or Delirium enabler, but it seems a little pricey. I would have to be really dedicated to those things before I'd play Stern Constable, because by itself it's very bad. Yeah. The price is just too high, like you said. You just end up down too many resources. So I'm going to give Stern Constable. I'm just going to give it an F. I just don't think I'm going to play this card.
I'm probably not going to end up playing it either. I'll give it an F too. I hope we do, because it'll be really cool if you do.
Yeah, and if it turns out that there's a sick Madness deck that, like black-white or red-white with a lot of like the vampires, for example, then Stern Constable could see a little play, but I don't see it otherwise. So we're gonna give Stern Constable an F and we'll go from there.
Strength of Arms is next. It's white for an instant. It's common. It says target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control an equipment, there's that sentence again, you get a 1/1 white human soldier creature token.
So this is a kind of funny card where The equipment part of it is not going to come up very often, and you certainly shouldn't build your deck to maximize it. But that doesn't mean this card is bad, because one white instant target creature gets +2/+2 is a decent combat trick. Like, you didn't play Lithomancer's Focus all the time in this last format, and you're not going to play Strength of Arms all the time either, and they both have kind of similar upsides. So my guess is Strength of Arms is like a D, and if you have the 2 equipment deck, you're probably going to play Strength of Arms.
Right. Okay. So mediocre combat trick. Ahoy. Survive the Night is 2 and a white for an instant. It's common. It says target creature gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. And you get to investigate, so you get the clue token as well. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's not a bad card. This reminds me a little bit of Make a Stand. Give your whole team +1/+0 indestructible, because frequently these cards are going to play similarly.
Yes.
Where you end up just saving one creature or winning one combat. This can't do that a second time. It only affects one creature, but instead you get a clue, and you always get that clue. So I like Survive the Night. I don't think it's that much. It's expensive enough that I don't think I'm always going to play it. This does compete with a lot of other cards for the combat trick slot, but I think I'm going to be in for trying to use this card. Yeah,
the thing is, when you tack on Investigate, it might just be the case that tacking on Investigate to any card that's remotely playable makes it good enough. It's sort of like making it into a cantrip, although a very slow one. I could see a scenario where your opponent doesn't do anything, passes the turn, and you just play Survive the Night on your end step just to get that clue token and draw a card if it doesn't look like Survive the Night's going to do much. And while that's not a particularly mana efficient play, it sure is nice to have the option of that available. And yeah, the times when you do get a chance to like enter combat, play Survive the Night, kill your opponent's creature, and then get the clue token, once you crack it, once again, you have hit Value Town. You've now achieved a 2-for-1, albeit again a risky and slow one. But yeah, I think that cards like this might just be good enough on their own just because they have Investigate.
Yeah, how good is Investigate? It's certainly not draw a card, but it's
in the ballpark of draw a card. It is in that range. So that's the question. I love that they're exploring that space as well, where it's like, because I want cards, but I understand that they can't just tack draw a card onto everything without pumping the mana cost into the unreasonable territory.
And this costing 5 mana would be much, much worse.
It would be terrible, yeah.
It's clear that this is better when it like this way, because you can just cast it in a combat for 3 mana.
I'll give it a C-. Survive the Night. I just think that like it is still inefficient enough and ultimately not super powerful enough that I don't think it's going to be the type of card that you're really excited to play. But I do think that it'll push it up into the playable realm thanks to Investigate.
Well, I'm going to give Survive the Night a C.
All right. We've got Tenacity next. What is that? What does Tenacity do?
It's 3 and a white for an instant. And it's uncommon. And it says creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain lifelink until end of turn. Untap those creatures. I like Tenacity a lot.
You can win a race with that pretty easily, can't you?
It wins a race in multiple ways. First of all, you just tackle our creatures and cast this, and you gain 12 life, and your opponent's facing down a board full of untapped creatures. Second of all, you can attack your opponent, and let's say they don't block, so they just take some damage, and then on their turn they attack you. You can cast this, untap all your creatures, and you've got a bunch of lifelink blockers. So in a creature-heavy deck, this looks like a pretty strong card. I mean, look, I'm not saying this card is absurd, but the fact that it gives mass lifelink seems like it pushes it ahead of a lot of similar combat tricks.
It is powerful. It is. This isn't the kind of card that really I get excited about during a set review, but that is a lot of power in that 4 mana. So, yeah, I could see Tenacity seeing a reasonable amount of play and having a pretty big effect on the times when it matters. That said, I'm not super excited about it. I'd still just give it a C-. These expensive mass pump spells are rarely amazing, and even if you add lifelink onto the equation, I don't think it pushes it up into like the B range or anything like that.
Yeah, I would give Tenacity a C+, and there are some matchups where it will be one of your better cards.
Thraben Inspector is another 1-drop. It's white mana for a 1/2 human soldier. At common, when Thraben Inspector enters a battlefield, investigate. So now we're really starting to push the lower limits here, right? We were talking about Survive the Night and trying to get a 2-for-1 off it, kind of the roundabout way. Thraben Inspector is actually not a 2-for-1. It's really interesting because I think a lot of our listeners will say, well, it is. You get a creature and you get a clue token. When you sacrifice the clue, you get a card back. So now you've got a 2-for-1. And in a technical sense, that is true. The question is, how much do you value a 1/2 for 1 mana in limited? And I value that at less than a card. Not a lot less, but a bit less than an actual card. I wouldn't put that card in my deck at all, for starters. And I don't think that it's worth,
most of the time you're not going to trade 1/2 for a card.
Right.
Like you're gonna like stack it up on a block to maybe like kill a bigger creature.
Right. It's close. Like if it was a 2/1.
Yeah, 2/1 is a card. Because a 2/1 can trade for a 2/2 or a 3/2.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, I think I will play this more often than not because
God, I kind of hope so. My gut says we won't, but I'm hoping
if you've got the time for it. And it is the kind of card that if you've got sacrifice synergies or human synergies, you're a little more likely to, or equipment. 1/2s become a card when you can strap an equipment on.
That's true. Okay, that's getting more interesting now. The sacrifice stuff I like too. It's just not good enough on its own, so what else is around it? And like you said, there's some things that could push Thraben Inspector into playable category.
If you don't have a lot of early plays, this is probably okay too, because you can just play it turn 1, cycle the clue turn 2 if it's not competing with other slots. But if you've got a lot of stuff to do, then that's not where you want to be.
Yeah, but also that does equate late game too, where if you draw it late, you just play it sack and sack the token right away, and you get your card back, plus you have this random chump blocker. That's not the worst case scenario either.
Nope.
I'm kind of talking myself into Thraben Inspector here. Minimal board effect, but gets the card back eventually is probably a card in this format.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to settle in the C- to C range, but I'm curious to find out. This is a card that I'm not as confident of because it like you said, it depends on a lot of other factors. But I'll give Thraben Inspector a C- to start with.
I'm going to go D+ on Thraben. I'm going to stay a little bit pessimistic on it, but like I said, I kind of hope we end up playing it. Here's a big one, Luis. Topplegeist.
It's actually a pretty small one.
This card's huge.
It's
a 1/1 flyer for 1 mana. It's a spirit and uncommon. But it says when it enters a battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls, which is okay, right? I don't think that we'd be too excited to play a card that was a 1/1 flyer for 1 that tapped an opposing creature.
No, you would
just
not play
once. No, but it's got Delirium. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if you have Delirium, tap target creature that player controls. Now that's business.
Yes, it is tapping on their upkeep, first of all, which is not the normal timing for that sort of thing.
No, it's not.
Which shuts their creature down from attacking or blocking, right? So, they've untapped, you tap down their 4/4, they can't attack with it, and then they can't block it either. If you can enable Delirium, this is a card. This is one of the first cards we've seen where I'm like, okay, yes, I would like to go after Delirium in order to, enhance my Topplegeists.
Totally. That's what I think is, I think this is one of the big payoffs, and we were talking about them earlier, and I think the Topplegeist, it's an uncommon, so, you're probably not going to end up with a ton of these, but I think you're going to pick this one pretty early, and it's going to go into that Delirium deck in a big way and be one of the big payoffs for it, because they eventually have to kill this. It is so annoying to let this stupid little thing sit there and tap down your creature over and over and over. It effectively is a removal spell and a tapper, and it does it for free. And we were talking about tappers earlier, and they're good. If you have a tapper that doesn't cost any mana, that is excellent. And that's exactly what Topplegeist is once you get Delirium on board. It also pecks away in the air the same turn that it's tapping down your creatures, which adds a little bit of extra value to it. So I like Topplegeist a lot, but I really am looking to go for Delirium if I'm going to play it in my deck. Otherwise, it's not worth it.
It has a minor combo with the Shepherd that can bounce spirits. You can keep bouncing Topplegeist to tap down one of their blockers.
Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that is sweet actually. 3 mana, and then if you have Delirium, you still get the upkeep anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to give Topplegeist a big grade. I'm going to give it a B-. It might even just be a B. It also might be worse than that because it is so fragile that it just dies too often. But right now, I really like the potential that I see from Topplegeist, so I'm going to give it a B-.
I'm a little lower on it than you. I think I'll give it a C+. This feels closer to a 1/1 flyer that taps a creature than it does a Blinding Drone. I don't know how often you're going to get the effect going, but by the late game, it will lock something down. Yeah, I guess I'm actually willing to give this a B-. So we'll give Topplegeist a B-. I think you don't have to work that hard to get Delirium, it looks like, there's enough enchantments to sacrifice and angelic purges that once this starts tapping something down, it is a really good tapper.
Yeah, super, super good. Unruly Mob is next. It's 1 and a white for a human. 1/1. So 2 mana, 1/1. Whenever another creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Unruly Mob.
They're back. They're mob has reformed.
Still unruly, still with pitchforks in hand. This card actually ended up being pretty decent, and there are enough sacrifice outlets here. Also, it does count token creatures, right? So, you're not talking about non-token creatures, which sometimes you see that clause on this type of card. It can actually get pretty big in this set. I don't think it'll be often that you prioritize Unruly Mob during your booster draft, but I would not be surprised to see this on the battlefield somewhat regularly once we start drafting the set.
Yeah, Unruly Mob is a fine card. It's not
like
playable
C,
in every deck. It is a C. So
yeah. I mean, it starts off way too small for the casting cost, but can get big pretty quickly.
Yeah, if you've got token synergies, if you got human synergies, both those things, sacrifice. Yeah. So Unruly Mob gets a C, and that brings us to Vessel of Ephemera, our last white card. Mm-hmm. It's 1 and a white for an enchantment. It's common. And it says 2 white, sacrifice, or 2 and a white, sacrifice Vessel of Ephemera, put 2/1 on spirit creature with flying onto the battlefield. So there's a cycle of vessels, and there are these enchantments that you sacrifice for an effect. That's kind of interesting because it does send an enchantment to your graveyard for Delirium.
It's a big deal. Enchantment's, traditionally one of the hardest ones to get into your graveyard. Now it's easy.
Right. And you can sacrifice it at instant speed, so you can leave your mana up to sacrifice Vessel while representing counterspells or sacrificing clues or any of those things. Plus, 2/1/1 flyers is a pretty good card.
It gets into that weird installment plan range where you're paying 5 mana for this, and I don't think that you would pay 5 mana for 2/1/1 flyers very happily. But when you get to space it out over the course of a couple of turns, it's a lot more palatable. And I do expect to see this card to see a lot of play in the format. I think this Vessel's one of the best ones. And the 2/1/1 flyers is the real deal. I think you're going to see it hit a lot of decks, especially with what we've seen from Delirium, where you are helping that along.
Vessel of Ephemera is better than I think people are going to give it credit for, because it's not 5 mana make 2/1/1 flyers. It is less than that, significantly less. And the Delirium helps, and the 2/1/1 flyers. 2/1/1 flyers is good. I mean, that is better than a 2/2 by a decent margin. Mm-hmm. A 2/2 ground creature. It's not, it's comparable to a 2/2 flyer.
Right. So what do you want to give it?
I'm still just going to give it a C, but I don't think that...
All right, I'm going to go C+ on it.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah, I think it's really good. Okay, so that's going to do it for white. Any thoughts on white?
No, white seems like it's got a lot of things that kind of work together. It's got like Delirium, some minor sacrifice effects. The Angelic Purge common is a big part of that. And it's got like these like spirit decks that are using tokens and... have various like graveyard things going on. So I don't know. White doesn't actually feel exceptionally aggressive to me. It looks like
there's a few cards that look like it wants to be, but for the most part, it feels like it's a little bit more on the Delirium end of things.
Yeah, it looks like more Delirium, a little bit more value. And cares about the graveyard. So interesting to see how that actually plays out. Okay, well, let's move over to white then, to blue. And our first card, again, we're going to go with the double face cards up front here, is Aberrant Researcher. So this is 3 and a blue for a 3/2 with flying. I'm in for that, by the way. I don't really need to see much more. But it does say at the beginning of your upkeep, put the top card of your library in your graveyard, which, make no mistake, is a benefit here. If it's an instant or sorcery card, transform it. And if that happens, it becomes a 5/4 with flying. It's called Perfected Form. That is ridiculous. Yeah, this is, Delver of Secrets, right? This is the chain of evolution here. Indeed. Where the Delver of Secrets turned into Insectal Aberration, turned into Aberrant Researcher, turned into Perfected Form. This card is quite good. A 4-mana 3/2 flyer is a playable already. A 4-mana 3/2 flyer that mills you for 1 is actually slightly better in this format than it would be otherwise. And a 4-mana 3/2 flyer that some percentage of the time turns into a 5/4 flyer, that is very good. It's very good. You have control over that percentage of the time. You can get 7 or 8 instants or sorceries into your deck, and then have a decent chance, 1 out of every 5 cards in your deck or whatever is a spell that flips it. And you can even go deeper. If you are somehow end up a really spell heavy deck, I could see playing like 10 spells in your deck.
Yeah. Now we should note here though that like you don't want to get too confident about this thing flipping, because if you look at most limited decks, right? Like some of the cards that we see here, like the vessels, look a lot like a sorcery, but they're actually an enchantment. You may only have 3 to 4, instants and or sorceries in your whole deck. So getting it into the perfected form side is not going to happen as often as one might think in some cases. That said, I don't think that it's super important that Aberrant Researcher flips, all that often. It's already a fine card on its own as a 3/2 flyer for 4, and then the times when you do hit, it's going to feel pretty broken, I think.
Agreed. The key of this card is not how can I maximize it. It's more like this card is just a 3/2 flyer with a solid upside.
Right.
Which
I like the card a lot. I give it a B. I actually just think this card's really good because of the times when you do flip, it's basically a bomb, and when you don't, it's completely serviceable attacker.
It's still milling you for 1. Again, in a Delirium deck, this still, or a deck with just cards that exile from your graveyard for effects, this still has upside. So totally. I'll give Aberrant Researcher a B.
All right, Daring Sleuth is next. It's 1 and a blue for a human rogue at uncommon. It's a 2/1, and it says when you sacrifice a clue, transform Daring Sleuth. And Daring Sleuth becomes a 3/2. This is Bearer of Overwhelming Truths. A 3/2 with Prowess. You guys remember that whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And it says whenever Bearer of Overwhelming Truth deals combat damage to a player, investigate. Just start spewing clue tokens all over the place.
Yeah, you feel like clues little running around.
Yeah, right? I think this card's really cool. And this seems like a fine place to put 2 mana, especially for how many clues I plan on sacrificing over the course of this format. I'm going for some type of worldwide record.
Oh, you and me both.
Yeah.
This seems easy enough to flip. It's not going to flip super quickly, right? Unless you have the nut job, turn 1, the 3-bit inspector.
And then turn 3, sack it.
Yeah. But the opportunity cost of playing a 2-mana 2/1 is not super high. That's serviceable, and then it has a pretty good upside, or backside, I guess, as it were.
Sure. Yeah. The one thing to note here is that Prowess is not a form of evasion. While this thing wants to get through and hit the player, a 3/2 body that realistically it's going to be a little later in the game before that actually happens isn't great at that. Right. It's very blockable, as it were. A lot of cheaper creatures will trade for it, or at least threaten to trade for it. So Bearer of Overwhelming Truths on the flip side here probably isn't going to connect all that often with your opponent and start making the clues. But you know what? I'll take it. Right. It becomes a better creature with prowess, with this upside that sometimes it'll get. And I'm not really looking for it to, be this steady stream of card advantage for the rest of the game. But that being said, sometimes it'll hit, and you'll get a little extra value, and I can appreciate that.
I agree. It's not it's not a B level card, but no. I would probably give it a C.
Yeah, I think it's a solid C. It asks you for quite a lot. What does Uninvited Geist do? And by the way, that's another great name.
It is. It is 2 and a blue for a 2/2 spirit. It's uncommon, and it is Skulk. So it's an ability that's actually on a fair number of cards in the set, which says this creature can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. So it is, as a 2/2, can only be blocked by creatures with 2 or less power.
Mm-hmm.
And it says when Uninvited Geist deals combat damage to a player, transform it. Into Unimpeded Trespasser, and this is a 3/3 that can't be blocked.
Yeah, this card's just great.
It is.
Evasion into super evasion.
If you flip it, it's great. I mean, a 3/3 unblockable is going to end the game pretty quickly. It's the sort of thing where if you play this on turn 3, they're probably going to have a creature that can block it, but 1 removal spell and this will get through, or 1 bounce spell even. Mm-hmm. And some opponents won't have very many creatures that are 2 power or less, if their curve starts a little bit higher.
Yeah, and it does get awkward for them too, because remember, they might have a creature that can block it, but that creature might not profitably block it, right? Like they may have a 1/1 and they can block with it, but you're like, sure, here you go. You can chump block my Uninvited Geist if you feel the need. They need to have specifically, a 2-powered creature, right, to be able to tussle with this thing. And that's pretty impressive. Like they could have easily made this into a 2/1. With Skulk that interacted a lot worse, but the 2 toughness actually means that they need a 2-powered creature sitting there to be able to trade with this. And if they don't have exactly that, you're going to get a 3/3 unblockable.
Agreed. I like Uninvited Geist. I think there's going to be enough games where it just acts as like a 2/2 that it's not like this isn't getting into like B range for me, but I have it at C+.
Yeah, I have it right on that fringe of B plus, or excuse me, C plus and B minus.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give it a B minus. I don't know. I just think it's good. I like it. So I'm just gonna throw a B minus. At this
Uninvited Geist gets a C plus or potentially a B minus.
Yeah. All right. So the regular cards, that's it for the the double face cards. Broken Concentration is our first of those. It's 1 blue for an instant at uncommon. It says counter target spell. And this is kind of weird, but it's got Madness for 3 and a blue. So if you discard this card, you discard it into exile. When you do, cast it for its Madness cost or put it into your graveyard. So if you discard it at instant speed while there's a spell in the stack, you can pay 4 mana to counter instead of just 3.
It's funny that...
What does that all mean?
The Madness cost is not as... This isn't one of those cards that, you get a discount. Clearly, you're actually paying a premium.
Yeah, most of the time it's cheaper.
It's only 1 blue mana, so it's slightly easier to cast that way. But that's not going to come up all that often. Mostly it's that if you can discard this to, like, Reckless Skull or Looter, right, where you draw a card and then discard a card, you get card advantage. So this is one of the Madness cards that really fits in the, like, can I discard cards for profit? This lets me do that.
Well, can you explain that then? Because I don't think it's obvious for people that haven't played Madness. What do you mean you get card advantage?
So normally when you tap, I'm going to use Reckless Scholar again as an example. You tap Reckless Scholar, you draw a card and discard a card. You're even on cards. If they cast a spell and in response you tap the Scholar, you draw a card and then you discard Broken Concentration and cast it for Madness, you're up a card because instead of discarding a card, you actually just got to cast this card.
Right, and that's the big difference.
Right, so this isn't the kind of Madness card you're really looking to combine with creatures that let you like discard a card for minor effect, but for the cards that have discarding as part of a cost, this can pay that cost and still get you the effect of the spell if you have enough mana.
Okay, now all of that being said, are we even interested in playing this Broken Concentration, this counterspell?
1 blue counter target spell is a card I played more than half the time in Oath of the Gatewatch, the Void Shatter. I think
that's
most
true.
of my blue decks did end up playing it. But that still doesn't make the card exciting. I think Broken Concentration is a C. You're going to play it in your heavy blue decks, and maybe you'll get a little bit of Madness value out of it.
I have it at D, but maybe I'm underestimating the Madness thing. I just, for the most part, these 3 mana counter spells that cost double blue are low on my priority list in Booster Draft. In Sealed, I usually end up running them, though. Catalog. This is a reprint, right?
It is. It's from Urza's Saga, I believe was the first time.
Going way back.
So yeah, this is 2 and a blue instant at common. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. So by itself, it's card parity, right? You spent a card, and then you drew 2, and then you discard a card. So you got +2, -2. You get card filtering. You're getting a little bit out of it. But obviously, you combine it with Madness cards, you're going to get a little bit more value. It's also a way to discard like a land or an enchantment or whatever for Delirium. So it has a little bit more meaning now. This was a marginal card every other time we've seen it, but in this set it might be more than that. I think Catalog is going to be enough of a role player in decks that it's like a C-. Like the decks that want it are going to play it, but the other decks are just, you're not going to want to play this unless you have something going on with it.
What is that something more often than not? Is it actually just Delirium that you're looking at? Because if you're paying 3 mana to try to Madness something out, I mean, you're going to have a lot of mana.
Well, it's Delirium is the easiest one. Cheap Madness cards are another one. Like, we're going to see Just the Wind later, which is a bounce spell that has a Madness cost of 1 blue mana. So Catalog plus that is a good combo.
Okay. It's a tough sell though, right? You're not getting card advantage. It does require setup cost, and it costs 3 full mana, which is quite a bit to not really affect the board or do much. It's hard to prioritize a card like this. I would guess it's going to fall in the C- to D+ range, where maybe you play it, maybe you don't, and I'll put it at D+. I think that on average you won't play Catalog as often as the times that you do.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
All right. Compelling Deterrence is next. It's 1 and a blue for an instant uncommon. It says return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Then that player discards a card if you control a zombie.
This card is very powerful. It is, in fact, a compelling reason to put zombies in your deck because...
Indeed.
1 and a blue bounce a permanent, so not even just creatures, non-land permanent, and then they discard a card is a fantastic card. You would never cut that card.
Right, totally.
That's it's a 1-for-1, card parity, but you're also getting to bounce something that's almost always going to be more expensive and at instant speed. So the question is, how often do you need a zombie in play to make this good? If you have a zombie in play half the times you cast this card's still very good. So I would play this with even just a couple zombies, and in fact, some decks will play this without a zombie.
Oh, totally. I mean, you mentioned Just the Wind, which is effectively a worse version of this card
Right.
even without the zombie thing. I mean, the madness probably doesn't come up that often, and this lets you bounce a non-land permanent, so you can try to set up card advantage through that too.
It is worth noting if you bounce your own permanent, you still have to discard a card.
Oh, that's awkward.
Unless you're bouncing your last zombie.
Yes.
Because of the order of the card.
Oh,
but,
that's funny. Yeah. So I like compelling deterrence.
I have compelling deterrence at a B-.
Okay.
If you have 0 zombie in your deck, it's basically just a C, but if you take this card, it's not that hard to come up with zombies, and you're gonna get zombies kind of naturally if you're drafting blue.
Of course, the best thing to do with this, right, is your opponent has no cards in hand, and you bounce their bomb to their hand and make them discard it.
Yes,
right?
that is a great combo.
Okay. Deny Existence is 2 and a blue for an instant. It's common. It says counter target creature spell. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard.
I don't love this card.
I don't either.
I don't love conditional counter spells, and if you leave mana up for this and then they play a non-creature spell, it just is such a disaster for you.
Yeah, the way you can mitigate that is by having a lot of clues.
It's true.
I don't know if this ends up going up with the existence of clue tokens, because it just gives you something else to do with your mana.
It's the sort of thing that if I had a specific reason to want this in my deck, I would put it in. Like if I knew my opponent had a good 6-drop creature.
Yes.
But I don't think I'm going to main deck this card.
I think you're right.
I think this is just a sideboard card. It's a marginal one at best.
Okay, we'll put it in sideboard. Oh, I like this next one a lot.
Deny Existence gets a sideboard, but really is closer to just a D- than anything else.
I think it's just like a D. Yeah. This next card, Drownyard Explorers, this one's really cool. I mean, it's not super fancy, but I like it a lot. It's 3 and a blue for a 2/4 human wizard at common, and when it enters the battlefield, you investigate. I mean, what more do you want? High toughness, low power, marginally costed with slow card advantage.
Yeah, that's our dream card.
It is.
I do think Drownyard Explorers is a fine card, though.
I do too.
A 4-mana 2/4 is a good enough blocker that it buys you time to use the clues, and this does eventually get its card back. So I have Drownyard Explorers at a C. I'm not going crazy over it, but if this is the kind of divinations that they'll give us, these are the kind of divinations we'll play.
Yeah. I actually had it a little higher than that. I had it at C+, and pushing up into B- territory. I just think, these 2-for-1s add up over time, and the ones that help you buy the time you need to actually realize that 2-for-1, I think they'll carry a bit of a premium, and I think Drownyard Explorers fits that description perfectly. So I'll go C+ on Drownyard Explorers. Also, I think that's in the early running for I will have the most of those on my Magic Online account.
Yeah, it exactly fits the bill of a card you'd love, but also not a high pick.
Right, exactly, and I'll probably overvalue. Drew Now Corpse Trawler is 3 and a blue for a 1/1. Zombie. It's uncommon. This better be good. When it enters a battlefield, you get a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Okay, so now you've got a 2/2 and a 1/1 for 4 mana. That's pretty decent. And you can pay 2 and a black to give target zombie death touch until end of turn. And it's a zombie. So you can give it self death touch, just a little 1/1 that's left over, and keep your 2/2, or you can give any of your other zombies death touch too. But we'll note, like we saw earlier, that's 2 and a black mana. So we're talking about, an activated
this
ability.
This is the off-color card.
Off-color, yeah. Now, the first question is, we were treating a few of those as basically gold cards. This one's not the case, though, right?
No, you play this in a mono blue deck because it's close to like it's 4 mana for 3/3 worth of stats, which is playable.
Mm-hmm.
Not exciting, but once you add the ability, it becomes quite good.
I agree.
Because this is a zombie and the other thing's a zombie. They're both zombies. So you can spend mana to make either of them trade for a much bigger creature. And if you leave mana up, you can just threaten good blocks and then have like clues or counter spells. It all kind of works together in the same, playing towards the same pattern.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this card a lot. I think it's really solid. I don't think it's particularly amazing on any count, but I do think it's going to be a fairly early pick for the defensive blue decks. And I think it'll probably fall in the C plus to B minus range. And I'll go C plus on Drew Now Corpse Trawler.
Yeah. I'll give it a C plus, but no, I like C plus B minus as well. So I guess we're both going to give it a C plus B minus.
Yeah. Maybe it's just a B minus.
If you're blue black, it's a B minus.
Yeah.
So, and if you're not, it's like a C. So I'll just give it a B minus and assume it's like closer to a blue black gold card.
Oh, I love this next one.
I think that's where most people are going to end up.
For sure. This next one's really cool. It's called Airdwall Illuminator. It's 1 and a blue for a 1/3 flying spirit at uncommon. It says whenever you investigate for the first time each turn, investigate an additional time.
Yeah, this is a bizarre little card. First of all, it's a 2-mana 1/3 flyer. So
Right.
as we kind of learned last format with a McKindy Aeronaut, 2-mana 1/3 flyers do some work.
Yep.
And investigating is now doubled. Only the first time each turn, but honestly, how many clues do you want? Though this does bring up a topic which I haven't really touched on yet, which is clues do have diminishing returns. Because if you have time to crack the first couple of clues, that's cool, but you're not going to necessarily have time to crack the 4th, 5th, 6th. Like if you,
because you're going to find spells to cast instead.
Like imagine this: if someone's, how much better is a card that says give you 10 clues than give you 20 clues? Or like how much better is getting 20?
It is the 20? Yeah, no, it's exactly marginally better. Yeah, exactly.
Right, you're never going to go through all those. So that does scale down. Whereas one clue, 2 clues, and 3 clues are all pretty similar. Once you're getting up to like 4 through 6 or 7 through 8, 9, each clue is just worth less.
Oh, I want to draft this set so bad right now. Keep talking.
Yeah, because each clue, like you said, gives you more spells to use and uses up mana. So you end up with less mana and more spells, which means you're less likely to crack subsequent clues. So Herbal Illuminator gives you value, but it doesn't give you like full value in that if you're making 2 clues every single turn, you're soon going to run out of time to use all of them. That seems like a good problem to have.
Yeah, I'm in for that. You're really selling me. Are you saying this is an A-? Is that what you're trying to...
It's not an A-. I'm sorry. I will give Erdwall Illuminator a B-.
Yeah, I give it a B- also. This is just right in line with what I
realistically, it's probably a C+. But anyway, we'll give Erdwall Illuminator a B- for now.
Look, this is limited resources. Essence Flux. This card does not seem great to me. Blue for an instant and uncommon. It says exile target creature you control, then return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control. If it's a spirit, put a +1/+1 counter on it.
It's the kind of card that, yeah, it's interesting. I would not play this if I had no spirits, right? Just this straight up card, exile a creature you control and return it to the battlefield, is not a playable card by itself unless you're doing something specific with it.
Yeah.
Giving a +1/+1 counter is a little bit of a upside, but overall, unless you've got a lot of enter the battlefield effects or your opponent has a lot of auras that are getting your creatures because this knocks off all auras, then...
Well, but it's only your creatures.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, if your opponent has a lot of like bound by
Moonsilvers
and stuff
I understand,
like that,
yeah.
Then maybe, but overall, I would say Essence Flux is like, I'm going to say it's like an F.
It's probably just an F. I mean, it's a cute card that you could probably do some cute things with, but draft in and draft out,
it's
not
cheap
going to
enough.
make the cut.
This might actually just be a sideboard card. It is cheap.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's basically a dispel for any removal spell. So I could see siding this in against someone with a lot
No,
of
that's a
removal.
good point.
So,
it is cheap
Essence
enough.
Flux is more of a sideboard card, I guess. So final grade, Essence Flux sideboard. Next up, we've got Fleeting Memories. This is the Burning Vengeance of the set.
This is it? I'm excited.
2 and a blue enchantment. It's uncommon. See? Uncommon enchantment.
For 3 mana, okay.
When Fleeting Memories enters the battlefield, investigate, so you get a clue right away.
Yeah.
And it says, whenever you sacrifice a clue, target player puts the top 3 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard.
All right, game plan acquired.
So every time you crack a clue, it mills someone for 3. It could mill yourself. Not all the cards can do that, but this one can. So some decks will mill themselves to enable Delirium, but more than likely, if you're playing this card, and that's a big if you're playing this card, you're going to try to mill your opponent out. You're going to have to sacrifice a lot of clues to do that. You're going to have to sacrifice probably 7 or 8 clues over the course of the game.
God, and you got to just wonder, couldn't you have
probably
like
six clues or something like that.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, yes. So I don't think Fleeting Memories looks great, but I'm going to try it.
Oh, you're going to definitely try it.
My guess is, I mean, this is a build around, but this is like a D-level build around where it's probably not actually necessary. But
this card is terrible, and I cannot wait to play it.
I'm definitely going to kill someone.
Yeah. I love cards like this, but they are so bad. Like, there's just almost no reason to try a card like this. We'll go build around me and just leave it vague. I can't really bring myself to give Fleeting Memories what it actually deserves.
Yeah.
Which is a big fat F.
All right. Well, we're going to give it a build around. Yeah. Build around. Fleeting Memories.
All right. What about Furtive? Furtive Homunculus?
Furtive Homunculus is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Homunculus. It's common and it is Skulk. So you got to block this with bigger things, or you can't block this with bigger things. Got to block this with small things. Yeah, this card's not great. It's a 2-mana 2/1, which is going to trade for a 1 a lot of the time, and the fact that they can't block with their 3/3s is not hugely relevant. In an aggressive deck, I wouldn't mind playing this because sometimes it will get in for extra damage if your opponent doesn't have any small creatures. So
Yeah.
I think in a control deck, I'm just not interested, though. So I think this card's like a C-.
Yeah, I think it's a C- also for Fear of Homunculus. I like a little evasive 2-drop, but like you said, not good in control either.
So next up, we've got Ghostly Wings. This is a reprint from Odyssey Block. It's a 1 and a blue for a enchantment aura. Enchant creature gets +1/+1 in flying, and it has the ability. Ghostly Wings has this ability.
Okay.
A lot of modern auras give the creatures the ability, but this is an old card, and it retains the ability. Discard a card, return enchanted creature to its owner's hand. So what that means is you can put this on your opponent's creatures, discard a card, and bounce that creature.
Oh, okay.
So it is pseudo sorcery speed, and you have to cast it at sorcery speed, but you can choose to trigger the bounce later. Bounce at the cost of 2 cards because it costs you a Ghostly Wings and a card.
God, that's not worth it at all.
No,
not that part. You do get the ability to put on your own creature.
Right. You can also put it on your 3/3 and attack for 4 in the air, and then if they try to kill it, you can discard a card to get your 3/3 back. It is a delirium enabler because it's going to send itself to the graveyard a good amount of the time, plus a card you discard. And it's a madness enabler. There's a lot of weird things going on. I actually think I overrated a little in my written review, but now that I've thought about it more, I'm going to give Ghostly Wings, I'm going to give it a C because it does so many different things, but my guess is it's borderline. There are a lot of decks that are just not going to play this card.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really excited about any one of these things. Maybe the sum of it equals a card I want to play, but I just see it as a D. Like, this is not a card I'm interested in at first blush.
The delirium part, I think, is the biggest selling point because it gets you so close there.
Yes, it does.
And if you really need madness outlets, imagine, you combo this and just the wind, you bounce 2 other creatures for 3 mana. That's not too bad.
Right. Yeah, it's true.
But I'll give Ghostly Wings a C-, and you're going to give it a D.
Yes. Gone Missing is next. This one's a common. It's 4 and a blue for a sorcery. Target permanent on top of its owner's library. Investigate.
And this is a common. It also can hit lands because it doesn't say non-land. Not that you're going to do that that often, since you're almost always going to hit something other than land, but it is kind of funny that this actually can target lands.
Indeed.
Yeah,
this is another 2-for-1, right? It's another woefully slow 2-for-1.
5 + 2 to get a 2-for-1, but I think this card's playable. You don't have room for a ton of 5-drops in your deck, especially removal-ish spells, but this will make the cut, I think, a decent amount of the time if you don't have other 5s, because putting one of their creatures back, if you're going to put a 4 and a 5-drop back, you're even on cards, even on mana, and then you get a clue. That seems fine to me.
Yeah, I think you probably would only want one of these in your deck, though, right?
I would say that it does not do well in multiples.
Yeah. It also has the problem of not solving your problem permanently, even though it is blanking their next draw step. If it is a creature that you just can't defeat, Gone Missing is not going to get you out of the mess. But I would probably play the first one, some percentage of the time. The card's not great, though. I would give it a C-.
Yeah, I like C- on Gone Missing here.
What about Invasive Surgery? This does not sound fun at all.
No, and it's not good at all. It's 1 blue for an instant. It's uncommon, and it counters a sorcery. And then if you have Delirium, you get to exile all copies of that sorcery from your opponent's hand, graveyard,
come on, really?
Library. It's a constructed card. This is... I can't even imagine sliding this in, because how would you ever play against a deck that has that many sorceries? Because it's not instant or sorcery. It's just literally sorceries. So I think Invasive Surgery is an F.
F. What about Jace's Scrutiny?
This is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. Target creature gets -4/-0 until end of turn. Investigate.
I don't see, again, the question keeps coming up is how mediocre of a card are we willing to play if we get to investigate? This card is about as mediocre as
this begs the question.
Yeah, I mean, we've already got a 1/2-for-1 mana that we talked ourselves into. Can we get there with Jace's Scrutiny as well? My guess is no. There's enough good cards in a given set that you usually don't have to go this far down the rung. That said, I wouldn't think that it's impossible. My initial grade for Jace's Scrutiny would be a D. I think it's a card that maybe you see pop up, but my guess is that even with Investigate tacked on, that this effect is just minor enough that you can just do better.
Yeah, if you've got room in your deck for kind of air like this, then it's a fine card, but it's just easily cuttable.
Right, exactly. That's how I see it. I don't think the card itself, Jace's Scrutiny, is terrible. It's just I'm assuming that out of the 23 cards I play in a draft deck or a sealed deck, that I'm going to have enough cards better than this. This one doesn't make the cut that often. So I give it a D.
All right.
You mentioned Just the Wind earlier. We have arrived. So Just the Wind is 1 and a blue for an instant return target creature to its owner's hand. It's common, and it has Madness for blue.
It's an interesting card. It's playable on its face, right? 1 and a blue, return a creature to its owner's hand at instant speed is a card like Disperse that we've seen and has been okay.
And you can do it. Yeah, it's never really amazing, but you can do it.
Yeah, control decks don't want it. Beatdown decks sometimes do. Madness for a blue, you're getting 2 things. One, you're getting a mana discount, which that's not huge because you're usually like spending mana on your Madness card.
Right.
But it is still cheaper. And it also, again, lets you get slight card advantage. You're just discarding this to catalog or a looter or what have you, and you're getting value that way. So I think Just the Wind is good. I don't think every deck's going to play it. This is sounding like a C to me, but it's the kind of card that your Madness decks are going to play as many copies as they can get, and your aggressive decks are going to play 1 or 2, and your control decks are going to play closer to 0.
Okay. Yeah, I think C for Just the Wind is probably where it'll land. I mean, it's not like it's a real removal spell, right?
No.
What about Lamplighter of Selhoff?
This is 4 into blue for a 3/5. It's a zombie horror at common. So
okay.
It's 4 into blue for a 3/5, and it says, when Lamplighter enters the battlefield, if you control another zombie, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. So this is actually similar to Oracle of Dust.
Yeah, it kind of is.
It's the same cost and stats, and it still is a looter. This lets you loot upon arrival if you have another zombie. Yeah, there's
not a lot to hate here. There's also not a lot to love.
No, this is falling pretty close to the C range for me.
I think so too.
You're not really looking to play it if you have no other zombies, because a 5-mana 3/5 just not quite good enough. If you do have zombies, it gets you a slight advantage, but nothing too exciting. So yeah, I like C- on Lamplighter. It's just a fine card.
It's okay. Yeah, I could see this. You know, there's a black blue deck brewing here, right?
Yeah.
That cares about zombies, that cares about playing defense, that cares about delirium and clue tokens and value and that kind of stuff. So Lamplighter might be a 5 that you'll play in that sometimes. Manic Scribe is 1 and a blue for a 0/3 human wizard. It's an uncommon, and it says when it enters a battlefield, each opponent mills 3 cards. So it puts top 3 cards of his or her library in his or her graveyard, which is a disadvantage, right? It has to be said that, you know, that right off the bat, and it's not a May ability, is going to help your opponents get to delirium and maybe some other graveyard value. But it's got delirium at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep. If you have delirium, they mill 3 cards. So now all of a sudden you're hooking them up with the delirium, but you've also got yourself a little win condition here with Manic Scribe as you try to mill them out.
This card doesn't seem good to me. It's a build around, but if you don't get there, it's just helping them. And it doesn't combine well with very many other cards because there aren't that many cards that mill your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you don't have delirium, it's really bad. 2-mana 0/3 mill them once is
comically
horrendous.
Bad.
So
yes.
This is a build around, and if you get like 2 of them in a turbo delirium deck, it does end the game pretty quickly. But
yes.
I still think Manic Scribe is a build around, and like Fleeting Distraction is probably or Fleeting Memories rather, it's probably a D build around, which is closer to an F.
I could see building this with like a couple of Essence Flux, right? So that you can re-trigger it and also protect it from removal. The hard part with Manic Scribe and cards like this is that when you play it, it helps your opponent. Then once it becomes an actual threat, meaning once you get delirium, then they can just use a removal spell on it. And until then, they don't have to. The card has such a little impact on the game that they get to just keep attacking you and employing their own game plan. And then once this thing becomes real, they'll start pointing removal at it to kill it. And so maybe you could set up some type of scenario where you protect the Manic Scribe or whatever, but we're reaching pretty far here. And I think that this is going to be the type of card that's going to be really fun to build around, but ultimately not the type of card you want, day 2 of a GP or whatever.
Yeah.
It's probably like a D.
I think it's a build around and
a build around. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's really like, first of all, it's a straight up F if you're not optimizing for it, right? Like you'd never put this card in your deck, and even if you can build around it, I think it's just not going to happen very often. So Manic Scribe seems pretty bad.
Yeah, but screenshots when it does. Nagging Thoughts, 1 in a blue, sorcery, common. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and the other in your graveyard, and it has Madness for, well, this exact same cost, 1 in a blue.
I think the card is fine.
Yeah, it's okay. Another Delirium Enabler, right?
Yeah, it's a Delirium Enabler because you get a little bit of card filtering, right? This is sleight of hand. This is look at 2, choose 1, and then it goes into your graveyard, which is nice. Also, if you can discard this for value, you get to madness it. No, this is, if you've got time to waste on this sort of effect, if you can sit around spinning your wheels, this is the kind of card you want. So it's probably like a C-.
Yeah, I'd put it in the D plus C- range. I see it as a card that you will play occasionally, but I don't know that it'll just be a.
You mean the general you, not like literally me?
No, definitely not literally you.
Next up is Niblis of Dusk.
The Nibbler.
It's 2 and a blue for a 2/1. It's a spirit. It's common. It has flying and prowess, so whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets +1/+1 to turn.
That reminds me of a card, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. This does in fact take a little nibble out of your opponent. I think Niblis of Dusk is quite good.
I think so too.
It's a 3-mana 2/1 flyer, which is already decent, and it's just going to attack for 3 a decent amount of the time on your turn. It has synergy with combat tricks. If you've got a bunch of nonsense going on, especially in like the Madness set where sometimes 2 spells get cast on the same turn, I think Niblis of Dusk is a C+.
I think so too. I think that's a rock solid little playable that you'll see draft in and draft out. This next one's kind of exciting.
This is also a rock solid playable.
Yeah. As far as build around me's go, this is rock solid.
Ongoing Investigation. This is 1 and a blue for an enchantment. It's uncommon, of course. It says whenever one or more of your creatures deal combat damage to a player, investigate. So if you hit them, you investigate. It just doesn't trigger for all your creatures. It's just every combat where you hit your opponent, investigate. So you get a clue.
We couldn't just get investigate per creature? Is that just too much?
Well, stacking up like 10 clues is just so weird. Useless.
You say weird, I say beautiful.
Right. Anyways, it also has the ability of 1 in a green, exile a creature card from your graveyard, investigate, gain 2 life. So this card is really weird. So like, your creatures go out and they hit your opponent and clues fall out, right? Like a little video game. Like you're hitting your opponent, clues are popping out. Mm-hmm. And then whenever one of your creatures dies, you can then later, go dig up the dead body and there's a clue in there too. And some life. I guess you're devouring the creature.
All right. That is one way to put it.
This card is really cool. I think flavorfully it's pretty funny. It's a bunch of folks in like looking around a field, which is it looks like an ongoing investigation.
It does.
This looks like a fun build around. It also looks good. If you're blue-green, the ability to just gain a bunch of life and draw a bunch of cards. I mean, 4 mana, gain 2 life, draw a card is definitely a card I'm interested in playing.
I would repeat that ability continually, yeah.
And I mean, yes, you're bound by the number of creatures in your graveyard, but it seems like that's something very achievable. And it has the ability, if you've got evasion creatures, you're hitting them with something, you're getting more and more clues. The life gives you more time to a life buffer where you can take some damage while you're looking at all these clues.
Yeah.
I think ongoing investigation is just legit good.
Oh, you think it's just good? Because, I mean, with the downside, of course, being that it does nothing.
Well, yeah, it doesn't do anything, but
it requires creatures that can get through an attack or creatures in your graveyard. Yeah, it's kind of this two-pronged approach here.
Right. It requires either evasive creatures or just a mass of creatures that are going to end up dying.
Yeah, or both just put cards in your yard.
Both of them kind of enable it. Mm-hmm. And, or self-mill. It works with self-mill. And the life is really important. The gaining 2 life per creature means you can actually waste some time doing this and not fall too far behind, because life gain does to some degree make up for your board presence. I'm not saying this card is fantastic, but I think in a blue-green deck, if you're specifically counting this as a gold card, it's like a C+. It just gives you such a good long game. Like, I can't imagine beating someone if they can ever stall the board and just play this card, if they have access to green mana. You can play this card without green mana as just the evasive part, but that's much, much worse, and that's probably like a D.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give Ongoing Investigation a C+, at the caveat that you're playing blue and green and you've got a bunch of creatures in your deck, but those just aren't that hard of conditions.
Okay, well, I'm with you then. This one's very difficult to grade, so I'm just going to follow your lead on that one and hope that you're right, because I like the card. Pieces of the Puzzle is next. It's 2 and a blue for a sorcery at common. It says, reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put up to 2 instant and or sorcery cards from among them in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. I really don't like cards like this in Limited.
No, this card looks pretty difficult to use. You need a lot of cards or a lot of spells in your deck, and you need graveyard shenanigans like cards like Ongoing Investigation, though you don't really still even want those 2 cards in the same deck. So, because one cares about creatures, one cares about spells. So
I think Pieces is just an F.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with F1 piece of the puzzle. There will be some decks like the super spell heavy decks that you use a card we're gonna see a little later, Rise from the Tides, that pay you for all the spells in your graveyard. That's the kind of thing that can work with this, but I still haven't seen enough of an incentive to really go building around this. Plus, if you want this card, you will get this card.
You can get it whenever. It's a common. You can get it whenever you want.
The next one I'm not going to be able to get whenever I want, and I'm very sad about that. That's Pour Over the Pages.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3 blue sorcery at uncommon. Draw 3 cards, untap up to 2 lands, then discard a card.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this card is
That's
very
a lot of
weird.
action. Is that the best divination ever?
Yeah, it's actually just a Sift.
Sift, all right, yeah.
Sift is 3 and a blue, draw 3 cards, discard a card. This costs 1 more mana, but you get to untap 2 lands, which is actually better. And Sift was quite good.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Pour Over the Pages is quite good. It's worse than just a 3 mana version, right? Compulsive Research, just because you have to get to 5 mana before you can cast it, so it doesn't help you find like your 4th land like a 3 mana spell would.
Right.
But if you have 5 mana, this really is effectively 3 mana, draw 3, discard 1, which is really, really good. That's enough card manipulation and card advantage that you're going to be very happy playing the card.
Totally. And you mentioned the card advantage, but just the fact that you're then enabling a whole bunch of things from Delirium to, maybe even Madness or whatever. Oh, interesting. And look at that. They put the untap up to 2 lands in between draw 3 cards. And
so you get to know which lands.
Yeah, and you can Madness then, right?
Yeah.
So you can know which lands you need. That's really cool. Pour Over the Pages. Now, how many of these can you play in a deck, right? Like, is the second one
how many can you draft?
I'm assuming the second one is significantly worse than the first, and that the third might actually start being bad at some point, right?
I don't think so. This doesn't have that.
Don't let you're so biased.
No, I'm actually serious.
You would play 3 Pour Over the Pages in your deck?
Yeah, I think so. Because once you're at like 6 or 7 mana, this does still only cost 3 mana. If you have
I'm more worried about the scenario where I have like 2 or 3 of these in my hand that like I'm just getting killed.
Soon you solve that problem. You cast one and then you discard another one.
Oh, sure. I never remember that. It's the old Merfolk looter thing. Like, yeah, play 10 of them. You'll just discard the ones you don't
No,
use.
I'm being completely serious though. I think
I know.
The fact
I didn't
that this
think of
only
that.
ends up costing you 3 mana means that once you get to the point where you can cast it, it's pretty efficient. It's actually an efficient card. So yeah, you shouldn't play 5 of these, but I don't think you're ever going to be in a situation where you're like cutting them from your deck, or you're like, well, I'm not going to take Pour Over the Pages. I'm going to take something pretty poor instead because I already have 2. I just don't think that's going to happen. I think this is a premium card. I think Pour Over the Pages is a B.
Okay. All right. I'm in. I cannot wait to play this card myself. I think that, yeah, I don't think we're going to have any shortage of those as well.
Pour Over the Pages gets a B. It's undeniable.
Yes. What about Press for Answers?
This does not get a B. This is 1 and a blue sorcery, tap target creature, and it's common, so it's a sorcery. Remember, tap target creature, it doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step, investigate. So this is another common investigate card, and this being a sorcery does make it significantly worse. You can basically stop on an opponent's creature for 2 blocks or 1 attack. And 1 attack.
Is that good enough?
It doesn't seem good enough to me.
The sorcery part's kind of a killer, right?
It just makes it a lot weaker than it would be if it was an instant. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, we keep coming back to this over and over again, but with the investigate tacked on, is this another relatively minor effect worth it since we're getting the card back at some point, probably?
Yeah.
Probably not worth it. Again, this just feels like another one of those ones that's a little bit below the bar, even with investigate tacked on, and that we could probably just do a bit better.
Yeah, I like this a little bit less than I liked the white version, which is tap 2 creatures.
Mm-hmm. At instant speed, yeah. Yeah,
that feels like it's going to be a little more effective, and because it has a bit swingier of an effect, whereas this, it's just the effect seems a little marginal. So this looks like a D for me.
Yeah, I think
if you have as well. Spell synergy or clue synergy, I could see going up a little bit, but I'm going to start Press for Answers at a D.
Reckless Scholar is next. This is another reprint. It's 2 and a blue for a 2/1 human wizard and uncommon, and it says tap, target player just draws a card, then discards a card.
It's funny. So when this card was in Zendikar, original Zendikar, it was a marginal playable at best.
Yeah, because you're too busy getting
the format was so fast. There was no synergies or anything with it. In this format, I think this card's a premium card.
I do too.
It's exactly what you want. It fuels Delirium. It's the best Madness enabler, just about, because it costs no mana and draws through your deck to find more Madness cards, and gives you a significant advantage if you can discard Madness cards to it. So, I'm going to give Reckless Scholar like a B+. I could see it actually being an A-, by the way.
Wow. Okay, so you're really high on it.
It just feels like this is the kind of card you want early because it just makes your deck work. There's so many cards it works well with.
Okay. And also it has the ability to just be a looter, right? Which is something that you already tend to value in Limited for smoothing out mana draws, not even the synergy stuff, but just to have as a card that helps you get through your deck. I was going to give it a B-. I'll stick with that for now, but we're both into it.
It might be Reckless, but I'm going to give it a B+. I think Reckless Scholar is just going to be a card you're going to take very early.
How about a card that you're not going to take as early? Rise from the Tides.
Excuse me?
5 and a blue, sorcery.
I will be taking this just as early.
I don't think so.
No.
5 and a blue, sorcery, uncommon. Put a 2/2 black zombie creature token onto the battlefield tapped for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. We've hit on this a few times, and there may be a deck. There may be that plays an inordinate number of sorceries and instants, but when you break down your average Limited deck, usually you'll have something around 15, 16 creatures in that type in a deck. Maybe it's down to 14, or maybe it's up to 18, but somewhere in that range. And then the rest of your cards aren't all instants and sorceries usually. Usually you have some number of enchantments, maybe an artifact in there if you're lucky, a planeswalker or something like that. And you end up playing, 3 to 6, something like that, 3 to 5 copies of instants and sorceries. And that's just a tough sell on a card like Rise from the Tides when, even if you get half of your library milled, if you get 3 zombies for this, you're happy with it. I mean, that's not bad. But even then, that card isn't, amazing. And there's going to be times when you get 0 or 1, and that's pretty awful.
I think that the way to evaluate this card is not like, what does an average Limited deck have? It's more like, what does a Rise from the Tides deck have? Because this is just straight up a build around, right?
Okay.
Obviously, we're slotting it right into that category. You don't just put this in a random deck. It won't do anything, like you said.
Right.
What I'm thinking is, what if there's a deck that has like catalogs, that has those, a bunch of the cards like Press for Answers that give you clues and put dispels in your graveyard. It has like some self-mill cards. If you're lucky, a Reckless Scholar. How good is that deck? Mm-hmm. If Rise from the Tides can make 4 or 5 zombies, the card is quite good. If it can make 3 zombies, it's below rate because they can't block, which is a pretty big drawback. So you're aiming to make like at least 5, hopefully more zombies. That doesn't sound impossible as a finisher. Like, it feels like you could build a deck where you cast this and you get 7 zombies out of it on, like, turn 8 or 9. The problem is surviving till then when you're just putting a bunch of spells in your graveyard. How do you balance those things?
Yeah, I don't think you can. Like, I'm super pessimistic about that.
I don't think.
What do you just get all removal spells?
Sounds great to me.
Yeah, I never
kill your creature, bounce your creature.
Yeah,
draw 2, bounce your creature.
Look, I support the game plan. I just don't know how you actually do that because you just don't get that many removal spells.
This
during
looks
the
like
course
a
of the
niche
draft.
build round, but it does look like a thing that can actually happen.
I disagree. I think this card's just god awful.
All right,
I do agree it's a build around though.
Yeah, it's a build around, but you're saying it's like a D or F level build around that basically never happens. I think it's closer to a C level build around where sometimes the tides will align and you will get this deck.
All right, sink back into the tides as it were.
Yes,
Seagraph Scob.
It's 1 and a blue. It's a zombie. It's common and it's a 1/3.
All right, so I guess if you need a 2-drop and or a zombie, you may play this card.
Yeah, there's not there are not that many compelling reasons to put zombies in your deck. There are some, and there's. Obviously, sometimes you just do need a 2-drop. So, Seagraph Scob is a D.
It's just a D. It's like occasionally we'll make the cut if you need a 2-ball. What about turtles? Are there compelling reasons to put turtles into your deck?
Yes, silver-lined snapper. So not silver-lined.
Silverlind. Yeah.
Maybe Silverlind.
Yeah.
So what is the silver lining on this? This is a 5 and a blue for a turtle. It's a 6/6. It's a common.
Okay.
What is going on here? It's a 6-mana 6/6 common turtle, and it can't attack unless you cast a non-creature spell. So it's got prowess, can't attack.
Prowess can't.
This card is just weird.
It's a weird card. Now how okay are you with 6/6 blocker for 6?
It's
a serpent.
Fine. Honestly, in my theoretical Rise from the Tides deck, this is probably just better than Rise from the Tides. You just get a 6/6 blocker and it can just attack every turn.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
If you think about it that way, Rise from the Tides is starting to sound kind of suspect.
Man.
Silverland Snapper is a card I would play one of in a lot of my controlling blue decks.
Yeah.
I would play zero of in any aggressive deck, and I wouldn't be sad if I didn't get one. That's sounding like a D+ to me.
Yeah, I have it at D, but it's just in that occasionally we'll make the cut territory, but not a priority. Now, this next card, I got to say, this feels like a very LSV card to me, but I don't know for sure.
I may have overrated a little in my written review. This is a Silent Observer. This is 3 and a blue for a common. It's a spirit. It's a 1/5 flyer. So it's 4 mana 1/5 flyer.
Blocks everything all day.
Yeah, I do like this card.
It kind of plays like a removal spell, right?
A 5 toughness flyer at common.
It's good.
It doesn't hit very hard, but it can still keep a lot of creatures back.
Yeah.
Or not many creatures can break through it. Sometimes they'll just have 2/2/2s and they can still attack. But I think Silent Observer is good. I think you're going to play it in a lot of your decks.
I do too. I actually think this card's totally fine. Though, the obvious caveat is that this isn't a deck that wants to block, right? That wants to make the game go long. I agree. It's not a great beatdown card, obviously.
It is not. I kind of want to give it a C+. I think it's probably closer to a C. But
yeah, I gave it a C. I have Silent. I really do think that 5 toughness is a lot.
I will give Silent Observer a C, but in the decks that want it, this is very good.
Yeah, it should just say something about like you get to cash in an additional clue token just for putting this in your deck because it probably buys you about that much time. Sleep Paralysis. Remember when blue didn't get removal? 3 and a blue, enchantment aura, common, enchant creature. When sleep paralysis enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature, and enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Man, I mean, this is about as close as you get to just hard removal for blue, right? I mean, this says, get that thing out of here, basically.
It's Claustrophobia, which isn't original in Innistrad, but it costs 1 more mana, 1 fewer blue mana. But this is splashable. This is the blue isolation zone, right? I mean,
yes.
Tapping down a creature immediately when you play it and making it not untap does make it so the creature doesn't really do much. There are very few creatures that do anything under those circumstances. So, Sleep Paralysis, I think I've got to give this a B.
I do too. This is just hard removal in blue. And yes, there's some sacrifice things that maybe they get some value. No removal's perfect, but my goodness, Sleep Paralysis, again, in blue, that's the key here. I mean, this feels like a card that you'd be pretty happy to play in a lot of other colors. And the fact that it's in in blue makes it really stand out. I think Sleep Paralysis is going to be played early and often, even if it isn't super efficient at 4 mana sorcery speed.
Yeah, you're not going to pass this card very often.
No.
So we're giving Sleep Paralysis a B. Next up is Stitched Mangler. Speaking of cards I mangled in my review, I don't know why I didn't think this card was good. This was 2 and a blue for a common. It's a zombie horror. It's a 2/3 that enters the battlefield tapped. And when it enters the battlefield, you tap a creature an opponent controls, and that creature doesn't untap during their controller's next untap. So
yeah, this one's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a Frostlynx, if you remember.
Yeah.
But it comes into play tapped, except it's a 2/3 instead of a 2/2. So yeah, this card is good.
It is, and you get to untap your Stitch Mangler the turn before. They get to untap what it tapped down. So if you are looking to beat down, you can often get a hit in with it first.
Yeah, I think Stitch Mangler is going to end up as like a C+. It might even be B-, honestly. But
I think it's a C+.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to give Stitch Mangler a C+ then.
Yeah. This next one I like a lot. Stitchwing Scob. It's 3 and a blue for a 3/1 zombie horror at uncommon. It's got flying, and you can pay 1 and a blue and discard 2 cards. That's a steep payment, but you get to return it to from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I like this card a lot.
It's quite good. 4 mana for a 3/1 flyer is slightly below where you want to be, right? You want a 3/2, and even then you're not like overjoyed. But that second ability is very good.
Very good.
First of all, in the late game, it just means that you can just keep getting this back, right? Because you can discard like lands if you've got enough lands, or you can discard cards that just aren't good. Like you just have to hold all your cards. Any ones that you don't want to play eventually turn into half a Stitchwing Scob. It also enables Madness and Delirium quite nicely. It's also a Madness outlet that your opponent basically can't kill. In fact, the only way to stop you from madnessing is to not kill it.
And then it kills you.
Right, because like Reckless Scholar, if your opponent kills it, you might get stuck with Madness cards in hand. Stitchwing Scob, you're going to have access to this ability for a large portion of the game because your opponent's going to have to deal with a 3/1 flyer. That's the downside of 3/1 flyers is that they die easily because they do kill your opponent quite effectively.
Yeah. I like that you can take this either direction as well. If you are, ahead or whatever, you can be down with it in the air, and it's a quick clock. But if you're not, the 3 power does trade off for a lot of creatures that cost 3, 4, sometimes even 5 mana. And now you're playing the grind game where you're discarding 2 cards that you didn't want and getting back your Stitchwing Scob. Also, you can do that at instant speed. It doesn't say anything about sorcery. So, you can leave up some mana. Then on your opponent's end step, you can return it to the battlefield tapped. It untaps on your turn and it's ready to rumble or block the next turn or whatever. I like this card. I just think it's a good grind card, and it's a good way to manage your resources in a way that's pretty effective.
Yeah, I like that it's good in any blue deck, and then gets better if you have synergy with it. So It's got a lot going for it. It's a zombie too, if you care about that. So
yeah, I would give it a B. I think Stitchwing Scob's just a solid B.
Stitchwing Scob is a B.
Stormrider Spirit.
It's 4 and a blue for Spirit at common. It's a 3/3. It has flash and flying.
Okay.
So, yeah, we've played with this card in many iterations. It is a fine card.
It's always just okay. It's the real question is, do you have a spot at the 5 mana position for it? And if you do, you'll play it.
It does get a little better in this set. Cards that you can play at instant speed do universally get better in this set because of all the clues, because there's a number of kind of expensive instants or instant-like effects. It just means that leaving mana up is A, less suspicious. Your opponent's going to attack into it more often than in like a core set where there's very few reasons to do that. Mm-hmm. And B, less cost, because if you leave your mana up for this in a counterspell and then they don't play into the counterspell, you can play this or vice versa. So
right.
That all being said, it's still, I think, like a C-, but
yeah, I have it at
card.
C. Yeah, it's like one of those cards that it'll see play most of the time. Yeah.
So next up, or that's Stormrider Spirit at C-, and next up we've got Trail of Evidence. Really cool art, by the way. Actually,
yeah, that is gorgeous.
It says 2 and a blue enchantment at uncommon. Another build around. They're going deep on these, and this is whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, investigate.
I love that they're going deep, but this falls into that same problem that I mentioned for a couple of other cards here, which is just it is so difficult to get a lot of instant sorceries in your deck and still have a deck that can hang on board. Limited is all about creatures, period. Limited magic is about attacking and blocking with creatures. And the way that you build a control deck in limited is not to draft, 12 removal spells. That never happens. Instead, you end up drafting defensive creatures that enable you to make the game go long. And that makes Trail of Evidence just very, very difficult to set up because you only can have so many instants and sorceries in your deck before it starts becoming just bad. Before your deck just starts to become, inadequate and not able to keep up with even a mediocre opponent's deck. So again, I love to see these build arounds, but I'm going to have to be beaten by a Trail of Evidence a few times before I try this thing out. And this is coming from somebody who can't wait to, make a bunch of clues and start sacrificing them for value.
Yeah, this card more than almost, I guess this and Ongoing Investigation really highlight for me that being clue flooded seems like a real thing. So we'll see how that ends up playing out or not. That they're, as someone who likes spinning wheels, you can only spin so many wheels before, but before things catch up to you.
Yeah, it's clearly a build around, but I do have it in that low category of the D or F category of build around.
Maybe it's just a function of the recent sets, but it is kind of sad that most of the things we put in the build around category is just really code for like don't play this.
I know that has been the case. It is very difficult to make a good build around because if they push it too much, then it just becomes too good. So
yeah,
tough deal for R&D there. Our last blue card,
Vessel of Paramnesia. So this is the blue vessel. This is 1 and a blue. It's an enchantment at common, and it says blue sacrifice vessel. Target player puts the top 3 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. Draw a card. I like this
card. That's kind of cool.
It's going to sneak its way into a lot of decks.
I agree.
You can mill yourself, and when you do that, you can put an enchantment in your graveyard plus whatever you mill. So it helps trigger Delirium. It helps trigger all the like graveyard matter stuff. It also doesn't cost you a card. It does draw you a card. So it's 3 mana total, but broken up into 2 plus 1. It seems decent. This is not a card I think you're going to put in your deck to mill your opponent. That's generally not going to be the case. But hey, you never know.
You never know. We did see a couple of mill strategies. But
all that together does still make it like I think a C-. Like
I think so too.
I like a lot of blue decks just won't put this in their deck.
Yeah, it could be a D plus, it could be a C minus, but the effect is minor. But when you go in for synergy, if you are going for delirium, Vessel of Paramnesia is a great way to get it going. I mean, it could do it on its own. Like it's not impossible, right? You get 3 cards off your library plus this enchantment. If they're all different types, you could technically do it.
Technically, yes.
Yeah, it's not going to happen often, but I think
it's going to happen to human beings on this planet. I'm just not one of them.
No, sure. Just the once, he says. But, I will say that, you will often have 3/4 of delirium set up after cracking your vessel. That'll happen pretty often. So, yeah, but it's not, it's D plus, C minus level card. Blue looks fun. I know, I'll tell you what, I'm excited to play with it. I don't know ultimately where it's going to land on the power level scale, but I'll probably just ignore that and play this stuff anyway.
Blue fits a lot of what we want to do, which is both good and bad. So, to be fair to all our listeners, like everyone knows we do like these cards, like Trail of Mystery is the kind of card, ongoing investigation, where we're like, how can we use this? How can we get value from this? But, we do have to respect, like, what is actually good in the format. In Magic Origins, we said, hey, you should take your Topan Free Blades and attack your opponent.
Right.
So we're not trying to lead you down the wrong trail here, but what we're saying is a lot of these cards are appealing to our sensibilities, and we'll see if they deliver. If not, maybe you draft your Niblis of Dusk and your Sleep Paralysis and you just play normal blue decks, and that's fine. But hey, you never know. If ongoing investigation, Trail of Mystery, and especially the Rise from the Tides are things, we're going to discover that, and we'll let you know.
Yeah, and we'll take one for the team, right? We'll push forth into that territory for you, dear listener.
This is the sacrifice we're willing to make because we care about the listeners so much.
Moving on to black now, we've got, let's see, our first card, we're going to go back to the double face here, Luis, is a Cursed Witch, or as you would say, a Cursed Witch. This one is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 4/2 human shaman at uncommon. It says spells your opponents cast that target a Cursed Witch costs 1 less to cast.
Sweet.
Which is okay.
A minor downside, but sure.
Yeah, sure. It says when a Cursed Witch dies, return it to the battlefield transformed under your control, attached to target opponent. And as you might have guessed, it's an aura curse that enchants a player. This is getting weird. It's called Infectious Curse, and it says spells you cast that target enchanted player cost 1 less to cast, and at the beginning of enchanted player's upkeep, that player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life.
This card is incredibly good.
Is it awesome?
It is.
I actually just can't figure out this card. I saw it before. I read it a few times, and I just thought, I cannot figure out what the heck's going on with this thing, and I took something else. So,
well, it's a 4 mana 4/2 to start with, which that's pretty mediocre. Mm-hmm. The fact that their spells cost 1 less to target it is, obviously it's a downside, but again, not a very big one. They're going to save 1 mana because they're not targeting it with 3 different spells.
Yeah, not a big deal.
Thing is, when it dies, even ignoring the part about your spells that target them being cheaper, because that's just really not a thing at all, the fact that they lose a life and you gain a life every turn, and it's really hard to remove, they need enchantment removal to kill it, that's really good.
Okay. That's the hard part for me, is figuring out how that lines up, right? Because if it's 2 a turn, then I know that's great. We've had cards like that.
But
right. But 1 is a little bit, I don't know if that's quick enough or if that does what I want to do.
Well, if there's an enchantment that's just 1 and a black enchant player and they lose a life and you gain a life a turn,
yeah,
that would be great.
I would play that. Yeah,
that card would be very good. And I think this is better than that card.
Oh, okay,
interesting. It's a 4 mana 4/2, which is going to just trade for a card. Even if it's trading down, you still got a card out of it. And then it turns into that card. It turns into the drain you every turn. Plus, if you randomly want to target them, I guess your spell is cheaper. But yeah.
Okay. So you think this card's powerful, and you're definitely convincing me of that. Now, the question that I have is, what shell does this go in? Is this in a control shell where you just sit back on this thing? Or is this something that you want to put into a deck where you're trying to beat down, and when they trade off for your Cursed Witch, then, you get this extra clock that's very difficult to interact with?
The thing that's so great about Cursed Witch is that it's just good in both those decks. It's good in every deck.
Ah, okay.
And it's better in a beatdown deck. If you get them to 6 and then start draining them, it's obviously better than a control deck. But the control deck puts the extra life you gain to use better. So,
sure.
Cursed Witch is just a great card. I think Cursed Witch is a B+.
Okay, I'm going to give it a B minus because I have to play with the card this complex before I know. Next is Heir of Falconwrath, and man, this card's good. It's 1 and a black for a 2/1 vampire at uncommon, and it has the ability, discard a card, transform Heir of Falconwrath. You can only activate this ability once each turn, but we'll note here that that's not sorcery speed. You can do it whenever you want, and it transforms into Heir of the Night, a vampire berserker, and it's a 3/2 with flying. That seems very good to me.
It's a great card. You would put this in any normal deck, especially if you're aggressive, because you can play this as a 2-mana 2/1. If they don't have a blocker, you probably just hit them for 2, play another card. Eventually, if the board stalls, you just discard a card and you start attacking them with a 3/2 flyer.
Yeah.
And then, of course, this set, the discard has a lot of extra abilities because it triggers all your madness. It can kind of help fuel delirium. Heir of Falconwrath is just the exact card that like Black-Red Vampires loves, and pretty much any black deck will be happy to play.
Yeah, this just seems like a rock-solid B to me.
Yeah, I'll give Heir of Falconwrath gets a B.
Okay, next we've got Kindly Stranger. This is our last transform card for black. It's 2 and a black for a 2/3 human. It's uncommon. Okay, it has Delirium. You can pay 2 and a black to transform Kindly Stranger, but only if you have Delirium. So it transforms over into Demon-Possessed Witch. Yeah, it looks like not quite as kind as on the front side. It's a 4/3 human shaman. And it says when this creature transforms into Demon-Possessed Witch, you may destroy target creature.
I will destroy target creature.
Whoa. That's some upside.
Kindly Stranger is a great card. Basically, she's a 3-mana 2/3 for some part of the game. And that's fine. I mean, that's not great, but that's certainly playable. And then at some point, she just becomes 3 mana, get +2/+0 and kill any creature. Like
that is absurd.
And late in the game, this is essentially a 6-mana 4/3 that kills any creature, which you would always put in your deck and always play. So I think Demon-Possessed Witch is great. You do have to do a little bit of work to get the Delirium going, but the fact that this is just passable early and really good late, because I'm assuming, if a game lasts till turn 7 through 10 or whatever, you're going to be pretty close to Delirium even without trying very hard. So Kindly Stranger looks like a kind of fantastic card in those circumstances.
Also, I have to note here that when you get to Delirium, you're going to pay the 2 and a black, but you can do that whenever you want. So you just have like a thing on the board that just says at any point I can pay 3 mana and kill any one of your creatures at instant speed.
Yeah, that is great.
Your opponent's just sitting there with combat tricks like, what am I supposed to do here, right? And then, by the way, it does become a 4/3 on the other side, and that's a beater too. So you're going to get something out of the way and be able to start attacking. Wow, this card just seems fantastic to me.
It definitely is. The black double-faced cards are very good.
Jeez, they push these. Yeah, they are uncommon, so we do expect a power bump, but these seem push. These are nice.
So do you have Kindly Stranger at B or B+?
I have it at B+.
All right, I'm good with that. So Kindly Stranger gets a B+, which moves us towards our single-faced cards.
Yes, so let's get
starting
into those.
with Alms of the Vein. This is 2 and a black, sorcery. Target opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. Madness, black. So you can Madness it for 1 mana, cast it for 3 mana, and it's a drain for 3. I don't anticipate playing this card very often.
No, I don't think so either.
It's just straight up, it's not quite there. It's a 6-point life swing, which, I mean, that's not bad, especially if you're, like, the beatdown mirror is where this kind of card would be at its best. The madness part is just not that big of a carrot, right? Like, you can spend some effort to pay it for 1 mana, but this is the kind of effect you don't play till late game anyway. So the biggest benefit from madness is that you can discard a card as a cost and then use this to pay for that cost. But I don't know. I don't see myself playing Alms of the Vein all that often. I think I'm probably going to give it a D.
Yeah, I think Alms of the Vein is a D as well. I am looking forward to figuring out that whole that whole madness thing, though, about if it's like any effect, is it good enough? If that's the case, then this would go up.
If you have 4 cards that discard for good value, then you might want to put just even bad madness cards like this in your deck.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. All right, what about behind the scenes?
This is 2 and a black for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says creatures you control have skulk. So remember, they can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Mm-hmm. And it also has the ability 4 and a white. So this is kind of one of the gold card enchantment cycle, or off-color activated enchantment cycle. 4 and a white, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn.
Interesting. Huh. Yeah, so normally I don't like enchantments like this. I wonder if the ability, if the activated ability though changes that. If I can actually pay the 4 and a white, does that make it good? The trick here, of course, being that you can attack with your smaller creatures. They are not able to be blocked, and once they are not blocked, then you can activate behind the scenes one or even 2 times.
That's what the combo is.
Well, you knew what it was, and then give yourself in for a whole bunch of damage.
Right? Like, they have a 3/3 and a 2/2. You attack with your 2/2 and your 3/3. They have to like block 2/2 on 2/2 and 3/3 on 3/3, and then you just use behind the scenes. Bam.
Yeah, crunch.
They got. So
yeah, or if you have a bunch of 1/1s, just a bunch of small creatures, they basically can't be blocked, and then you can pump them up and maybe get a win in a couple of turns with behind the scenes.
So all that together, it means 2 things to me. One, I can never imagine playing this deck outside of a deck that has white and black mana.
Right.
And then 2, there just isn't that much room for cards like this in your deck most of the time.
No, there's really not.
So I'm going to have to give behind the scenes I'll probably give it a C, just because I think that only for black-white decks, because I think that having this as like one of your like finisher type cards in that slot could be effective. I'm probably going to give it a C- actually.
Yeah, I was going to give it a D, but it is tough because if it is in black-white, it might very well make the cut, more percentage of the time than it seems.
Behind the scenes gets a C- aggregate rating.
Yep. Biting Rain is 2 black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says all creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn, and it's also got Madness for 2 and a black.
So this is the Infest effect, the -2/-2 effect.
We have seen these pretty consistently out of the last few sets.
And this one costs 4 to start with, which puts it 1 above where I really want to pay. Rising Miasma was not particularly good in the last block, and the Eyeblight Massacre not particularly great in Origins. So I'm expecting this to not be particularly great, but Madness 2 and a black means you can again pay a cost by discarding this, and it's now instant speed, which that does change things a bit. I think that the Madness decks are going to skew aggressive though. So I'm going to say that Biting Rain is a D, but has pretty good sideboard potential.
Yeah, would you like to put it in the sideboard slot?
You can almost just put it in the sideboard slot.
Yeah.
I think that control decks will main deck this, and it'll be passable, but a lot of decks are just not going to want to play this. If this kills a third of your creatures, you just shouldn't put it in your deck.
Right.
And so I think this is a really good sideboard card, though. This is a marginal main deck and really good sideboard card.
Yeah, I like it in the sideboard, too. That's where I'll start it out until proven otherwise.
So Biting Rain gets a sideboard grade, and that leads us to Call the Bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
It says 1 and a black enchantment. It's uncommon. And it says 1, discard a card. Put a 1/1 black Vampire Knight token with lifelink onto the battlefield. Activate this ability only once each turn.
Oof, I like that one.
I think this card's good.
Yeah, me too.
It doesn't take that many discards before you're getting pretty close to this justifying itself, even when you're not doing combos, because
2, right? I mean, 2 you're like pretty happy, or maybe not happy, but
I would say between 2 and 3, because if you play this and discard a card, you spent 2 cards to make a 1/1. That's not a very good deal. But if you discard 2 or 3 cards, you spent like 3 or 4 cards to make 2 or 3 1/1s with lifelink. And at that point, you're probably discarding cards that are not worth a full card anymore, like, land number 7, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that gets there. And then, of course, it's very good with Madness. It's a 1-mana Madness outlet that stays on the board basically the entire game. Your opponent's never going to kill it.
Right.
And it's good with Delirium. You can just pitch lands. You can pitch whatever other card types you need to get Delirium. So
also, one thing to note, Luis, is that it says activates this ability only once each turn, but that means you could do it on your turn and your opponent's turn as well.
Exactly. So you're able to...
You can build a board pretty quickly with this.
You're able to throw as many cards at this as you're going to want. Like, you're going to run out of cards far before you run out of turns.
Yeah. Especially
since one of lifelinkers do draw out the game. So
they really do.
I think Call the Bloodline's going to be an important card. It just fits very well in a lot of the themes that are going on, while also being a kind of reasonable late game card by itself. So
I like the early goal, by the way, of assembling the behind the scenes Call the Bloodline combo.
Yeah,
that does seem pretty good, right?
I mean, you wasted 2 cards on do nothing enchantments, but the combination is good.
You got to have dreams.
Yeah, I'm going to give Call the Bloodline a B.
I will too.
I think people are going to take this card and it's going to perform.
I do too. Yeah, that's a steep cost, but you can mitigate that in many ways. Let's look at Creeping Dead. That's 3 and a black for an enchantment. Wow, another enchantment and uncommon. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player discards a card. Each opponent who discarded a card that shares a card type with a card you discarded loses 3 life.
This card is amazing.
Come on, it's not.
Or terrible.
It's
one of the
awful.
two for sure.
Yeah, I am really not excited about Creeping Dead. This is a kind of cool card that I could see somebody trying to build something around and construct it maybe, or playing around with it in fun formats. But I don't think I'll ever play Creeping Dead in limited unless I'm just way off base here.
There are matchups where this can punish your opponent. Basically, if you can empty your hand before your opponent, then they're discarding a card every turn and you're not. But this costs 4 mana. Those kind of decks don't want to play a 4 mana that doesn't affect the board. And
also, they know it's coming.
Yeah, there is some kind of like shell game with discarding the card that shares types to make them lose life. But I think Creeping Dead, I think it's an F. I think that you may side it in with a low curve deck against a high curve deck, but even then, it doesn't sound that great.
Yeah, I like it at F.
It's a madness enabler for you and I guess your opponent. But yeah, we'll give Creeping Dread an F and maybe be proven wrong. This card's weird enough that I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah. Crow of Dark Tidings is 2 and a black for a 2/1 flying zombie bird at common. And it says when it enters the battlefield or dies, put the top 2 cards of your library in your graveyard. And, one thing we should mention here is that that's a benefit. Right? Like
it definitely is.
A lot of people don't like milling. They equate it to removal or bad things happening. But the truth is it's completely random. So therefore it has no adverse effect or positive effect on average, except for the fact that you're enabling all types of cool stuff in this format with this type of effect.
I see you too saw the discussion spawned by my set review.
Did I?
There was a discussion today about just that because someone commented.
I did catch that comment.
Yeah, because it spilled over to Twitter.
Yes.
Basically, the comment saying like, "Why would you ever play this card? It mills 4 of your cards. You lose 4 cards." So that's a very reasonable place to come from. A lot of people do think that way. So in a normal set, this is a slight drawback, but not a very impactful one because cards you mill you can just basically treat them as random cards from your deck, and removing 4 random cards from your deck is not going to change much. But in this set, it is a substantial upside. There are cards that you can exile from your graveyard for effects. It does fuel delirium. The various zombies have effects in the graveyard or have, cards that care about cards in the graveyard. So Crow of Dark Tidings is a 3 mana 2/1 flyer with upside, and that sounds exactly like a C+ to me.
I'm into C+ for Crow of Dark Tidings too. Oh, this next one I like a lot, Luis.
The Marshall Sutcliffe?
Sure, I'll call it that. The Deadweight, I'm in. Black mana, aura, common, enchanted creature gets -2/-2.
Without having played with this card, because this was an original Innistrad, I could see how people might not think that this card is as good as we're going to say it is. But Deadweight is so efficient.
It's so good.
And so effective. The fact that you can use it on a 3/3 and make it into a 1/1 is very real. If it was just 1 mana deal 2, like a shock, it would not nearly be as good. This also doesn't get hit by giant growths because you put this on their 3/2 and they cast +2/+2 into a turn. Guess what? It still dies at the end of the turn. This is an enchantment.
Exactly. One side benefit is that it will sometimes put an enchantment into your graveyard.
That's exactly what I was about to say. It fuels delirium. So Deadweight is a B. It is that efficient.
I agree.
So you're going to take this card a lot of times you see it. I think it's the best black common.
Yeah, early and often. What about Farbog Revenant?
This is 2 and a black for 1/3 spirit. It's common. It has Skulk and Lifelink. So I think this is a kind of neat little card.
I actually like this card quite a bit. I think this one's doesn't look particularly exciting, but it's going to overperform in games.
Definitely, it blocks well. It blocks 2-power creatures, and you get a life every time. So it's good, decent on defense. There are some boards where your opponent's just not going to have 1-power creatures, so you're just going to sneak in for a 2-point life swing every turn. It plays really well with pump spells, especially post blocks. Because there's lifelink. I think overall Farbog Revenant is going to make the cut. I have this at C+ as well.
Me too. I think you're going to play that a lot more often than you might think at first glance. Ghoul Caller's Accomplice is 1 and a black for a 2/2 human rogue at common. So 2/2 for 2, and it's got the activated ability of pay 3 and a black and exile it from your graveyard, and you get a 2/2 black zombie creature token onto the battlefield. You can only do that at sorcery speed.
I like Ghoul Caller's Accomplice.
Not really a lot to complain about here, right?
No, it's a 2 mana 2/2 with late game value. It's slight card advantage. It gives you another 2/2 for 4 mana. But no card cost. That is a 2-for-1. You have to do a little work for it, but not really all that much.
No. And we've been talking about discarding for value a lot here, right?
Yeah, milling yourself for value.
Milling yourself for value. Yeah, these are the type of cards that really can add up in a super grindy strategy.
I don't think you're ever cutting Ghoul Color's Accomplice from a black deck. So this I mean, it feels like a lot of black commons are in the same range, which is the C+ range, which is a good place to be.
I like that too. Next, we've got Ghoul Steed, which is 4 and a black for a 4/4 zombie horse. It's uncommon. And it says 2 and a black, discard 2 cards, return Ghoul Steed from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped.
Yeah.
Woof. And again, there's a lot of things that you have to consider on these, right? Does it enter the battlefield tapped when it comes back from the graveyard? Yes, in this case, but Ghoul Color's Accomplice, the zombie, doesn't. Also, when can you do this? For example, on Ghoul Color's Accomplice, it's only when you can cast a sorcery, but Ghoul Steed, you can do it anytime you want. So there are some different knobs that they've turned on these bringing creatures back thing, whether they're tapped and when you can do them, and of course what the cost is. This one is a steep cost, right? I mean, you're getting a 4/4 for 5 mana, vanilla otherwise, nothing super exciting there, but maybe playable. And then discarding 2 cards plus 3 mana is a big cost to pay to get this thing back.
It is a big cost, but you didn't pay that much to begin with. This is a 5 mana 4/4.
Yeah, playable.
Yeah, which is, I mean, on the low end of playable, but still playable. Mm-hmm. And discarding 2 cards, see, again, one of the things we have to point out when we have all these discard as cost cards, even setting aside Madness, even if this was in a set without Madness, you're not 2-for-1ing yourself to put the horse into play, because you are going to be able to discard cards that are worth less. I mean, obviously you don't want to be in a position where you have a bunch of cards in your hand that aren't worth a card, but that's just how it works. Again, your land number 7 is often not worth a card. You know, the 2 mana 2/2 you put in your deck because you need early game is just not quite as much as a full card in the late game. So you're able to get back Ghoul Steed at not a terrible rate.
Okay. I mean, you're going to play one of these, I guess, in most of your...
Yeah, you're going to play it. I don't think you have to play it. If you've got no synergies with it, if you've got no Delirium, if you've got no Madness, if you have no discard or self-mill, then you can just leave Ghoul Steed out, because recasting a 4/4 tapped is not necessarily what you want to be doing on turn 6 or 7.
Right.
So I'm okay with leaving it out, but it's a fine card. I give Ghoul Steed a C.
Okay, I think C is good for Ghoul Steed as well.
Next up is Gisa's Bidding. This is 2 black for a sorcery, uncommon. Put 2/2 black zombie creatures onto the battlefield. It also has Madness, 2 and a black.
Oh, I like this card.
Yeah, 4 mana for 2/2s is already good. I mean, we saw that in Moan of the Unhallowed the first time Innistrad came around. Yeah. And this has the advantage of Madness, and note these are not tapped zombies, so if you Madness this at instant speed, you get to block, you get to ambush your opponent. And again, you can discard this to a looter or to pay some other cost and value it. I think Gisa's Bidding is quite good. I would give this a B-.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think that this card is going to be a staple uncommon for black. I think that, you're going to be picking these relatively early and always playing them in your black deck. Next, we've got Grotesque Mutation. 1 and a black for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 and gains lifelink until end of turn. Instant speed, pretty decent little combat trick here, all told, right? The fact that it pumps up the toughness a little bit, the fact that it's +3 on the power, which is significant, and then the lifelink, on an unblocked creature, or heck, even on a blocked creature, that's a big life swing you can get out of Grotesque Mutation.
It's not going to win all the combats. Like, often you're going to have, your 4/4 is getting in a fight with their 5/4, and this just won't save your creature. But yeah, you're going to get 6 to 8 life out of this a decent amount of the time. And
yeah.
That's a big swing.
That's worth 2 mana for sure.
I would say so. This is still a combat trick. It's still not even like the best card. It also looks really gross. I don't want to see this.
It is disgusting.
I don't want to see this in my hand or on my hand. Yeah. So I think I'm just going to give Grotesque Mutation a C, and I will almost never fault you for playing it, but I can see cutting it all the time.
Yeah, for sure. I gave it a C-, but whatever. Combat tricks. Hound of the Farbogs is 4 and a black for a 5/3 zombie hound at common. So 5/3 for 5, sure. It's got Delirium. It has Menace, as long as you've got Delirium going.
It's so weird. This is just Geyserfield Stalker all over again.
Yeah.
I don't like this card. You're just not going to play it very often. The toughness is too low, and the Delirium is not going to happen often enough to make it really unblockable or, hard to block. And it's also not enough of a payoff to put it in a deck that's working towards Delirium. So I just don't see where exactly this all fits in.
I don't know.
I'm going to give Hound of the Farbogs a D.
I give it a D too.
It's not the end of the world if you've got it in your deck, but you really shouldn't be looking to run this out there.
No, it also runs into the classic how many 5s do you really need problem.
And it gets distracted by zombie bones too easily.
It's burying zombie bones somewhere.
Oh, wait, no, this is the Marshal, the Indulgent Aristocrat. This is...
Oh, come on.
Well, black for a 1/1 vampire and uncommon. So 1 mana 1/1 uncommon vampire. It has
this guy
life.
looks classy.
Yeah, blood fountain and everything.
Yeah.
So it's 1 black for a 1/1 lifelink, and you can pay 2 and sacrifice a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on each vampire you control.
That is a super interesting design, right? Because
it's very powerful, but also it takes some work.
It takes some serious work. Not only do you need to have other vampires and some critical mass of them to make it worth it, you're also sacrificing creatures, which is real. That's a real thing. That being said, God, I think they may once again have made a 1-drop that I'll play. It has to go in the right deck, right? You really do need to have, at least a few vampires around to make it worth it. But even in your worst spot, it does put a counter on itself, right? 2 sack a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this. You could do worse.
If it was a 1 mana 1/1 lifelink and you can pay 2 and sack a creature, put a counter on it, I don't think you play it all that often.
No,
but it wouldn't be unheard of. But it wouldn't be. You'd have to have a lot of like free tokens to make that really work. But the fact that a lot of red and black creatures are vampires makes this a pretty impressive build around. So I think this actually fits into the build around category. You're not going to play it by itself. And you're going to try to do some work to give it fuel, to give it, fodder to fill up those blood fountains. And when you do those things, when you have a deck with like 10 vampires, when you have a deck that has creatures that are low cost to sacrifice or multiple tokens at once, this card seems like it's really good. So I think this is like a B level build around. A B
build around, right?
Where the reward is very high, but you do have to work towards it.
I'm thirsty all of a sudden. Liliana's Indignation. This is another uncommon at sorcery. It's black X. It says put the top X cards of your library into your graveyard. Target player loses 2 life for each creature card put into your graveyard this way. The kind of card I tend to avoid,
Yeah, I don't see myself playing all that often.
Yeah. I mean, how badly do you, we've noticed a lot of incidental ways to make Delirium happen and to make, self-mill graveyard type things happen. I don't know that you need to use a card dedicated just to doing that. I'm assuming that the loses 2 life is going to be too variable to be awesome game in and game out. You're probably going to have them lose somewhere between 0 and 4 life, on your average, Liliana's Indignation for 4 or whatever. If that's the case, then I'm pretty much out on this card. It's just not really the strategy I want to go for. I would much prefer to mill myself for value, discard cards to madness or, just discarding cards for value on board rather than using entire card slots dedicated just to make that happen with the kind of loses 2 life upside attached to it.
Exactly. Both of the 2 things this provides you, which is filling your graveyard and maybe nugging your opponent for 4 to 6 life, those aren't really card things or abilities you want in the same deck or at the same time.
Right. Exactly.
I don't want to fill up my graveyard for Rise of the Drownyard, the zombie making card, and make them lose 4 life. That's what
the zombies are for.
Exactly. And the rate isn't good enough on either of them.
Right.
I could see a deck play this. I think if you're an aggressive deck, which somehow ends up with like 20 creatures in it,
yep,
then
this is your fireball.
Yeah, I guess you're paying, but it's still just like an inconsistent fireball that fireballs them.
Yeah,
I think Liliana's Indignation. This just looks like an F to me.
It does look like an F to me as well, though I do plan on losing to it exactly 1 time over the course of the.
How would you describe your emotional state when that happens?
Full blown.
Would you be indignant?
Macabre Waltz is next. It's 1 and a black for a sorcery at common. It says return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand and then discard a card. And this is a card that's a reprint as well. And it saw a bit of play, but God, I gotta say, it might fit in really well into this set.
This card is much better than when it showed up at Dissension, which is draftable online, by the way, if you like flashbacks. So yeah, Macabre Waltz, it is, first of all, a madness enabler. You can not only play your cards cheaper because you're waltzing, especially you waltz back a madness creature, mind blown.
Boom. That does work, right? Because of the ordering?
Well, it says then discard.
Then discard a card. So yeah, that's sweet.
If it said discard a card, then return the creatures, it would work not nearly as well. So yeah, you can get back a Madness creature, put it right into play, you know, if you have the mana. And this is cheap enough. That's the thing, is because you're discarding, you're actually paying less mana, and that's how it's balanced, and then that works so perfectly with Madness. You can also, if you already have a Madness creature, like return 2 other creatures, then discard a Madness creature to pay that cost and, you know, end up 2 cards or whatever.
Yeah. And we keep saying this over and over, but it's also Delirium Enabler. And it actually is very clean in that way because land is one of the more difficult ones to get into your graveyard. And oftentimes with Macabre Waltz, you would play it. This was in Origins also, and then discard an addition, a land that you had been sandbagging for a while to get, effectively 2 creatures in your hand for 1 card. So yeah, I don't know. This just seems to be one of those sleepers. I don't expect it to be a power play, but I do expect people to be able to get, more value than on the face of the card out of Macabre Waltz.
It's the kind of card I want exactly one of in a lot of my decks, and maybe in a really dedicated deck too. But for the most part, yeah, you're going to want one of these. So
is it a C? Is it a C minus? Like, because this is.
I think this is a C.
Okay.
The first one's a C. It becomes like a D afterwards, just because this is the kind of situational card you don't want to draw too many of. Because sometimes you just have this and there's just 1 creature or 0 creatures in your graveyard.
Yeah.
But I can also imagine decks that are good at filling their graveyard that just want like 2. I can't really imagine 3, but like 2 of these. So yeah. Macabre Waltz gets a solid C with just bear in mind that the first one of these is pretty important. It's a very good addition to those kind of decks.
All right. Next is Merciless Resolve. That is 2 and a black for an instant at common. It says as an additional cost to cast Merciless Resolve, sacrifice a creature or land, draw 2 cards. How far are you willing to go?
As much as I like the second text, the first text here, the first line of sacking a creature or land, this is just not worth the effort.
Now, it is an instant.
It is an instant. You can play it in response to removal.
Yeah, they give you as much flexibility as they can give you with it.
It's a Delirium Enabler, so there's like minor reasons to play this, but...
Sack a land late game?
3 mana, sack a land, draw 2. Late game is just not that great of a card.
It is not that good.
Especially since it's so bad early game. So yeah. I think Merciless Resolve, it looks like a D to me, where if you're really scraping by, maybe you play it, or if you really need to enable Delirium and you want to be able to get lands in your graveyard. But I think for the most part, Merciless Resolve is just going to be a D.
Yeah, I do too. It's cute. I'll probably try to do some things with it, but it's not that powerful. More Crit Necropod. What does this card do?
It's 5 and a black. It's an uncommon slug horror.
That's scary.
Get in there, slugger. It's a 7/7. So it's a 6 mana 7/7. It has menace. But it also says, whenever it attacks or blocks, sacrifice another creature or land.
What?
So it's a 6 mana 7/7 menace, which is a good deal. That by itself would be a card that I would play not every single time, but almost every time, just because if you need a 6-drop, that delivers. The downside is not huge. We just talked about Merciless Resolve and how it wasn't worth it. This kind of is worth it. By the time this is really, moving slowly into action, leaving a disgusting trail behind, you can sack a land, and it's just not the end of the world. You also don't need to use this very many times.
I was going to say, this is a 3-turn clock, right? That's very difficult to interact with in combat because it's huge. 7/7 is massive. Wow. It's funny because I generally shy away from cards that say, if you want to use this, you have to start sacrificing things, but this one's probably worth it. That ends the game so quickly, is so hard to interact with. And I mean, even if you have to block and sacrifice, some cheap creature or a land, you're killing something, right? I mean, this thing is just so huge when you block or even when you're attacking. And even a double block is often going to leave it behind. I think it's, this card actually seems like a really nice little finisher at 6 mana.
It is. I would still give Necropod a C, but I think I would want one in a lot of my decks.
Yeah, C seems about right. I mean, it is still a pretty expensive spell at 6 mana. What about Murderous Compulsion?
So this is 1 and a black, sorcery at common. It says destroy target tapped creature, and it has madness 1 and a black. This card's quite good. This is a good common removal spell. Assassinate was a kind of like staple removal spell for a long time. That's 2 and a black, sorcery, destroy target tapped creatures. So that's already cheaper than that, and we know that card plays well. Madness on this is, one of the cooler parts about Madness is it lets you play the cards as instants, and that really does change what this card does. Because as written as a sorcery, they play a 4/4, you take 4 and then you kill it, or you chump block and then you kill it. But if you can madness this out, you get to kill an attacking creature before it deals damage. So
Right.
this card this pays you for getting madness, even though the actual mana cost is still the same. Burst Compulsion is a fine card. If you're doing no work, it's still very playable. It gets worse in multiples because if you can't madness it out, then every single time you use this, it means a creature successfully attacked you. So you're not going to want like the third or fourth very often. But in a madness deck, you'll take as many as these as you can get. So
you said that you thought that the Deadweight was probably going to be the best black common.
Yes, I think Deadweight is still better than
how
this
does this compare to it? Yeah.
Deadweight is still better than this card. I think this card gets a B- because you're gonna
that's where
you're gonna take it and it's gonna be good. It's not as good in an aggressive deck, and that's a big drawback. And it takes a little bit more finagling to make it quite good. But Murderous Compulsion, B-.
All right, B-. I like it. Olivia's Bloodsworn is 1 and a black for a 2/1 flying vampire soldier. It's an uncommon. It cannot block. Ouch. But it does have an activated ability. You can pay a red mana and give target vampire haste until end of turn. Pretty aggressive card here, right? 2/1 flying for 2 that can't block is already okay, right? If you're looking to beat down, there's nothing wrong with that. And then if you happen to be in red as well, all of a sudden you can start giving your other vampires, or, you can even give this itself haste as well, which is kind of cool if you've got an extra red mana.
And this is Vampire Interloper from Innistrad, and with the red ability, which the red ability is very, very relevant. Yeah, I think any aggressive deck's going to play this in black. It does not need the red mana to play this. And it's one of the better cards in a red-black Vampires deck because, first of all, it's 1 red-black, 2/1 flying haste just by itself. It can target itself.
Yep.
Second of all, if you have one of these in play, I feel like you're just under so much pressure. Yeah. You're probably just going to play one of these, another vampire into this and just like start attacking you. So I give Olivia's Bloodsword a B-. That sometimes you're not going to play this card. You're gonna have a black deck that just doesn't want to attack, and given that this can't block, it just does nothing for you. But the power level when in a deck where it's good is just so high.
Yeah, but that's a really important tip there, right? If you're trying to play a black control deck where you're like self-milling and deliriuming and stuff, this is not the card that you want.
I think it's deliriumizing is the proper conjunction.
I always forget.
See, that's part of the reason that the grades aren't the whole story. Like, exactly. I want to give this a B- because of its power level in the decks where it's good, because you should this card is better than a C or a C+. You should take this card over a C or a C+ early.
It's a significant step above in those decks.
It is, but it's also important to understand that a third of black decks or something along those lines are just not going to put this card in their deck. Right. The fact that it's a B- and the fact that you can't play it are both equally compatible things, and you have to realize that this card is made up of both those parts. So right. Olivia's Bloodsworn gets a B-, but please make sure you're aggressive before you put this in your deck.
Pale Rider of Trostad is next. It's 1 and a black for a 3/3 at uncommon. It's a spirit with Skulk. So you're going to have to give up something for this. It says, whenever Pale Rider of Trostad enters the battlefield, discard a card.
This card's quite good. It's a 2-mana 3/3 Skulk is already pretty good. The Skulk on a 3-power creature, it still does something. It still means their 4/4s can't block it.
Right.
It just does. It gives you less, quote, value than Skulk on a 1/1. This also is a card that enables madness, but in a kind of awkward way. I mean, it does enable madness, right? If you have a Fiery Temper, you can play this on turn 3, and that's just a great turn 3. But it's also a card that you want to play this on turn 2 because that's when 3/3s are at their best. So often this is just going to be a card that 2-for-1s yourself, unless you're discarding a card that has value in the graveyard. Very much you can do that. But those are slight cross purposes. The Madness Delirium decks and the I want to play a 2-mana 3/3 Skulk decks are not quite the same.
No, there's not a ton of crossover there.
But this is powerful in both those decks. Also, the way it's worded, if you play this as the last card in your hand, no downside.
Yeah.
So I would give Pale Rider a C+.
This is the kind of card that scares the crap out of me because it's so all in. But yeah, I think C+ is probably about where you want to be. If you are discarding to not value, that is a steep price to pay. But what you get is great. A 3/3 for 2 mana is going to get in for a ton of damage before your opponent can deal with it.
I do worry about someone just putting this in a mid-range deck, playing it on turn 2, discarding a card, and a mid-range deck really doesn't want to discard its 5th land because it has 5-mana spells in it.
And then they kill it.
And then you might even deal 9 damage to them, and then they kill it or blank it with a blocker. And and then you end up just down a card for no good reason. So
Right.
don't just assume this card is awesome, because it's not just awesome. It is quite good, though, and this is going to lead to some of the more unfair draws. I'm a little worried, actually. There are some pretty nonsense draws floating.
There's some swingy stuff happening here for sure.
I mean, playing a turn 2 Era Falconwrath into a turn 3 like incorrigible use, right? This is the
Yes.
2 mana 3/2 flying after you discard a card into the 4/3 haste madness. Like the game's just over on turn 3. You just got to attack for 7.
Yeah. It's funny. I was chatting with Kenji after we did the pre-release thing for Loading Ready Run, and the deck that he had, he could actually get a turn 4 kill on a mulligan to 6 if left unchecked. And I was like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Yeah." And he played it out for me. And I mean, that's not going to happen very often, but like, wow, right? Like in limited, getting a turn 4 kill, just putting one together is difficult. And he had a pretty straightforward avenue to it. So yeah, there's going to be some pretty swingy draws, I think, out of these type of cards.
Pale Rider is going to factor into those. So
what about Pick the Brain?
Well, just to be clear, we gave Pale Rider a C+.
C+ is what we gave Pale Rider, right?
Pick the Brain, that's going to get a lower grade. This is 2 and a black, sorcery. It's uncommon. Target opponent reveals his or her hand, choose an online card from it, and exile that card. If you have Delirium, you get all the copies of that card. So this is kind of the analog to Invasive Surgery, the one that exiles all the sorceries. It's a coercion. You get to pay 3 mana to look and take their best card, and if you have Delirium, you get all the copies of it, which is just not an ability that's ever going to come up in limited in a relevant fashion, or very, very rarely. So this is just a straight-up sideboard card. I would sideboard this in against other control decks, just because it could take their good 6-drop. But
more likely to play in sealed in the main, right?
Yeah, in a sealed, you're probably going to main deck this, but in general, it's just not the kind of card you really want.
Yeah, I like it for sideboard. Rancid Rats is not a sideboard card. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1 zombie rat at common. It's got Skulk and Death Touch. Yeah, and I got to say, I'm a fan of this one.
Funny little combination of abilities, but they do make sense, because Death Touch is a great defensive ability. You just kind of sit back, you're able to block and kill anything that comes at you. And then Skulk means that if your opponent's not attacking you and they only have 2/2s out, just get in there. Rats off to you, as it were.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be a staple common that you're going to see time and time again. That said, it's not overtly powerful, right? It's just solid and really doesn't ask that much of you. And I think the control decks are going to want at least a couple of copies of Rancid Rats when they can get them. So I don't know. This is a classic, probably a C+ for me. I just think it's a card that is going to be a staple in the format.
Yeah, I have it closer to a C. I think that it is good. I think
you play against a werewolves deck and it's just like Rancid Rats and they're like, ugh.
The card is good. I think the fact that you don't want it in like the aggro decks means that it's closer to a C than a C+ for me, because it's not like insanely good. There's a lot of good commons.
Sure.
But all right, we're gonna give Rancid Rats a C or C+, and that brings us to Rotten Heart Ghoul. This is 3 and a black for a 2/4 zombie at common. When Rotten Heart Ghoul dies, target player discards a card. Great Madness Elf. Great.
You're going to target yourself with it? Is that your plan?
It's
not impossible for that to be truth, but I think for the most part, you'll probably be enabling your opponent's madness with it.
Rotten Heart Ghoul is pretty mediocre. Basically,
yeah, it's middle.
It's a 4-mana 2/4, which is fine. I mean, that's a good baseline, but it's not going to die till later. It doesn't even actually die all that easily. And your opponent just sees it coming from so far away. It's just like you're sitting there like, that's the noise I imagine it making.
I'm looking at the artwork right now. I think you're dead on with that.
Yeah, and I'm going to give Rotten Heart Ghoul a D+.
I gave it a D+ also. I could easily see it not making the cut a decent percentage of the time.
Oh, your favorite card is next. This is a Sanitarium Skeleton.
Yeah.
This is black mana, so 1 black mana for a 1/2 skeleton at common. And it has 2 and a black, return Sanitarium Skeleton from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah,
this is a pretty cool card. If you can set up some pretty neat loops with this, if you've got repeatable discard outlets that get you value going. I don't think it ever crushes, right? It's the fact that you have to pay 3 mana to get it back to your hand's pretty expensive. It's a 4 mana loop. If you want to start discarding for value, you have to cast it, return it, cast it, return it. And that's 4 mana per loop, which is expensive. You're usually going to only be able to do that 1 time a turn or occasionally 2.
Well, it's only 3 mana if you have a looter or something.
Sure.
But yeah, it is not cheap. I would never play more than one of these in my deck unless I really had a ton of ways to use them, because drawing multiple seems horrible.
Yeah. One thing I do like about it is that it is pretty annoying if your opponent is playing Skulk.
Oh, it's a good Skulk blocker.
It can block a lot of stuff, and that's also true, by the way, of the Rancid Rats that we talked about a minute ago. But, I don't love this card. I think that it's asking quite a bit of you. I do think it can set up some really interesting loops and discard scenarios. And, we've talked about, self-mill and, there's my Sanitarium skeleton. I'll get it back. I'll discard it to some, I think that you're going to see it kind of bounce around through the zones and gain you incremental value every time it does, which I think is enticing and has some upside, but it's so bad on its own just as a 1-2 for 1 that it doesn't really affect the board enough. I could see it just being a repeat chump blocker in a certain board states where your opponent just has some big dumb ground creature and you're like, block, return it, replay it, and that is a useful mode for this card as well. So, as you can see, there's actually quite a bit going on with it. It's just none of these things individually is overpowered. I think that you're going to want to try to hit at least 2 angles for Sanitarium Skeleton to really make it pull its weight in your deck. But if you can, I think it does.
This is definitely a niche card. You shouldn't just put this in your deck. Like you said, it's got powerful synergies, but in the average black deck, it's just as a straight up 1 mana 1/2 blocker that you can keep, literally raise deading back from your graveyard.
Yeah.
That's just not mana efficient enough. It's just not enough of a card. The 1/2 is not enough of a card to begin with. So I don't know. I mean, it's not a full build around. It's not like I'm going to make a Sanitarium Skeleton deck. This is a good bolster for the decks that want it, though. It's in a weird spot. So my inclination is to give it a C-.
Yeah, I was going to give it a D+. I think that there's going to be a lot of decks that you just don't play it in. You're just I just don't have the tools to make this card good, and I don't think it's good enough on its own. So, but I think that it quite easily can jump up into the C+ range in certain decks. And so, it's one you're going to want to keep your eye on.
Right. So we'll give Sanitarium Skeleton a D+/C-, but when you want this card, it's going to overperform. It's going to be better than that. So,
and I think
you're only putting this in your deck if it's closer to a C+. And yes, you should not prioritize this. You should be able to pick one up.
All right. What about Shambleback?
This is 1 black for a sorcery. Exile target creature from a graveyard. Put a 2/2 black zombie creature token onto the battlefield. You gain 2 life. And this card is fine. Note you can't cast it on turn 1 unless your opponent somehow put a card in the graveyard.
Right.
Or creature in the graveyard specifically. Since you have to have a target to cast this. That's why this card is not as exciting. Because the time when 1 mana 2/2s are good is in the first couple turns of the game.
Right. Yeah, I find this card very unexciting.
Yeah, it can mess with your opponent's delirium. It can add a sorcery to your graveyard. It can kill when they're near Heath Chaplains, so they don't get their 1/1 spirits.
That's true.
Life.
Is it a sideboard card?
No, it's just not even good enough for a sideboard card.
Yeah.
So this looks like probably an F to me. If you're really short on playables, maybe you could just play this as a 1 mana 2/2 you can play on turn 4 or 5, but that's still just not very good. So I have Shambleback as an F.
I do too. I just don't think we're going to be playing.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a Shambleback fan. So let's just give this an F and move on.
What about Sinister Concoction?
This one's interesting. This is 1 black mana, so 1 mana, enchantment and uncommon. It says black, pay 1 life, put the top card of your library into graveyard, discard a card, sacrifice Sinister Concoction.
That is a lot of payment.
So that's a lot of that's not all it costs.
It's only 1 mana.
1 mana, 1 life, mill yourself for 1, discard a card, sack Sinister Concoction, destroy target creature. No, the ending is good.
I like the ending.
Destroying a creature is good. There are a lot of costs, but it's really just two main costs. So one is you're sacking the concoction. You can only use it once. The other is that you're discarding a card. That's a cost.
Yeah.
Paying a life, I mean, that's a cost, but it's not a big one. It's fairly minor. And milling yourself for 1 is actually upside. So what this does is it puts enchantments into your graveyard, right? It's an enchantment and it gets sacrificed. It also lets you discard anything you want. So this basically gets you to Delirium.
Yes.
This mills you for 1. And you actually mill yourself for 1 before you choose what to discard. So if you mill a land, you can then discard a creature. It also puts an enchantment. So it puts 3 cards into your graveyard. And you have the choice of 2 of them, the concoction and the card you discard. So you should get very close to Delirium off just this card.
Well, and then you just destroy your own creature to get that 4th creature.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. You did it. It's also a powerful effect, so you're not
destroy target creature is great.
Right, you're not getting behind on the board, and it can enable madness. It only costs 1 mana to activate, so you're able to discard a card and then pay a madness cost. So
I gotta say, framing it all up, it's a little bit complex to try to sort through, but I think Sinister Concoction's really good.
It is quite good. It's a, black, discard a card, pay a life to kill target creature would be a good card.
It's fine.
And
totally
that's what this is better than that because
it is.
You can split up the payment. This can sit and play and let you use it whenever you want. You can set up all this madness and delirium stuff. So I'm going to give Sinister Concoction a B.
I think so too, man. There's just enough going on here. I like Sinister Concoction at B. Don't overlook it. It looks like you're paying a lot, but you can really make that work. Stallion of Ashmouth is 3 and a black for a common 3/3 Nightmare Horse. Another one. Or the other one was a zombie horse, wasn't it? This one has Delirium. So if you've got Delirium criteria met, you can pay 1 and a black to give it +1/+1 until end of turn.
I'm not super high on Stallion of Ashmouth.
Me neither.
It's
not terrible.
This is similar to the Farbog Hound, the 5/3 that has Delirium Menace, where without Delirium it's kind of mediocre. This is better. 4 mana 3/3 is better than 5 mana 5/3. But with Delirium, it's not like it's amazing, and this isn't the kind of card that inspires me to work towards Delirium. So
no.
I'm going to give Stallion of Ashmouth a D+. I think you're going to play it in decks that can get to Delirium, or if you just need a 4 mana 3/3, but it's just not spectacular at either role.
Right. I think the key thing to note here is that the payoff isn't huge, right? 1 and a black to pump it, even if you can do it multiple times, is fine, but it's not huge. So yeah, I like D+ on Stallion of Ashmouth. Stromkirk Mentor is a common. It's 3 and a black for a 4/2 Vampire Soldier. And when it enters a battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on another target vampire you control. So there's the second one that references, how many vampires you have, or at least cares.
Vampire Baklagak.
That's a stretch, but yeah.
This has support 1 for vampires only.
Indeed.
Stromkirk Mentor's fine.
It's fine.
Even in a vampire deck, even if you get the counter, it's not like you really did it.
No.
You got a slight upside, and 4 mana 4/2 is just among the worst stats.
It does not hold up well.
4/2 just trades for 2-drops, always. So I'm going to give Stromkirk Mentor a D. If you've got a lot of vampires and you just need another one, it's okay, but it's among the worst mentors you can imagine. Like, compare this to Monastery Mentors.
Come on, that's not fair. Next, we've got I like Stromkirk Mentor at D. Throttle is back. They keep giving us Grasp of Darkness and Throttle in similar sets. Throttle's 4 and a black for an instant. It's common, and it gives target creature -4/-4 until end of turn.
Well, Throttle does what you expect it to do.
Do what you got to do. I think you're going to pick these. I think the first Throttle's very, very good for your deck. They do get a little bit worse costing 5 mana, but you're probably going to play the second one as well. I don't think that you'll see these super late. It's probably a B- at this point in limited. An instant speed 5 mana kills most things that's on the slightly upper side of removal these days.
I guess so. I still want to give this a C, but yeah. I don't know. I could see C+. I'm willing to compromise here.
Right. I'm sticking on B- just based on like where I anticipate picking it. I think this is the second
reality
through
of the
fourth
situation.
Pick. Yeah.
I really don't want to do that. I think there's enough good black comments. I'm going to give Throttle a C+. Marshall's going to give it a B-.
Yeah, we'll wait a few more sets for Luis to face up the truth.
We're going to move on to Tooth Collector here. This is
I like this one.
2 and a black for an uncommon. It's a human rogue. It's a 3/2. So 3 mana 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. And if you have Delirium, that happens again on your opponent's upkeep every turn. So 3 mana 3/2 that comes in and gives a thing -1/-1 until end of turn, that card would already be like a C+.
Yeah, totally.
And the fact that it re-triggers every turn as long as you have Delirium, that's a pretty good amount of value. It can pick off all their 1/1s. The fact that it goes off during your opponent's upkeep means that you can target their 4/4 or 3/3 and now they're worse attackers. I think Tooth Collector, it still actually gets to C+ for me, but it just has a slight upside above that.
I have it at B-. I think that this card's really, really good once you get Delirium going, super excellent. And I think that, like you said, you're pretty happy with it on its face. So I have it a little higher. I think you're going to, in a Delirium deck, I think you're going to be really trying to prioritize Tooth Collectors. Also, disgusting in multiples, right? Where you get to start just mowing down real creatures. That's insane.
True. I guess if you collect 2 of these, then you can actually just get your opponent. But we're going to give Tooth Collector a B-/C+, and move on to Twins of Maurer Estate.
Yeah.
4 and a black for a 3/5 vampire at common, and Madness 2 and a black. So
Pretty simple card. Creepy artwork.
yeah, certainly. 5 mana, 3/5, and into Madness. So 3 mana, 3/5. That's a good deal.
I like this card. Look, I again, this is like one of those. This to me is like a classic C or maybe a C plus. It's not one of those cards that you're diving head first and like, yeah, we got a Twins of Mara Estate. But you know what? If you need a 5-drop, I could see doing a lot worse than this, especially in a more controlling deck.
I agree.
Or a Madness deck.
A Madness deck is where you really want to put this.
Yeah.
So,
because that is absurd. If you can get a 3 mana 3/5, that's gross.
Basically, Twins of Mara Estate is a D if you're just not Madnessing it. That's just where this card would fall.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a lot of reliable Madness outlets, this card moves up to like a C+. So I think on balance, I would give Twins of Mara Estate a C.
I would too.
Sometimes it's going to overperform. Sometimes you have a lot of vampires let you discard and good aggressive cards and lightning axes. And this card just routinely costs 3, but some of the time you just cast it for 5 and you're pretty sad. So Twins of Mara Estate get a C.
Vampire Noble is really simple. It's 2 and a black for a 3/2 vampire at common. That's it.
All right, then.
So the big question mark. So, looking at the vanilla test, this does pass, though you're not thrilled with it. The question mark, of course, is vampire. That's the thing about this card that matters. And is there going to be a deck that cares enough about critical mass of vampires to make Vampire Noble worth it? Or is it just going to end up being a filler card in black that if you need a 3-drop of some sort, you're like, sure, here's my Vampire Noble. All told, we won't know the answer to that really until we start playing. I would guess that Vampire Noble ends up being a D or a D plus to start off with, and then we'll kind of take it from there.
Yeah, I'm going to give Vampire Noble a D. And the people who want it, the people who think it's better than that, will get it in their vampire decks.
Yeah, curve filler probably is going to be its home. Vessel of Malignity.
I believe it's pronounced Malignity.
Sounds like a superhero name.
The vessel is 1 and a black enchantment at common. This is the black vessel, obviously. 1 and a black, sacrifice this. Target opponent exiles 2 cards from his or her hand and use this as a sorcery. I like this card.
I don't know. Do I like this card? It doesn't seem terrible. But
it's fantastic. It's great.
Not fantastic.
It's got superpowers.
Yeah.
It's better than a D. All right, I'll explain why it is better than a D in my opinion. This is it's Delirium Enabler. It's an enchantment, right? Which you're going to want some ways to get those into your graveyard.
Okay.
Also, 2+2 is cheaper than 4 mana because
installment plan counts.
Installment plan is very much in effect, and it also exiles, so it doesn't let them madness and it doesn't let them stack cards in their graveyard. I think that the first one of these is going to be pretty good in a Delirium deck. It is a 2-for-1. You are getting card advantage, and even the thing is, if you have a spare 2 mana, you'll play this early, and your opponent will see it coming, but there's not much they can do about it. Whereas if you don't need to save the mana, you could just wait, and this is 4 mana they discard 2, and that is also still just fine. So I think Vessel of Malignity is going to get a C-, and you're going to play the first one a little more often than you think.
Okay, I'm going to give it a D because I think I'm not going to play the first one that often. At least that's my prediction right now.
And one last bit of trivia: why do you think it can only activate as a sorcery?
I have no idea. Oh, just so you don't blank their draw step, I guess?
Exactly. So you can't hit it during their draw step. That's one of the most annoying things with instant speed discard. It always feels very weird when it happens.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
Good design.
Okay, so there's black. Man, those uncommons really stood out to me, as super powerful. And there were some good removal spells. We saw 3 different removal spells that we liked all of them, right? We saw Throttle, we saw Dead Weight, and we saw
Murderous Compulsion. They're all good. Black got good removal spells. It got a lot of different themes going on because it's got like the aggressive vampire theme, the madness theme, which is both aggressive in the vampires deck, but also kind of more controlling in the like delirium madness kind of value deck. And it's kind of interesting to see kind of where that ends up. Like, are you enabling Sanitarium Skeleton, or are you enabling your 2 mana, can't block 2/1 flying vampires?
Mm-hmm. It'll be interesting to see. It does look like it's split a little bit there. Okay, so that brings us to red, and we're going to start once again with the double face cards in red, and the first one's a nice one. It's called Breakneck Rider, and it is 1 red for a 3/3 human scout werewolf, and you'll see that a lot from red and green. that these cards are werewolves, the double-faced cards. It's an uncommon. It says at the beginning of each upkeep, if no spells were cast last turn, transform it. Now, that's something that I'm going to just refer to as the werewolf ability from now on, because there's a lot of cards that have that same rules text. So basically, if nobody does anything for the turn, then you get to transform it, and it goes from a 3/3 to a 4/3 called Neckbreaker, but it's a werewolf, and it says attacking creatures you control get +1/+0 and have trample. And then it also has more werewolf specific rules text that says at the beginning of each upkeep, if a player casts 2 or more spells last turn, transform Neckbreaker. Now that counts a single player. So you have to play 2 things, or your opponent has to play 2 spells in one turn to transform it back to its original side. It's quite a bit more difficult to put that genie back in the bottle there. But so looking at this though, it's a 3/3 for 3 on the front end for 1 red, which I already like. And then if you get it transformed, it's a 4/3 that effectively attacks as a 5/3 with trample, and then it pumps up everything else that you have that's attacking and also gives it trample. This card's really powerful.
Yeah, Breakneck Rider is a great card. The fact that it's a 3-mana 3/3 to start with and then transforms into something even greater is just, this is all around good card. I do want to kind of offer a cautionary piece of advice on werewolves in general, having played with them last time they were around in Innistrad. You should evaluate them mostly based on their front side if they're cheap. The more expensive ones, and I'll get to why in a second, the more expensive ones you can look more at the flip version, but the cheap werewolves, like Breakneck Rider, this is largely going to play as a 3-mana 3/3 with minor upside. And it might look like it's more than minor, because it's like, well, isn't a 5/3 trample better than minor? But the thing is, you're not going to skip a turn to flip this, or you shouldn't, until a reasonable amount later in the game, and your opponent has a good amount of control to unflip them. So this is not the kind of card in this and all the other werewolves where you want to go like werewolf on turn 3, turn 4 do nothing because the backside is so awesome. Because that just goes wrong so easily. Your opponent bounces or kills the werewolf. They play an instant that you weren't expecting. They just play 2 spells on their next turn. So really think of werewolf. These aren't 50-50s. It's not Breakneck Rider's half the time Breakneck Rider and half the time Neckbreaker. It's more like it's Breakneck Rider for 80% of the time. It's around, and 20% of the time it's Neckbreaker. And your opponent can then kill it if it hits that 20%. It's, they know this is coming. If they've got a throttle, they're not going to like, well, I'm going to throttle your 2/2 vanilla. They're just going to wait and throttle your Neckbreaker. Right. I don't know why they use the weird voice, but they did. And they can, when you're playing a red-green werewolves deck and you go like 2-drop werewolf, 3-drop werewolf, you might think, oh, your opponent taps out on turn 3. I'm going to skip turn 4. They're both going to flip. They're both so good on the other side. Your opponent knows this is coming. They're just going to go next turn play 2/2-drops if they have it.
That's right.
And yeah, sometimes they won't. Sometimes you'll get them. You'll destroy them with your awesome werewolves and your great plan. But in general, you should just don't go too deep on flipping your werewolves. And I'm not trying to say werewolves are bad. In fact, I think most of these cards in red are quite good. But don't assume that they're even on both sides.
Right.
Because that's just not how it plays out. And werewolves are, they're a fickle bunch. So you really shouldn't just assume once you flip them, all's well and good.
That's right.
So
that being said, Breakneck Rider B?
Yeah, it's a B.
Card's
again,
great.
this is a 3-mana 3/3. That's a good card. Yeah. So that leads us to Convicted Killer.
Yep.
And that's 2 in a red for a 2/2 human werewolf. It's a common. It flips, if no player plays a spell, and it flips into a 4/4, which then will flip back, of course, if 2 spells are played.
So this is what you'd call like a vanilla werewolf here, right?
Right. And this is exactly the kind of werewolf that I don't think is that great.
Yep.
Because it's a 3-mana 2/2, which is bad. That's just bad. I mean, that's
bad.
That's actually like F level. Like you just would not play that. And it flips into a 4/4. Of course, that's great, but it's not a 3-mana 4/4. It's not even close. It's just not going to be Branded Howler until much later in the game. So that does salvage it. That does take it from an F to like a D+. But I don't think you're going to play Convicted Killer all that often. You're going to play it if you've got a werewolf-heavy synergy deck, or if you just need a 3-drop and you don't have it. But in general, the fact that it's just so anemic on the front side makes me not want to play this card.
Yeah, I agree with that. The one thing that you can do to get around that is try to set it up so that your deck has a critical mass of instant speed spells in it that actually do something, right? And
right, that's a great combo with werewolves.
Right, that you can set up, and then all of a sudden your Convicted Killers and your Breakneck Rider already look good, but even your Convicted Killers start to go up in value there. That said, I agree. I think this is not a premium werewolf. It's not one you're going to be searching out. very highly. It's probably in the D+ to C- range. I'll say C- on Convicted Killer.
All right, I'm going to give Convicted Killer a D+.
All right.
That moves us to Gotstaff Arsonists. This is 4 and a red for a 5/4 human werewolf at common. And no text on the front except for the fact that it flips, if no player plays a spell. Turns into Gotstaff Ravagers, and this is now a 6/5 menace that will flip back if a player plays 2 spells. So this I like a lot. And the reason is a 5 mana 5/4 is already good. Red doesn't actually even always get 5 mana 5/4 with no abilities. Like, that's actually pretty close to the top end of red at common.
Yep.
We saw like 4/4
Sometimes it's 4/4 trample, but yeah.
We saw 4/4 trample deal too, right? In the last, the Cinder Hellion in the last set. And then it flips into 6/5 menace, which is very good. Another
6/5 menace is a major issue.
Oh yeah, that's really, really good. It just forces your opponent to 2-for-1 themselves. Hard to chump block. It just does a ton, and also the picture is just like completely insanely good. So the other thing about expensive werewolves is that because they come out later in the game, they're more likely to flip. But this is what I meant earlier: is that when you play your Convicted Killer, the 3 mana 2/2, it spends a lot of its life as a 2/2, and you usually won't do very much there. It's just not going to flip because on turn 3 you're going to play a spell. On turn 4, 5, and 6 you're just going to play spells naturally. But when you play the Arsonists on like turn 5 or 6, taking turn 7 off is less of a cost. Sometimes you actually just don't even have a spell. So this is going to spend less of its time on the front side and more as the big side. And later in the game, your opponent's less likely to have 2 spells to reflip it back.
That's right.
So I like Gotstaff Ravagers quite a bit. This feels like a Tajuru Stalwart level, the 5/4 Vigilance Trample for 5 in Oath, where you took it. It was above average for a 5-drop, and you were happy to have it in your deck. So I give Gotstaff Arsonists a C+.
Yeah, I like C+ on the Arsonist as well. That brings us to Kessig Forgemaster, which is 1 and a red for a 2/1 human shaman werewolf. And whenever it blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, it does 1 damage to that creature. And then it is a werewolf, so it has that normal ability tacked onto it as well. And if it flips, again, nobody casts a spell for a turn, it flips, and it becomes Flameheart Werewolf, which is a 3/2 werewolf that says whenever it blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, it does 2 damage to that creature, and then it has the same werewolf text that we're used to, where if somebody casts 2 spells, it transforms back. I think it's pretty tough to tussle with in combat, right? It's a 2/1 for 2, but it kind of plays a little bit bigger than that, like a 3/1.
It is much more like a 3/1, but it's like a 3/1 with like half first strike.
Yeah, first strike, a third first strike, yeah.
Because it kills all the 1 toughness creatures it fights with, and this is a very annoying ability to play against. It's also quite good when it flips because it's just a bigger version of that.
Yeah. So
I think I would always play this card. I'm not over the moon about it, but it's a good card.
I love that it does it on blocking too.
Yeah, this is a good card on both offense and defense. And then the Flameheart version, the 3/2 that pings for 2. This card's surprisingly hard to stop as well. So I would give the Kessig Forgemaster a C+.
Yeah, I think it's a C+ or a B- level card at 2 mana in an aggressive red deck. So yeah, I like it at C+ as well. The card just seems very good to me. Skin Invasion is next. It's another uncommon. It's red for an aura. It enchants a creature. The enchanted creature attacks each combat if able. And when it dies, you return Skin Invasion to the battlefield transformed under your control. Now, when it transforms, it becomes Skin Shedder, which is a 3/4 insect horror with no abilities. Pretty gross card.
Yeah, well, it's gross, and it can actually be gross when you play it, because if you put this on their 2/2, block with their 2/3, and you get a 1 mana 3/4 that also killed one of their creatures, that's obviously great.
It's insane, yeah. Now, you can also put it on your own creatures, right?
You can, and it's not a card I would really want to put on my own creature.
No, but it's an option you should be aware
of.
Right.
Like, I guess if you have a 3/1 and you're going to attack your opponent, they have a 2/2 out, you could just put it on your 3/1 and attack.
Yeah.
I guess they could just take it, though, and then you're just down a card until they deal with your creature.
That's
or
right.
Put like a sleep paralysis on their creature. That's pretty bad.
And that's the key, is that you have to put it on a creature that they cannot, not literally cannot, but they can't realistically continually take the damage from. That's the key, right? Because you need to force them to do something. So the general play is going to be to put it on your opponent's creature, and there's two different things that happen from that. One of them is the situation that Luis described, where you have their lesser creature attack into your bigger creature, block it, and then you even get your 3/4 out of the deal while killing their creature. The other the other thing that can happen, though, is you can just not block it. And it's slow, but you can use it as a removal spell of sorts, where if you've got a nice big board and they have that one blocker that's really annoying, you can put Skin Invasion on it, say, go ahead, attack me, I'll take it, and then boom, attack back with all your creatures for a big amount. So there's some flexibility here with Skin Invasion that lets you, kind of craft it to the board state that you find yourself in at the time.
I agree. I like this more in decks that have ways to not have to spend an additional card to kill the creature. Like putting this on their creature and then casting like Murderous Compulsion, right? That's fine. You spent 2 cards to kill 1 card, but you get a 3/4 out of the deal, so it's card parity and you got a cheap 3/4. That's good. But again, where the real big win is putting it on one of their creatures, then just blocking and getting a free creature. So because that's the 2-for-1. So this card's tough to rate because it's just there's so many things going on and it varies so wildly based on your deck and what your opponent's creatures are. I guess the card is good, though. I'm going to give Skin Invasion a C+.
Yeah, the one thing I do want to mention on Skin Invasion, I give it a C+ as well, also, is that when you're behind, it's pretty awkward. They're probably going to attack you anyway, and it's not like it changes anything in combat. You still won't be able to block the cards that you can't block, so keep that in mind. Last red double-face card is called Village Messenger. It's red for a 1/1 human werewolf with haste. And it has the werewolf ability, so if nobody casts anything, it turns into Moonrise Intruder, which is a 2/2 with menace and the other werewolf ability.
I do not like Village Messenger. I just don't like. This is exactly what I was talking about.
You don't want to send a message?
Yes, this sends a message, and by sending a message, it's like I'm willing to throw away a card for minor upside. Because, sure, you will have this in your opening hand, play it on turn 1, hit your opponent. They're not going to have a 1-drop, and you're going to have a 2/2 menace. You did it. For every game that you draw this on turn 3 or 4, it's just so bad because a 2/2 menace isn't even that impressive. And if this doesn't flip turn 1, it's just not going to flip for a very long time. And even when it does, by the time it flips, it's just not going to be such a great card. So I think Village Messenger is enough. I'm just not going to play this card.
Yeah, I have to agree. Even in an aggressive deck, you can usually do better than this type of card.
Yeah, this is the exact kind of card that tricks people because it's got a tantalizing dream, but overall, I think you can do better than this. Yeah,
and remember, here on the set review and the way that we do things on limited resources in general is that we look at things on average. We try to figure out what is going to give us the best results over the long term, which means not just imagining the best case scenario for a card, but imagining its average case scenario. And I think the average case scenario for that card is quite bad. There are good case scenarios that look pretty decent, but yeah, in general, I think it's going to be a lot worse. Okay, let's move to the non-double-faced red cards. This is Blood Mad Vampire. It's 2 and a red for a 4/1 Vampire Berserker at common, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you put a +1/+1 counter on it, and it has Madness for 1 and a red. So that's a lot for a common.
It is. It's funny because 4/1s don't get through very often. Your opponent can block it with literally anything and kill it. But the fact that it's Madness means sometimes you'll be able to put this into play like at the end of their turn when they're not expecting it. You get a hit in, but then it's a 5/2 and that still gets blocked by almost everything. So I'm not really looking to play Blood Mad Vampire unless I've got a lot of ways to discard it and for value. Like discarding this just to discard a card is not a huge upside, but discarding this to pay a cost where that's relevant, like discarding this to call the Bloodline seems very good.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Blood Mad Vampire gets a D+ just because in the deck that wants it, it does the thing you want, but most decks are not going to want it.
Yeah, I do like the fact that it has such high power that it does kind of force your opponent to do those blocks, but I agree, it just ends up trading with everything. So D+ on Blood Mad Vampire?
Blood Mad Vampire gets a D+.
Okay, and that leaves us with Dance with the Devils, which I just realized is an instant. I had one of these in that event that I played in last weekend, and I actually left it in the sideboard because I had so many 4-drops, but I think I would have played it had I known that it was an instant. It's called Dance with the Devils. It's 3 and a red for an uncommon. It's an instant. Put 2 1/1 red devil creature tokens on the battlefield. They have, when this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to target creature or player. One of the most annoying token types ever.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I think this card's pretty solid. You're only getting 2 power for your 4 mana, which is not very exciting, but you do get it spread out. And I got to tell you, these things are great. They attack reasonably well if you can augment them in any way, just by virtue of the fact that you're getting 2 creatures for 1 card. Also, they make life pretty annoying for your opponent. If they block one of these with something that has, say, 2 toughness, you can choose to just kill it after your devil token dies. They can also do this on defense. It's not like they have to be attacking to make that happen. You also can ambush small creatures with Dance with the Devil's tokens and get extra value by hitting your opponent with the damage or finishing off another creature. Excellent against Skulk. They can block basically any Skulk creature and finish off most of the ones that are big enough to get through. So that part's nice as well. You know, if your opponent's sitting there and they're trying to play, you know, Rabid Rats or whatever, and you play Dance with the Devils, they're just like, oh God, like they don't want to block it and they don't want to get blocked by these stupid, annoying little devils. So I think these devil tokens pull their weight and make this worth a card. I will say though that I don't necessarily find this card to be, you know, overtly powerful. It's a pretty fairly costed spell, I think.
Yeah, Dance with the Devils is quite good. The devil token making cards, there's also one at Rare we'll get to next week. They're costed quite fairly, but also not in a way that you feel like you're overpaying. You are getting 4 minutes worth of card here, especially at instant speed, because this is an instant. You can play it any time that you can play an instant. You know, even during your opponent's turn.
Where were you last weekend?
Watching your guys' pre-release, I guess, because I wasn't invited. I think it opens up a lot of opportunities, like you said, for ambushing, just for having good, annoying little creatures into play. You're going to get 2 cards out of this a decent amount of the time. Maybe not like, this isn't like a 2-for-1 guaranteed, but it's pretty easy to kill 2 cards with this.
Yeah, you kind of have to do a little bit of work to make it go, but it'll happen more often than not. I think Dance with the Devils is a C+.
I like Dance with Devils at B-, I think.
Okay, you're going to take it pretty highly.
Yeah, and one slight thing, and you know, I also wrote this in my set review just because I think it's actually important enough to say twice. If your opponent attacks with a 3/3 and you block with the 2 1/1s, they do not have to kill both your 1/1s. So, or I guess a 4/4 is a better example. So they attack with a 4/4. You block with the 2 devil tokens, and you're like, they'll kill the 2 devil tokens. I'll ping their 4/4 for 2, and they took 2 from combat. They can just assign all the damage to 1 devil token.
That's a great point.
So, and you know, I've seen
if you've got a 4/4, remember that.
Yeah, I've seen this come up a lot. So, anytime you multi-block with these devil tokens on the same creature, bear in mind your plan might not work because your opponent can just choose to essentially waste damage by not applying it to all of them. And even if their creature is trampled, they don't get to trample if they do that, but they can just assign 5 damage to 1 devil if that's what's going to end up working out better for them.
And that might be the case too. Yeah, if they get to keep their creature, they may do that.
So you might want to split up the devils on different creatures just to make sure they all die if that's what you're aiming to do. So we're going to give Dance with Devils a C+/B- and move on to, this is going to be an interesting one. Dissension in the ranks. Will we have dissension in the ranks today? Well, let's find out. This is 3 red. It's an instant, uncommon. Target blocking creature fights another target blocking creature. So this is just a stick 2-for-1, right?
No way. So, you know, we talk about setup cost on the show, right? This is like, how much does this card ask of me before it's good? And Dissension in the Ranks is like pushing the upper crust of setup cost. Wow. The things that need to happen for this card to be good are absurd, actually, when you really break it all down. This is a 5 mana trick. I mean, calling it a removal spell is probably a little bit too generous, I would think. Wow. The creatures have to both you have to find yourself in a scenario where you've got 5 mana, 2 of it being red, and where you've engineered a situation where your opponent is blocking with 2 creatures, 2 separate creatures, and in order to get actual value out of it, they have to have they have to have higher power than toughness on both sides. No way. This just seems impossibly difficult to set up correctly.
So you're saying this is not the red Group of Desolation?
That is what I'm saying, yes. This card seems bad to me.
I unfortunately cannot dissent because it is just so situational. And again, this is a card that when it's good, it's like, I killed 2 4/4s with this. It's like, well, yes, but how many times did it rot in your hand? Because they have to block with 2 creatures. This is like the easiest card to play around in the world.
Easily. And again, if they block with 2 2/4s, what are you doing? Like,
Well, you're casting this, dealing 2 to each of them, and then losing
your creatures. Like, yay! I engineered a sick 3-for-2 or whatever. Yeah, no, I think Dissension in the Ranks is going to be way too difficult to set up. And yes, the times when it does get you are going to be pretty annoying, but I think they will be relatively rare. And I would give it a pretty low rank, like something like just an F, whatever. Somebody kill me with this and make me change it. But until then, I'm giving it an F.
I like Dissension in the Ranks enough. Unfortunately, again, not living up to the name, but we'll give Dissension in the Ranks an F. And yeah, just be aware of what cost you're paying when you put cards like this in your deck.
No kidding. Yeah, I mean, I do admire you for your optimism if you put Dissension in the Ranks in your deck with the full plan of getting a 2-for-1 every time.
All right, so here's the red Grip of Desolation.
Yes.
We've got Dual Shot. It's 1 red, instant, common. Dual Shot deals 1 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures.
It's more like Flick of Desolation.
Yeah.
But I like this card actually quite a bit. It's cheap, it's instant speed, and it's not as flexible as it looks. You can't do 2 damage to 1 creature. It's 1 damage to up to 2 creatures. But man, we've already gone through some pretty darn decent 1 toughness creatures that we've seen. And I think Dual Shot is going to be kind of slyly better than it looks, because it looks pretty low impact, right? But I think it's actually a little better than it looks.
It is. I have to compare this to Spark Mage's Gambit from Oath. And even though it's an instant, I think this is actually a little better because it's instant, only costs 1. I still think you're not always going to play this. You're going to sometimes cut this from your deck. It's a fine card to leave in your sideboard. So
sideboarding it in, though, is nasty, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to find the right opponent.
For sure. It's good against spirit tokens. I mean, like Vessel of Ephemera is a common that makes 2 spirit tokens, and this deals with that for 1 mana, so that's pretty nice. So
yeah,
I'm going to give Dual Shot a C-. It's a fine card to play and a fine card to sideboard, but it's not like, excelling in either of those duties.
All right, I gave it a C. I just think it's going to be a little bit better than it looks. Ember Eye Wolf is next. This is 1 and a red for a 1/2 wolf with haste. It's a common, and it says 1 and a red. You can pay 1 and a red to have it get +2/+0 until end of turn.
This card is not bad.
I don't like it.
I think it's the kind of, it's not a 2-drop exactly, right? When you think of curving out, this is not what you should think of, because you're going to play this on turn 2, and then your opponent's going to play like a 2/2, and you're going to, I don't want to attack because I don't want to spend 2 mana, so I guess I'll play a 3-drop, and kind of the same thing happens for a turn or 2. But in the late game, this can fireball them out of nowhere. You just play this and just,
that is true. So they don't expect it. It has haste. It's coming at them, and then you pump in, 3, pumps in the really late game and then get them. There's something to be said for that. That's true. I just don't. The thing I really dislike about it is that it has that similar problem to, like, compare this to a 4/2, right? We really don't like the stats at 4/2 because it ends up trading too often. And this one, while it doesn't charge you up front because it only costs 2 mana to pay, if you want to tack this into a 2/2, you've got to pay the 2 mana to make it trade. That's not even to have it win combat. That's just to have it trade in combat. And that's just a privilege I'm much rather would have, a 2/2, right? And take away the haste and the pump. And while I can come up with some scenarios where having the pump ability is much, much better than a 2/2, there's a lot of times when I'd much prefer to just have, an extra point of power rather than the ability. And that just makes me really not that excited about the Ember Eye Wolf.
I agree. I'm going to give Ember Eye Wolf a D.
That's what I was going to give it to, obviously. Fiery Temper is, this is a good one. This is 1 red for an instant. It's common. It does 3 damage to a creature or player, and it's got Madness for red. Hello.
Oh yeah, this is the marquee common for red. It's 3 mana for 3 damage at instant speed. You're always going to play that and be happy about it, even if it's double red. And the Madness part, first of all, it lets you build your own Lightning Bolt. Second of all, you can get a 2-for-1. You can loot and discard Fiery Temper and bolt their creature and be up a card. That's just great. So Fiery Temper is just a solid B. You can put it in your deck without doing any work, and it's going to be very good. You can also do work, and it's going to be better.
Yeah, I like it at B as well. Pick them early, play them all the time. Geist Blast. This one's a little different. Why don't you read Geist Blast for us, Luis?
Geist Blast is 2 and a red. It's an instant and uncommon, and it deals 2 damage to target creature or player. So 3 mana for 2 damage at instant speed. Fine. It's also got the ability 2 and a blue, exile Geist Blast from your graveyard, copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. and you may choose new targets. So
weird.
Yeah, well, obviously I love this card because on the front side it's 3 mana for 2 damage. This is, Tar Snare-esque card that can also hit your opponent for 2. That's fine. Obviously nothing exciting, even though you'll play it in your red deck some of the time. But the fact that it draws you a card and some mana out of your graveyard, essentially, because you're paying 3 mana to copy a spell immediately, that's a very good deal. You're up a card right there, and if you're copying an expensive spell, again, you get a mana advantage. I can imagine Geistblast being just an awesome addition to blue-red decks.
Man, it just seems so clunky to me, right? It's the 2 and a blue to
I don't know.
Copy. I mean, what are you copying? You for 6 mana, you're copying another 3 mana spell?
Yeah, but you're getting 2 spells out of it.
I know. You're copying it. I mean, I get that.
I'm copying Lightning Axe, so.
Okay, I mean, that's pretty good, but I don't know. It does feel a little difficult to set up, but I'll take it. Right. The question I have is, if you erase the whole 2 and a blue ability, are you playing Geistblast? And the answer is, yeah, you're probably playing it most of the time, right?
So I think we should give this card 2 grades. 1 if you can't activate the blue ability, and 1 if you can, because it's kind of like it's kind of like a weird gold card, right? Like if this was just a red blue gold card, we'd give it a grade and it'd be obvious that it was in a red blue deck.
Yeah.
But because of the way Geistblast works, it actually deserves 2 separate grades. So in a deck that cannot flash it back, in a straight up red deck, Geistblast is like a C-.
It's a C-, right?
Just marginal removal, but you're probably going to play it a decent amount of the time.
So how high does it get in a blue-red deck?
I think it's a B-.
Okay.
It's a 2-for-1. It's a 2-for-1 without doing very much work at all. Like, yes, you need another spell, but the red-blue color combination ends up pretty high on spells already.
That is true. I feel like it's more work than you're letting on, but it is still attainable, so I don't think it's impossible.
Yeah, if you discard or mill it, it gets you extra value too.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. I think that this card's going to get there. So we're giving Geistblast a C-/B- grade, depending on whether you can flash it back or not.
What about Gibbering Fiend?
It's 1 and a red for a 2/1 Devil at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, deals 1 damage to each opponent, and if you have Delirium, it does that every upkeep, or each opponent's upkeep.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like this guy. We previewed this one, right?
Yeah, it's a fine little aggressive 2-drop that has more relevance in the late game. So it's good. I'm not going to go out of my way to enable Delirium for this card alone, but if you get there, it does put your opponent on an actual clock, and it's still a 2-mana 2-drop, or rather a 2-drop that can get there in combat and ping your opponent for 1. So I think Gibbering Fiend gets a C+.
I got it at C+ also. Perfectly solid little card. Howlpack Wolf is next. I like this one quite a bit, actually. It's 2 and a red for a wolf at common, and it's a 3/3. So we've got another 3/3 for 3, which is really good. It cannot block, though, unless you control another wolf or werewolf, which I find interesting. Look, I view this as going into an aggressive deck where I'm trying to minimize the can't block part anyway. And then, the truth of the matter is that there's a decent amount of wolves and werewolves if you're going to play red. And if you pair it with green, it's really not a big problem at all. You're going to find, that you often have werewolves or wolves around to make this just a 3/3 for 3, which is very good. That part's great. So I actually like Howlpack Wolf quite a bit. I think it's like a C+ level common.
I like Howlpack Wolf at C+. It's good in aggressive decks, and it's going to be able to block often enough. So we're going to give Howlpack Wolf a C+ and move on to Hulking Devil. This is 3 and a red for a 5/2 Devil at common. And that is all.
Welcome back, Cobble Brute.
Yeah, this is just as mediocre as the 5/2s always are. It's just they just trade down so easily. So I'm going to give Hulking Devil an F. I just don't think you're going to put this card in your deck.
I'll go D-.
Sure, D- is probably fine.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
This next card's scary. This is this next one, by the way, Luis, I think it's one of the scariest cards in this set. It's called Incorrigible Youths, and it's 3 red for a 4/3 vampire with haste at uncommon. But here's the thing. It has Madness 2 and a red. So if you can set up early Madness, right, something to just get a card discarded for cheap or for free, you slam Incorrigible Youths, and you've got a 4/3 haste that's attacking right now. And in these aggressive decks, that is a lot of pressure early in the game.
It's the kind of card that I'm going to regret losing to every time, when it comes out on turn 3 and attacks me. But
you're not going to be happy about it because it's good.
Well, it's a good card. Casting this is fine, and madnessing it is really good. So I don't know where to put it though, because I feel like if you do too much work, you start losing the value, because a lot of this is really centered around if you can cast it on turns like 3 through 5 with madness.
Mm-hmm.
Later in the game,
I have it at B minus.
Yeah, later in the game, it's still pretty big. So yeah, I'll go B minus on incorrigible use.
Yeah, I think these vampire decks are looking to be quite aggressive to it, so it fits in as well. Inner Struggle is next. It's 3 and a red for an instant. Another uncommon here. It says target creature deals damage to itself equal to its power. So it punches itself.
It does punch itself, and this card ends up being pretty close to just removal for 4 mana.
Yeah, it's close enough. Like there's definitely a host of creatures that it does not kill, namely all the ones that have higher toughness than power. But everything else, all the 3/3s and 2/2s and 2/1s and 3/2s, it kills all of those, and it does it at instant speed. It's not super mana efficient at 4 mana, but you take the removal you can get, and I don't see red decks, passing on Inner Struggle in their main deck, really ever. I think it's a card that you do want in your main, and you'd have to be convinced to take it out of the main by some weird build from your opponent. So I like Inner Struggle quite a bit.
Yeah, this is the red Oblivion Strike.
Yeah, you're pushing that one a little bit. I don't know if it's a B minus or B, C minus or C plus. I mean, it's somewhere in that range. I'll go B minus on Inner Struggle.
Yeah, I like B minus on Inner Struggle, and we'll see. Don't be afraid to sideboard this card out, like you said.
Yeah.
Just if you see too many 2/4s, then you don't want it in your deck.
All right, Insolent Neonate. Now this card's weird. It's red for a 1/1 vampire at common. So right now I'm kind of out, right? Like I don't want to play 1/1s for 1. So what does it do? Well, it's got Menace. Sure, that's kind of weird on a 1/1, but hey, I'll take it. But here's the thing. It has discard. This is a cost. Discard a card and sacrifice Insolent Neonate. Draw a card.
So this is a Madness Delirium Enabler that is attached to a body you don't really want.
Right. But it is exactly what you said. It's super crazy because like if you play it on turn 1, it's going to get through a few times and get in for 3 damage or something like that because it has Menace. But then the key here is that it does enable Madness, and it does a pretty darn good job of it because it's free, right? There's no mana cost associated with it. If you want to get incorrigible use on the battlefield, if you're in red, Insolent Neonate is one of the better ways to get that thing down on turn 3 attacking. And assuming that you do pitch a Madness card to it that you can pay for, you're drawing a card as well. Remember, it's discard a card, sacrifice it, and then draw a card. So you actually don't even end up down a card on the transaction. And I think that's pretty cool. I really like the way that they took this card. This is one of those very subtle designs, I think, that is like, it's a little bit hard to piece together, but when you see it on the battlefield, you're going to be like, you know what? That's actually okay. Like, as long as I have critical mass of Madness cards in my deck, I can actually live with casting a 1/1 for 1 here with a marginal, evasion ability.
Right. It might seem odd to see us say that this card is playable after like ranting about 1 mana 1/1s, but
yeah.
Synergy. Synergy is the name of the game. And
are we going build around?
I wouldn't quite call this a build around.
Yeah, I don't really know how to categorize it.
I think look, don't get us wrong. We're not saying that you should take Insolent Neonate 4th pick and always play it. We're saying that in some Madness decks, especially aggressive ones that actually want a 1/1 Menace that gets in for 3 damage, this card is playable. It's playable. I would call Insolent Neonate a C minus. Just know that a lot of decks it's an F in a lot of decks, but it's better than a C minus in others. So if you've got enough Madness cards, I don't really want to enable Delirium this way, but so mostly just Madness cards.
That's right.
Or Vampire Synergies, then I'll give Insolent Neonate a C minus. It gets a passing grade.
Agreed. Lightning Axe, what does that one do?
This also going to get a passing grade. It's 1 red mana for an instant at uncommon. As an additional cost to cast it, discard a card or pay 5 colorless mana. Sorry, 5 generic mana. Mm-hmm. Lightning Axe deals 5 damage to target creature. Lightning Axe is amazingly good.
This is a reprint, right?
It is. It was in Time Spiral, and it was great in Time Spiral, because Time Spiral also had got Madness once Planar Chaos turned up.
Got Madness and everything else, but... So how does it work? How does it play out?
how this plays out is it's a 1 mana removal spell that you have to discard a card for the most often. Most often, you're not madnessing and you're not paying 5. You're just paying 1 mana and discarding your worst card and killing a creature. That's a good
big creature.
Yeah, five damage is enough to kill almost anything. But the reason that this card is so good is that it starts at that baseline, which is good, and it moves up from there because it's so much flexibility. Because first of all, you can discard madness cards. Imagine, discarding not even in cordial use. Imagine discarding like a Twins of Mara Estate to kill something and play a 3/5 on turn 4. That's just a great card.
Oh, that's insane.
Also, late in the game, if you've got extra mana lying around, just pay 6 and kill a creature. 6 mana deal 5 to a creature isn't good, but as a backup option, it's perfectly acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Also can fuel Delirium. You can, discard a creature mid-combat to get the 4th type, or discard a land because there's a decent amount of ways to get lands in the graveyard, but they won't naturally go to the graveyard. So overall, Lightning Axe, I'm going to make this comparison many times. This is the murderous cut of this set.
Okay.
This has this much flexibility. Again, you could actually pay different costs for it, and it works with a lot of the themes of the set. So,
are we working our way up to the A- range?
I think Lightning Axe is an A-. I think you're just always going to be happy to have this in your deck, even if you're not madnessing or doing anything like that. And when you do, it's just going to be one of your best cards.
Yeah, no kidding. The ability to kill your opponent's bomb and only have to pay 1 mana to do it is absurd. So, yeah, I like Lightning Axe at A-. This next card, this is actually the name of Luis's first rap album. It's called Mad Prophet. It's 3 and a red for a 2/2 human shaman at uncommon. It's got haste, and you can tap to rummage, which is where you discard a card and then draw a card.
I really like looters and I guess rummagers in this set because they work so well with the set mechanics. Mad Prophet's going to get a higher grade than you might expect. I'm going to give it a B+, and I actually could see it hitting A- level. It just does exactly what you want to be doing.
Just as an enabler, you mean?
Yes, because...
you can attack with it, and it's not exciting in that way.
No, that's exactly what I'd be doing, attacking for 2.
It does everything you want to do, attacks for 2 for 4 mana.
It's just very good in the context of this set.
Yeah, I think
because
so,
it fills your graveyard rapidly. There's tons of cards that give you value out of the graveyard. It can, make it so you hit Delirium easily. It can enable Madness as 0 mana. Madness Outlet is just great. Imagine you're playing against an opponent who has Mad Prophet untapped in 5 mana. Like, how do you attack them? They could have so many different cards at that point. And it just does all those things whilst, instantly working as soon as you play it because it has haste. And you're not even paying all that much mana for it. You're paying 4 mana, which is one above what you'd want to pay for most looters, but still very, very good.
Yeah, the haste kind of makes up for that, too, because you're effectively buying yourself an extra activation with that extra mana. What kind of a grade, then? Because this is the type of card that is okay on its own, but can really explode depending on what type of deck you've put it in.
Yeah, I think the safest grade is probably to give it a B+, but I think in the decks that want it, it's closer to an A-.
Wow, it's that good, huh?
I think so.
Okay, I was going to give it a B-, and I thought I was pushing it there.
Well, we're going to reevaluate in like a month, and we'll see where we end up. But I'm going to start at B+.
All right, I got B-, you got B+ on Mad Prophet.
On Magmatic Chasm, I think we're going to be more aligned. This is 1 and a red sorcery. Creatures without flying can't block this turn. It's a common. This is a finisher. If you end up in a spot where you both have a bunch of ground creatures staring at each other, you cast this and you can win the game. That being said, you're just not going to put this in your deck all that often. And when you do, you're just going to draw it and it's not going to do much against like a removal heavy deck, or they have any flyers, or you just end up with a creature light draw. So this is kind of a classic do nothing, even though it has high upside when it works. This is just going to lead to us giving it like a D-.
Right. I think so too. You will occasionally end up playing it, though. All right, Malevolent Whispers is next. This is a man with a very bad idea. It's 3 and a red, sorcery, uncommon. It says gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gets +2/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. Now, we're used to cards like that. We call them active treason, type of effects or threaten effects, and this one's got madness for the exact same cost. So you can madness it for also 3 and a red, which of course, as you've mentioned a couple of times during the review already, Luis, it opens up the possibility for instant speed Malevolent Whispers, which is pretty exciting.
This card's really good at instant speed because the +2/+0 means it's so easy to set up a double trade. Because when you steal one of your opponent's creatures to block with, your goal is to actually trade them both. You want to get two creatures that are as close together as possible so they both die. And at +2/+0, it means you can take a 2/2 and block a 4/4, or take a 4/4, or take a 4/4 block a 6/6. Like, you get to trade up. So in that respect, it's the easiest way to do that. But you do need the Madness Outlet and the mana because it is still 4 mana. So I don't know how often you're going to get this off, but where I think it fits really well is the like red-black aggressive Vampire's Madness deck, because that deck can try to set it up at instant speed with its Madness Outlets, or it can just cast it on a sorcery speed and just attack your opponent for a ton of damage.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what kind of deck wants it?
I would say that the aggressive decks that already are playing Madness cards is by far the best fit. You can play it in a controlling Madness deck if you have a lot of good outlets and a lot of instants to kind of camouflage that you're leaving this up.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also play it in a normal aggressive deck without Madness Outlets if you really just need a finisher. But that gets closer to Magmatic Chasm type of like, I need to end the game sort of cards.
Right.
And it's not...
but that don't do much when you're not winning the game.
Right.
Yeah.
So where that leaves Malevolent Whispers, I don't know exactly. I'm kind of tempted just to give it a C and say that, you know...
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's just so difficult to predict exactly how this is going to play out, because you're going to get blown out by it sometimes, and other times it's going to be bad.
When you end up in the aggressive Madness deck, this card moves up to like a B-. But I think overall on balance, you should take it at like C level, because you just don't always end up, and by that I mean, not above C level like where Denver is, but like actually like the grade C at that level. Right. That leaves us to Pyrehound.
Yep.
3 in a red for a 2/3 Elemental Hound at common. It's weird. I thought this card was uncommon when I first read it. It's got Trample. It says whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Pyrehound.
So you're getting a 2/3 Trample for 4, which is not really good.
No, but it has permanent prowess.
Counters. Yeah, it has permanent prowess, but it's not prowess, right? See, like, it's so difficult just because, and this has come up before though. How many instants and sorceries do you have in your deck? You probably have
so many.
4-ish.
Hundreds.
Right? Yeah, hundreds, right? I think that people consistently overestimate how many instants and sorceries they actually end up playing. Again, a lot of cards in this block, in this set, act as a sorcery type card, but end up being randomly an enchantment or something like that. The vessels and those type of things have a very sorcery like feel, yet they happen to be an enchantment. There's some removal that are enchantments. That kind of thing will crop up as well. Any equipment that you run is bumping out a slot for an instant or sorcery spell. So, if you fan it out and you've got 5 instants or sorceries in your whole deck, how good is Pyrehound? I mean, I think it's playable. Like, you could probably expect to get a +1/+1 counter on it. And in which case it becomes a vestige of Emrakul, and I guess I'm supposed to be excited about that. I don't know. I just don't see the situation coming together too often where you get to super go off with it. So my real question is, if I get a 1 +1/+1 counter on it and I get a 3/4 Trample for 4, am I okay with that? And I'm just kind of in the middle on it. That doesn't really get me going.
No, it's not very inspiring. But when you end up with this in a deck where it belongs, then this card is really going to overperform for a common.
Definitely. It does read like an uncommon, like you said.
Yeah. If you can cast 2 spells, the card obviously is great, and then from there it just gets better and better. Mm-hmm. But, how often is that going to happen? My guess is not very often. In this is a kind of classic build around. You won't put this in a deck unless you've got a reason for it. You won't put this in the average red deck, but in the deck with 10 spells, which I think is very achievable, that's still a 12 creature deck, 13 creature deck. And you have to make sure they're actual spells, like you said, instants and sorceries. Then this card is going to be one of your better cards, and you can easily get 2 or 3 of them, depending on what the table opened and how many other people are trying this strategy, which is not going to be very many. So right. I like Pyrehound at like C+ build around level, maybe even B- if you can get enough.
But you
spells.
Do consider it a build around.
Yeah, it is a build around.
That's the key here.
You can't just trivially put this in your deck and expect it to work. So
yeah, I agree.
I've got Pyrehound at build around. I'm going to give it a C+ build around level, but I can see it being slightly more than that.
All right, Ravenous Bloodseeker is next. What does this one do?
It's 1 in a red for a 1/3 Vampire Berserker at uncommon.
Okay.
And you can discard a card to give it +2/-2 until end of turn.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was going to say a 1/3 Berserker?
You did not go to
you did not go to the Berserker school.
Berserkers don't go to school. That is just very obvious.
Wow, what a weird card. So
it's just Aquamoeba.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the key here,
also
right?
An incredibly bizarre card.
The key here, right, is that we have a Madness Enabler on our hands, right? We've got the ability to discard a card at instant speed for the cost of no mana, and even for a reasonable upside here as well of making our creature into a 3/1 until end of turn. So, right. Again, I think that playing this card on its own isn't great, but if you play it in a Madness-based deck, which it seems like the Black-Red Vampire deck is really the sort of home of Madness, Ravenous Bloodseeker could pull some serious work for you in that deck.
I like Ravenous Bloodseeker a good amount. Even in a non-Madness deck, this isn't the worst card because it's a 2-mana 1/3, which, yeah, I know we're not excited about that, but it can trade up for a 3 toughness creature if you discard a card later. So it just has a little bit more relevance there, and then there are other graveyard synergies besides just Madness. You're not going to play it that often outside of a Madness deck, but it is playable there. And in a Madness deck, this is going to be one of your better enablers.
Yeah, for sure.
So because once the discarding is not really a cost, it's a 2-mana 3/1 that can have 3 toughness when you need to have 3 toughness is pretty good. So
agreed.
I'm going to give Ravenous Bloodseeker a C+.
C+, I like it. Reduce to Ashes, another removal spell here for red. This one's common. It's 4 and a red for a sorcery. It says Reduce to Ashes deals 5 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead.
Classic 5-mana sorcery speed removal spell. This will get the job done. It'll exile, so you don't have to worry about all the details, in terms of like cards getting raised deaded or contributing to delirium or what have you. But still 5-mana sorcery.
Yeah, I used to have these down in the D range, and I've since moved them up to the C- to C range. I mean, look, these still Reduce to Ashes is not your exciting removal spell. There are good removal spells in this format that we've seen, but you will begrudgingly run, a Reduce to Ashes pretty consistently. I gave it a C.
Yeah, I like Reduce to Ashes at C.
Yeah, yawn.
Rush of Adrenaline. That'll counter your yawn. It says 1 red mana for an instant at common. Target creature gets +2/+1 against trample until end of turn. I don't like this card all that much. It's a combat trick that can get a lot of damage through, but it can't really save your creature in all that many situations. It is cheap.
I like the price, yeah.
But I think this is just kind of the like slightly below replacement level combat tricks, which usually end up for me at like the C- range.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I have it at D+, C-. Interchangeable combat trick, but hey, I like what you're getting for just 1 mana.
Ooh, I like Sanguinary Mage.
All right, what does this one do?
She is 1 and a red for a 1/3 vampire wizard at common and has prowess.
What do you like about it? What's your beef here?
I like the 1/3 blocks well, but also because it has prowess, your opponent can't really just like take her for granted because all of a sudden she can become a 2/4 or even a 3/5. One of the things to note about prowess is, again, because of Madness, 2 spells go on the stack in the same turn more often than they would in a non-Madness set.
Yes, those explosive turns you can have.
And I just still remember Khans of Tarkir, Jeskai student is exact text except white. And he ended up playing pretty well. So I'm going to give Sanguinary Mage a C, but just I like the card.
Yeah, I like C and I don't like the card. Senseless Rage is 1 and a red for an enchantment aura at common and enchants a creature. The creature gets +2/+2. And here's the really cool part, because I am definitely not sold on Senseless Rage at this point. We've seen cards like this in the past, but this one has Madness for 1 and a red, meaning that under certain circumstances, you can use Senseless Rage as a combat trick that effectively stays on the creature. And that's kind of cool. If Senseless Rage was 1 and a red, enchantment aura, flash, enchanted creature gets +2/+2, I would love it. I think that would be a very good card, right? Like if I'm going to get a combat trick that lets my creature just get big and stay big, I like that a lot. Now this one isn't that. It's worse than that. But it is interesting that you can set it up with Madness and have it stay on your creature at instant speed.
I would basically never play the non-Madness version, which really does narrow the range of where this card shows up. In a Madness deck, that seems like a blowout.
I think it could easily be, especially because it looks like the red version of the Madness deck is trying to apply pressure and therefore force blocks and force trades, where all of a sudden Senseless Rage really becomes a lot better when your opponent doesn't have the option to play around it.
Yeah, the fact that it can just lurk in your opponent's hand and they have a lot of ways to just represent it or without you knowing is pretty big. So I'm still going to give this card a pretty low grade because I don't
Me
think
too.
it fits into very many decks. I think it's kind of like, D plus C minus level. It's very similar to Rush of Adrenaline.
Yeah, I gave it a D. My reasoning is you have to set it up for madness. That's a lot of setup costs. That's not free. That's not easy. But if you can, I think it is probably worth a slot in your deck if you're looking for a combat trick. Spiteful Motives is next. It's 3 and a red for an enchantment aura. It's uncommon. It has flash. Hey, I just asked for that and I got it. Enchant creature. The creature gets +3/+0 and has first strike. And wow, this is a really cool one to follow up for the purposes of the set review, because you might be thinking, well, Marshall probably like that one because it's pretty much what he described with Senseless Rage. The thing I really don't like about this card is that it costs 4 mana. That's a lot. I don't like my combat tricks, even if they stick, to be 4 mana. And those ones, in my experience, tend to fall pretty sharply. Now, they don't fall out of playability range. This card, I think Spiteful Motives is a card that will see some play, but it's hard to drive a premium when you're talking about effectively a 4 mana combat trick, even if it does stay.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree there. I think this card is significantly better than Senseless Rage because it leaves a better creature in play. Like a 2/2 with +2/+2 is not nearly as impressive as a 5/2 first strike, because 5/2 first strike is so hard to kill, and it takes much less setup. You don't have to have a madness outlet, which often even adds to the cost in general.
Yep.
So I think Spiteful Motives is going to be one of the cards that is really easy to lose to.
Okay. I mean, I'm comparing it to cards from the past that generally they're green and they cost 4 mana and they put some number of +1/+1 counters on
you're
your
like talking about Dragon Scale Boon or Feral Invocation, those kind of
exactly.
cards.
And we had that the Converge one in the last block as well.
Yes.
And none of those, outside of maybe the one that untapped, right, saw extensive play. They saw some play, right? Again, like, which is kind of where I have Spiteful Motives. I think it'll pop up. But none of those were premium. None of those were sought after. And none of those were cards that you had to prioritize. You could just get them. And I'm assuming that Spiteful Motives will fall roughly into that category. Do you think I'm wrong about that?
I don't think you're really far off.
Okay. But you think it's a little step above that.
But I think it's a step above because those cards let cards of similar size battle successfully. So your 3/3 could beat their 4/4 in a fight, but it couldn't beat their 5/5. This lets a 2/2 beat a 5/5.
Okay, so you're saying because of the huge +3 in first strike, that it's going to just upgrade your creature in such a major way that it'll have more play.
Yeah, that's a significant jump.
Yeah, that is big.
And I think that's what pushes it over the edge for me. So Spiteful Motives, again, it's really easy to dismiss cards that look like other cards that weren't good.
Yep.
And it happens all the time. But thinking a lot about Spiteful Motives, I think this card is like a C+.
Okay. So I'll start a little lower. I was going to give it a C-. I do think it's playable. I think it's a lot to ask for 4 mana.
This just feels like if it's so often going to be 4 mana to trade for a card, or right, you make it so your 2/2 beats their 3/3 or 4/4, and then if they don't have a removal spell, you just flat out win because a 5/2 or a 6/3 first strike is just
that's true. And you can put it on evasive,
and if they do a removal spell, it's a 2/2. So.
If you can get if it's not an instant speed removal spell, you mean?
Right, assuming that you get the initial win.
Yeah, which is an assumption. Remember, this does not pump toughness at all.
Yeah, but it has first strike. It's just like it's very hard for that to not work.
Well, what I meant was they can kill it, like with a removal spell. It won't die in combat very often.
You shouldn't play this into 5 open mana very often, and there is some element of risk to this. I will agree.
Yeah.
But I think the upside. This is one of the ones where I balance the upside, and I think that Spiteful Motives is good enough. Also, it's a little cheating, but this isn't uncommon. This looks like it could be a common, but it's actually, I think the fact that it's uncommon gives me a little signaling that, like, this card's pretty strong. So
that is true. Yeah. That's good that you're doing a little detective work on the game designer tip.
By reading the cards, yeah.
Yes. Well, you looked at the set symbol in this case too, so you've really gone out of your way.
Yeah, they tend to give an odd set symbol to cards that are slightly better.
All right, so I got C-, but you got C+ on Spiteful Motives. We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, I think that card's it's definitely going to lead to some blowouts.
What's next? Another enchantment with flash that gives first strike?
Stensia Masquerade is 2 and a red for an enchantment. Attacking creatures you control have first strike. And whenever a vampire you control deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And it does sometimes have flash. It's got madness. So madness of 2 and a red. So the same as its regular
and it's
mana
an
cost.
uncommon, which probably not a huge surprise.
Yeah, so you know it's good.
So this is 3 enchantments in a row with flash or pseudo flash, 2 of which grant first strike. It's just, it's weird. But Stensia Masquerade. We talked extensively about spiteful motives. I think Stensia Masquerade is complicated in a different way. It does give first strike again, but the turn you play it, it's not letting you win any combats based on stat bonuses. It's just giving first strike. So your 2/2s beat their 2/2s, and your 3/3s beat their 3/3s. And that assumes you have a madness outlet so you can play it mid-combat. Though clearly that is an advantage because, again, first strike out of nowhere is nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then it puts your opponent in a kind of tough choice where if they don't block your first striking vampire, then it gets +1/+1. And if they do block it, presumably you win the fight. This feels like it's got a lot of situational stuff going on. And overall, I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, I think that we may even just go build around. I mean, it does give all of your attacking creatures first strike, but it only gives the build up ability on your vampires. And also it's a madness card, which makes me think that it's going to be in the vampires deck. So I'm almost tempted to just say you would never play an enchantment that just gave your attacking creatures first strike. That's not worth it. So it's probably only going in the vampire deck. And if that's the case, I'd consider it more of a build around me or, a niche card rather than something that's, just a card that you're going to see draft in and draft out on the battlefield.
I'm loath to call this a build around exactly because it's not like I'm going to take Stensia Masquerade and try to optimize it, but it's the kind of card that, like you said, I'm just not going to put this in my deck unless I have a lot of vampires.
Right.
It's just not. It's not powerful without the +1/+1 counter saboteur ability, and I assume that all those vampires come with a decent chance of having madness outlets, so I think that part is taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Stensia Masquerade is going to get situational C level where it is the kind of card that you'll want in these decks, but you're not going to want it all that often. So,
yeah, I really don't like this card.
Maybe this card is just like a D.
It's probably just an F.
It's hard to evaluate, but it does.
Let me just put this on the table, right? All it cares about is attacking.
Correct.
Full stop, right? You're putting a card in your deck that doesn't actually do any damage or attack itself, and you must be able to attack profitably for it to work. If you can't, it does nothing. It just sits there and just does stone nothing.
Still, combine this with cards like, Heir of Falconwrath or Ravenous Bloodseeker.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you have a really threatening card.
Agreed. It does have some upside to it.
3 power first striking vampires, your opponent just can't profitably block, then they become 4 power ones.
Right, and it's not getting any better from there. That's true. So I like the upside on it, but let's recognize the downside too.
Yeah, maybe this is a build around. Actually, you know what? Let's just put this in the build around category because you're never taking it out to the vampire deck. And in the vampire deck, this is kind of like the cherry on top. Like, right. Don't first pick Stensia Masquerade. Don't try to, draft your deck around it. But if you are in a vampire deck, this is a good addition to it. And I think that some decks will actually want this. My guess is probably 4 times out of 5 that people put this in their deck. They just shouldn't have it in their deck.
Right.
But this is a build around with kind of like a C attached to it. So
okay,
we'll give it Stensia Masquerade build around at C. Move on to Structural Distortion. This is 3 in a red sorcery, common. Exile target artifact or land and deal 2 damage to the permanent's controller.
These are almost never playable.
No,
I mean, I see what they're doing.
This is
but it's just going to be an F.
F sideboard material. There's not even enough good artifacts that I really imagine boarding this in. So
yeah.
So the only reason really ever to board this in is if you really think you're going to get lucky and kill your opponent's land.
You can just target it.
Yeah, just no. Your opponents are getting mana screwed and you cast Structural Distortion.
Oh, gotcha. Or take them off a color or something.
This isn't F. Structural Distortion isn't F.
Okay. What about Tormenting Voice?
1 in a red sorcery. As an additional cost, discard a card, draw 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
So we saw this card in Cons and then also in Dragons, funnily enough.
And it's back.
It's going to play much, much better in Innistrad than it did either of the previous 2 sets because Innistrad has multiple mechanics that really key off of this cost of discarding a card. So, plus somehow the flavor's better now too. I think Tormenting Voice is a solid C, and in the Madness decks it might move up to a C+.
Right. And that's all based on synergies. I mean, the card we've seen is decent otherwise, but I like C+ on Tormenting Voice.
That's also not a huge cost to put this in your deck.
No, it's really not. It's really not. Yeah, I agree. It's a card you can play late or early to smooth out your mana, or late to get rid of extra lands, and that works out pretty well for only 2 mana.
So Tormenting Voice at C. I wouldn't be surprised if it moves to C+, though.
Agreed.
Ulrich's Kindred. This is 2 in a red, 3/2 wolf at uncommon. It has trample, and you can pay 3 in a green. Target attacking wolf or werewolf gains indestructible until end of turn.
Wow. That's annoying.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Well, we talk about threat of activation on the podcast, right? Where you have an ability like this.
This is the podcast. We're doing the podcast right now.
That you could activate, but you don't have to, right? And now you attack with your 3/2 Trampler, and your opponent looks down at their 3/3, and they see that you've got the 3 and a green up in the case that you do, and they say, well, I can't block, because if I block, then they're just going to activate it and I lose my creature. So they say, sure, take 3. And then you're like, cool. You never even had to use the ability, and then you get to use your mana on something else. And that can add up in a pretty big way. And this can even do it to other wolves or werewolves, assuming that they're attacking. Question: 2 in a red, 3/2 trample, ignore the rest of the text. Is that passive vanilla or French vanilla test for us?
Yeah, it's
close enough, right?
It's like a C-, but you would play it.
Right. Now, with the extra ability, assuming that we're in black, I mean, this thing looks like it's pretty decent, right?
Well,
I mean, that's...
probably green, but yeah.
Excuse me, green, right? That's pretty decent. I kind of like the ability. I don't consider it, a game breaker, but it's something that definitely changes combat.
Yeah, I would bump it up to a C+ when you're playing red-green. Even without other wolves or werewolves, it by itself, it can target itself. And I think that once you're in like an actual dedicated wolf or werewolf deck, this might even be a B-.
Yeah,
I can just imagine just having this in play and your opponent just does not have good decisions.
Definitely. Now, of course, it is a 2 toughness creature, so it will die fairly frequently. But hey, if it's a creature your opponent has to kill, then I like it for 3 mana. So yeah, I like it at C+, and then maybe even B-, depending on what other colors you have for Ulrich's Kindred. Uncaged Furious next. It's 2 in a red for an instant common. Target creature gets +1/+1 and gains double strike until end of turn. Clearly a scary card. How good is it actually, though?
This is on the kind of the low end for combat tricks in general because it costs 3, but it is on the high end for damage. So
yes,
it's kind of interesting,
especially when combined with trample.
You're going to cast this and you're going to get 5 to 7 damage, 6 damage out of it sometimes. And given that, I think that. You're still just gonna. I think I'm still gonna call it a C-, but I do respect the fact that it can sometimes deal a bunch of damage.
Yeah, I like C- on it. It does have a big upside on Caged Fury, but it's also not super aggressively costed at 3 mana. This next one will be quick. Vessel of Volatility is 1 in a red for an enchantment at common. You can pay 1 in a red and sacrifice it to add 4 red mana to your mana pool. So that just doesn't have any application in limited period. It's an F.
It is an F. It's not worth it.
Right.
The stars really have to align before this can actually accelerate you in a meaningful way, and you're down a card, and it's just so infrequently going to be good enough. So
exactly. Voldaran Duelist is kind of cool. It's 3 in a red for a 3/2 vampire warrior at common. It's got haste, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature can't block this turn.
I like this card a lot.
Yeah, that is a scary magic card right there.
This adds a ton of pressure to your opponent's ability or to block. Like let's just imagine you have a 3/3 out and they have a 3/3 out. You play this, they all of a sudden take 6 instead of taking 0.
Right. It's huge. And also, this is the card that can really punish when your opponent feels like they may have stabilized after a quick start from you. And then, they're like, okay, I'll attack with my big creature, but I've got this good blocker back and everything's okay. And then you play this and hit them with everything. And they're like, oh no. It is a big swing when it hits the battlefield. And I'll tell you what, you could do a lot worse than 3/2 for 4 mana with that, with haste as well. So I actually think that it's on the upper end of a common. That said, it's not one that I'm super excited to run, and it does cost 4 mana, which is a hotly contested slot a lot of the times. So it's not a card that I'm going to prioritize super high, but I like it. I plan on playing it quite a bit, and I'd give it a C+.
Yeah, I like C+ on Voldaran Duelist, and this is the kind of card you have to keep in mind when you have a 2/2 and a 4/4, and they have a 2/2, and you're just like, should I attack with both? Should I attack with either? Because sometimes they'll just play the 3/2 and just hit you for a ton of damage.
Yeah. That card will steal wins as well. All right, red looks pretty cool. Properly aggressive. They're not messing around in this set. It looks very aggro, which, you kind of expect from red, but still it looks to, in a red-black deck, it looks to really be the one holding down the fort as far as attacking goes and enabling madness. So we'll keep an eye on it. That moves us over to green, which is our last color, and then we've got a few colorless and that kind of lands in those type of cards. So let's get into the double face cards for green as we move our way through the set review here. Our first one is Autumnal Gloom, and this is such a cool card. It's 2 and a green for an enchantment. It's uncommon, and it has an activated ability of pay a black mana, put the top card of your library into your graveyard. So you mill yourself for each black mana that you have. Now here's the cool part. It's got Delirium. At the beginning of your end step, if you have Delirium, you transform it. Now remember, it's an enchantment, so it's very difficult to deal with. So if you hit Delirium, you go to your end step, and it turns into Ancient of the Equinox, which is a tree folk that's a 4/4 creature with trample and hexproof. So it's actually a pretty scary creature that's very difficult to get rid of, both on the front side and on the back side, which I think is really cool. It's just your opponent never has an opportunity to use creature removal on it.
The problem is you won't always get a creature out of this.
That is correct.
First of all, this card is very dubious outside of a green-black deck, because in, say, a green-blue deck, you have to be very confident in your ability to hit Delirium, because otherwise this card just straight up do nothing. This is a card with no text.
Oh god, it's so scary.
That being said, in a Turbo Delirium deck, maybe you'll get there without, but it's more
and you can. Hey, you mentioned blue-green. If you play either Vessel in blue and green, those are very easy ways to set up Delirium, for example, and for relatively low cost. So if you want to, I think you can. The question is, do you want to? Well, how many Autumnal Glooms do you have? How many payoffs do you have?
Autumnal Gloom, I think.
That's how you say. That's not how you say that. You're just trying to screw me up for the booth at the Pro Tour. I know it.
Definitely not.
But agreed. In black green is where you want to be with it for sure.
And when it works, it is a 4/4 hexproof trample. That is definitely a card. You're not going to get it on turn 3 basically ever. Mm-hmm. So this isn't a 3-mana 4/4 trample hexproof in the meaning of you can draw this, play it, and it's going to be great. But 4/4 trample hexproof is still pretty good on turn 6 or 7, and costing 3 mana is still relevant. Then you can still play it on turn 6. You can play this plus another 3-drop and get good value. So I think that this is a build around. You can't just jam this in a deck. Even a green-black deck, if you're not working towards Delirium with other cards, playing this and just keep activating it. If you have to activate it 3 or 4 times to get Delirium, that's just not a good deal.
You're probably not ahead on that transaction, right?
So I'm going to call this a build around and say it's like a C+ level build around. It's a good reward for being Delirium, but it's not a card that you can just jam into any deck.
Right. You need to have Delirium enablers, whether that's black mana or actual cards that do that for Autumnal Gloom. So next is Duskwatch Recruiter, which is a 1 and a green 2/2 human warrior werewolf. And again, we're going to be seeing a lot of this werewolf text that we referenced earlier. This one, as a 2/2 for 2, has an activated ability. You can pay 2 and a green. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Holy crap, right? That's, in most of the time, that's 2 and a green, draw a creature, which is insane. And then it also has at the beginning of each upkeep, blah, 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 the werewolf ability, it transforms into Crawlin' Horde Howler, which is a 3/3, so it gets bumped up by 1, a werewolf. And creature spells you cast 1 less to cast. So all those cards that you've drawn, you get to cash them in. And at the beginning of each upkeep, if somebody plays 2 cards, you turn it back. I'm a big fan of Duskwatch.
Oh yeah, I think Duskwatch Recruiter is fantastic. A 2-mana 2/2 with that ability is good, and it has the upside of sometimes it's just going to be a 3/3. This is one of the few werewolves that you might not always want it to flip.
Yeah.
But because you aren't able to use the activator anymore, but I think you'll do all right. If you play this on turn 2 and they don't play a 2-drop, and then next turn you play a 4-drop, it's just game.
It's just over, right?
Yeah.
And here's one of the really neat interactions with Duskwatch Recruiter as well. I was mentioning earlier that sometimes you can have an instant in your hand and say, go, right? Like on your turn, you don't do anything with the hope that you're going to transform your werewolves, right? And this one's pretty cool because you can actually do that with Duskwatch Recruiter. You can say go, and then when it gets to their upkeep, a trigger is going to go on the stack to transform it. And with the trigger up, you can pay the 3 mana because it's still a Duskwatch Recruiter, get your card out of it, hopefully, and then let it transform, and then even cast that creature the next turn for 1 less mana since it's transformed. And I like that a lot. And even in your worst case, if your opponent does play an instant of some sort on your end step so that it's not going to transform, well, you're still at least using your mana here to draw a card out of it. Now, that's maybe not the best tempo play, but at least you're using your mana. And I like that advantage a lot.
Yeah, Duskwatch Recruiter is a fantastic card.
Yeah, I'd give it a B. I think this card's fantastic.
Yeah, I would also give Duskwatch Recruiter a B, which leads us to Hermit of the Natternolls. It says 2 and a green for a 2/3 uncommon. It's a human werewolf. It says whenever your opponent casts a spell during your turn, draw a card. And then it flips if nobody casts any spells into Lone Wolf of the Natternolls, which is a 3/5 werewolf that says whenever an opponent casts a spell during your turn, draw 2 cards. And of course, it flips back if someone casts 2 spells.
So are you ever actually drawing cards off this thing? They have to cast it during your turn, so only instants apply?
It's not necessarily the full advantage that you don't draw cards, or that you're not going to draw cards. It also prevents your opponent from casting spells. Like either they're casting spells on their turn instead of yours at a disadvantage, so you're getting value out of that, or they just have to bite the bullet and cast like Puncturing Light, deal 3 to an attacker, just because they don't have an opportunity to cast it any other time. It also, secretly or not so secretly, punishes your opponent for trying to cast a spell during your turn to stop your werewolves from flipping.
Exactly. That's kind of the neat thing.
And then punishes them for casting a spell on your turn once it's already flipped if they're trying to put 2 spells together, though that's going to happen on their turn more often than not.
Right. Yeah, and if they're going to use a removal spell and you force them to do it at instant speed, but on their turn, you're not really, that is something, but it's not a lot, right? You're not, pulling way ahead in a game that you say, haha, oftentimes it's going to be better for them to do that anyway. I don't know how to, I feel like a good opponent is going to let you draw no extra cards off this if at all possible, and occasionally is going to be forced into making you do it, which makes me look at the power and toughness stats and say a 3 mana 2/3, okay. It does transform into a 3/5 though, and like you said, you are encouraged, you're encouraging your opponent to let you do that. And I like that a lot. I mean, a 3 mana, you've invested 3 mana and a turn or two later, you get a 3/5 out of the deal. That's actually pretty good. So I think Hermit of the Natternolls is definitely playable. I think that the upside that you see when you first see it of, oh my God, I'm going to draw all these extra cards probably won't come together as often as you hope, but that the Hermit holds his own as far as, power and toughness goes and does, encourage him to become a flipped werewolf or, goes into a werewolf deck as well. I think that's pretty cool.
And again, you can't underestimate the fact that even if you're not drawing cards off the ability, it's still making your opponent do things at a time they don't want to do.
Exactly.
And there's something there. So
there's something.
I don't think this card's fantastic. I'm going to give Hermit of the Natternolls a C, but I think it's a fine card.
All right, I gave him a C+. I like him. He hates enough company, but, Hinterland Logger, what does that do?
1 and a green for a 2/1 human werewolf at common, and she goes ahead and flips if no one plays a spell. So just no ability on the front side, just a 2/1. And flips into a 4/2 trample, Timber Shredder.
Timber Shredder, that's pretty sweet. So we've got a common werewolf here that plays out like you would think one would play, right? Reasonable but mediocre stats on the front. And if you get it transformed, kind of the same thing, right? A 4/2 trample's okay, but it's not anything remarkable.
It's really not. It's still a 2 mana 2/1 with upside, because the ability to change into a 4/2 is obviously a bonus. So there's a limit on how bad the Hinterland Logger can be. I think that she's going to end up at a C.
I have it at C as well.
Next up is Lambholt Pacifist. It's 1 and a green for a 3/3. No, that is the right side. It is a 1 and a green for a 3/3.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I thought it was flipped because I was like, wait, this is power and toughness.
That seems a little too high, yeah.
It's 1 and a green for a 3/3 human shaman werewolf at uncommon. Cannot attack unless you control a creature with power 4 or greater. And then, of course, flips based on the werewolf, trigger of not having played a spell, into a 4/4 that says at the beginning of each upkeep, if the player casts 2 more spells, transform it back. So it's 2 mana for a 3/3 that you need a 4-power creature, otherwise it can't attack, and it flips into a 4/4.
Right. And now this is all for 2 mana, by the way.
Yeah.
So, let's frame this, right? You're paying 2 mana for a 3/3 that, in its worst case scenario, is a 3/3 blocker for 2 mana, which is not that bad. And when it becomes a 4/4, Well, if it takes a long time, that might not be super great by the time it does. But if it doesn't, my goodness. Like, this is where I'm going back to the Hermit as well. You play a Lambholt Pacifist on your turn. You say go. Your opponent does something, passes. You play Hermit of the Natternals and say go. And then on your turn, you just pass the turn, right? And your opponent's like, crap. I'll use a removal spell. Okay, I draw a card. If they don't use anything, then all of a sudden you've got a 4/4 and a 3/5. And that's a major issue, right, for your opponent. So I don't know. I'm not in love with Lambholt Pacifist just because I do want to attack with this type of creature. But, and it is relatively difficult to start attacking with it in any, like turn 3, you're not attacking with it very often. Turn 4, maybe, but turn 5, or I shouldn't say turn 5, when you hit 5 mana, then you will be able to attack with your Pacifist, I think, pretty consistently in these green decks. But before that, it is tough. So Lambholt Pacifist is not an amazing uncommon, but it does have some pretty decent potential with it as a high power and toughness creature for only 2 mana.
If you can flip into Lambholt Butcher, then you have a 4/4, so now you can attack with your other Lambholt.
Yeah, that is true. They do help each other out.
Also, there's no restriction on blocking.
Yep.
You can block well. So I like Lambholt Pacifist. I'm going to give her a C+.
Okay. I will go with, C+ as well. Sage. Nope. Sorry. That one's a rare. Solitary Hunter is our last.
I can't even see it. Rares are forbidden until next week. I have no knowledge of them.
Okay. Solitary Hunter is 3 and a green for a 3/4. It's a human warrior werewolf. Now, this one's a common. And again, we've got a vanilla werewolf, so the normal restriction applies for when it gets to transform. If it does, though, it becomes a 5/6 called One of the Pack.
Solitary Hunter's great.
One of the Pack.
4 mana, 3/4 that turns into a 5/6.
I love that.
Just a good deal on both sides.
Yeah, what was the 2/3 called from original?
That was Villagers of Estwall.
Yeah, it became a 4/6. I loved that card too, and this reminds me of that. And
this is probably better. I'll rather pay 4 mana for a 3/4 than 3 mana for a 2/3. So.
Sure. Yeah, and like you said, this is more likely to get transformed than like a 2 mana werewolf is, just because you're casting it a little bit later in the game when one or both players might be out of gas as far as casting a spell every turn. So I like One of the Pack and Solitary Hunter a lot. Though I will say that ultimately it's kind of big, dumb, vanilla green creatures we're talking about here. So this isn't one of those, windmill slams, but this is a common that I think you're going to see draft or game in and game out in limited.
The real question is does this get to B- level?
I would say no. It could, if it becomes the Villagers of Estwall of the set, then this is a bigger version of that, and that would satisfy that for me. Sure. I'm going to give it a B-. Solitary Hunter, welcome to the team. You made it to B level.
All right. Yeah. I like Solitary Hunter at B- as well. And that moves us on to our non-double face green cards. We're gonna aim high because the first card is actually just called Aim High. That's 1 and a green instant at common. Untapped target creature gets +2/+2 and gains reach.
Look, this is a perfectly fine combat trick. It can block some
flyers.
reckless.
They didn't aim high at all.
No, they did not.
Aiming very medium.
They aimed medium. They added an extra mana.
Vines. It's 1 mana for +1/+0 over Vines of the Reckless.
Right.
So,
and I expect it to play out similarly as well.
Yeah, I'm going to give this a C-.
Sure, I give it a D+, but same difference.
Sure, D+, C- on Aim High, which brings us to Briarbridge Patrol. It says 3 and a green for a 3/3 human warrior at uncommon. Whenever Briarbridge Patrol deals damage to 1 or more creatures, investigate, so you put a clue into play.
Interesting.
Beginning of each end step, if you sacrifice 3 or more clues this turn, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield.
They went pretty deep with this one, Luis.
Oh, yeah.
That is a lot of crazy text for an uncommon.
So, she's a 3/3 that every time she attacks, you're basically getting clues unless your opponent takes 3.
Right.
And if you block, you get a clue. Also, if you stack up 3 clues, you can sack them all to draw 3 cards, and then you get that mana back, kind of, because you get to play a creature that probably costs 4 to 6 mana if you've built your deck, with a normal curve. Maybe sometimes you only play like a 3-drop or something. So, I think Briarbridge Patrol is quite good. You're highly likely to get at least 1 clue out of it, and then the ability to sack a bunch of clues and then, again, kind of get a discount because you get the mana back by putting a creature into plays is a good, relevant ability. Especially
it really is.
Especially in blue-green. Can we call blue-green clue-green, or is that just not...
Yeah, you can call it that.
I don't think Briarbridge Patrol is like an amazing card, but a pretty good support card for a deck, and also just good in any decks, which leads me to...
Like, is it B-? Is it B?
I think it's probably B-.
Like, you are, for the most part, going to get a 2-for-1 out of this if the thing gets into combat with any creature.
And it's got additional upside. You might get more than that. So.
Yeah, I like it. I think that's fine. I like B- for Briarbridge Patrol. Byway Courier, speaking of getting a clue, this is 2 and a green for a 3/2 human scout at common. When it dies, you investigate. So you're going to get a clue token. Another 2-for-1. Look, these aren't direct 2-for-1s because you do have to pay the mana to get the clue. But like, if you're not under any immense pressure, cards like Byway Courier, they're going to trade for something as a 3/2, and you're going to get that card back. And I got to say, grinding like that is kind of what I want to do anyway. So I like Byway Courier. I'm not blown away by it, but I think that's a card that I'll play in a lot of my green decks.
Yeah, Byway Courier seems perfectly acceptable. Does this get to C+ level or just a C?
Oh, at least C+ level for me.
Okay. I'm going to say at most C+ level, but I'll give Byway Courier a C+.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a 2-for-1 creature. Like, here's a litmus test. If it just said, when Byway Courier dies, draw a card, where would you rate that?
Probably
like a B- or a C+, right? Like, it's a card that, like, you're not super stoked on, but I mean, you can throw it in front of creatures and don't care if they have a combat trick. You can trade it for basically any card out of their deck and feel okay with it. And yes, this isn't quite draw a card, but it's right in that same ballpark for me. So yeah, I like it at C+ for Byway Courier. What about Clip Wings?
This is a straight up sideboard card. This is 1 and a green for an instant at common. Each opponent sacrifices a creature with flying.
This is worse than Plummet, right?
Oh, substantially. In a format with spirit tokens.
1/1 spirits.
And the fact that every time your opponent has 2 flying creatures, you just get the worst one. I mean, it's better than target opponent sacrifices a creature in a lot of ways because they're flying naturally like reduces the number of in the category. So if they have a 5/5 and a bunch of 2/2 ground creatures, you obviously still just get the 5/5 flyer, but overall, Clip Wings is a sideboard card and not a great one at that.
Yeah, we'll let the veterinarians keep clipping wings, but we'll probably not be doing much of it in this format. Confront the Unknown is next. It's green, instant, common. Investigate, then target creature gets +1 and +1 until end turn for each clue you control. This card for me is just like fundamentally conflicted. Because it's really funny in that I do want to investigate. Like, that's the thing that I'm most excited about for this set is just like having a bunch of clue tokens on the battlefield and grinding out a bunch of value. But I don't want a combat trick that rewards me for that, right? Like, I'm looking to block and and survive and maybe gain some life and just try to live long enough to see the fruits of my labors here with the clue tokens. But instead, they're giving me my creature gets bigger until end of turn for all the work I've done, which I find really funny. I don't love it, right? Like at its base, it's creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And then you get a card back, which again, I can't really give it too low of a grade because you're going to eventually get that card back in most scenarios, but Confront the Unknown feels like it's working against what my game plan I think is going to be for investigating.
It's also like, even when it's paying you off by giving you like +3 or +3 or +4/+4, that's still not that much better than what you'd expect a combat trick to do. It's just going to let you win a combat. So
right.
I think this hits the D+ C- level that most of the combat tricks end up.
I agree. What about Crawling Sensation? And that just gives me the creeps.
This is 2 and a green, enchantment and uncommon. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. So each turn, you may mill yourself for 2. Just, again, an upside, and you can stop it if it looks like it's you're going to start running out of cards. Mm-hmm. It also says, whenever 1 or more land cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere for the first time each turn, that's a lot of what-ifs, put a 1/1 green insect creature token onto the battlefield.
So if you mill a land, you're going to get a 1/1. If you somehow a land gets sacrificed or destroyed or discarded, you're going to get a 1/1.
If you mill 2 lands...
You get a 1/1.
You're going to get a 1/1 because it says 1 or more. Yeah. It's for each instance. So with
this card is so slow.
With no additional help, this gives you, 0.8 around 0.8 insects per turn, right?
Okay.
If you have 40% lands. I mean, that's like an approximation. But with other help, this could give you slightly more than that. and it can fuel your other graveyard stuff. I think this card is playable.
Okay, it's slow. It's slow as all heck, right? I mean...
It is, but if you have, like... Imagine you have, like, a looter or a discard outlet. You just, like, play this, discard a land, get a 1/1, next turn mill yourself, get another 1/1. You can put a bunch of chump blockers in the way.
We're also assuming that you want Delirium here, right?
Yeah, Delirium or other graveyard value. Like, this works with ongoing investigation. If there's a graveyard full of creatures to eat with ongoing investigation.
There you go.
So... I'm going to give a Crawling Sensation a build around, and I'm going to say it's like kind of like a middle of the road build around. It's like more of a support card for a graveyard deck, but you can't just put this in a random deck and expect to do well. So
I also expect Brian David Marshall to play a lot of these.
Yeah.
Cult of the Waxing Moon. This card's sweet. It's 4 and a green for a 5/4 at uncommon. It's a human shaman. It says whenever a permanent you control transforms into a non-human creature, you get a 2/2 wolf token.
So this is
I like
the werewolf build around where you end up transforming. It doesn't work with the white transform creatures because those tend to stay human. So this really just goes with the werewolves.
This is
it also works with vampires. Like when you have Heir of Falconwrath that transforms into a non-human, you get a wolf. So that's not too bad. It's also 5 mana for a 5/4, which is basically baseline.
Yeah. I mean, if I get one wolf over the course of the game, I'm pretty happy with this card. So
this is not quite build around because first of all, it's good enough by itself. Like you don't have to build your deck around it to get a card out of it because it's still a 5 mana 5/4, and it's not actually a card you want to base your whole deck on because if you're not going to transform very many cards per game. So this looks just like a C to me where. You're going to play this in a deck that has a couple transform cards, and if that interaction comes up, great, you got value, and if not, you paid 5 mana for a 5/4, which is still just fine.
I mean, you got to give it a higher than a C for that, though, right? Like just like free random upside.
Yeah, I guess I could see C+. I think
I'd go C+ on Cult. Yeah. What about Equestrian Skill?
So this
Horse riding.
3 and a green for Enchantment Aura at common. Enchanted creature gets +3/+3, and if it's human, it has trample.
I'm not in on Equestrian.
Yeah, you can do better than this. It's just there are maybe matchups where your opponent's gonna have trouble dealing with it, and it's a lot of stats. But for the most part, I think that you could just play a card that gives you card advantage instead of card disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, look at they've printed a few of these cards in recent sets, and every time it's a 4 mana, make my creature very good, it ends up being not good. These type of cards just aren't worth the risk that they come associated with it, even if they do occasionally steal a game that you wouldn't have won otherwise. Fork in the Road, 1 and a green for a sorcery, common. Oh, by the way, what do we give it? Sorry, Equestrian Skill. I have it at F. I just don't want to play this card.
I'm going to give it a D-. This is a fine filler card if you're really low on playable. So actually just give it a D. Because I think that if you've got, one of those decks with like 18 creatures in it, sometimes you're just going to play Equestrian Skill and get in there.
You are not. You are not. Not in current level limited, these type of cards, you just never find yourself in a spot where you have to run things.
I could see putting this on a human and just getting in there.
Like, what was that? What was Iona's Blessing or whatever from the last set?
+2/+2 in Vigilance, which is significally worse than +3/+3.
Okay, fair enough. All right, maybe the stats do pump it up.
You could just put it on a human and just get in there. Like, sometimes that could give your creature +3/+3 and you just get in there.
And you just get in there. All right.
All right, we'll give Equestrian Skill a D-.
D-, I'm in. Fork in the Road. 1 and a green sorcery. It's common, and it says search your library for up to 2 basic land cards and reveal them. Put one of them in your hand and the other in your graveyard, then shuffle.
This is a great art. I really like the picture.
The picture is gorgeous. Good job, Jung Park, but no, I'm out. I'm just these
type of enabler. It puts a sorcery and a land into your graveyard.
It does do that, and that actually is something if you're going to be splashing. But I just find that to be this is not the one that I want to do that with. I would not put it in the unplayable camp just for that reason. If you're splashing and doing Delirium, I could see playing a Fork in the Road. So I would give it a D, but I expect it to not show up very often in people's decks.
Yeah, I like D for Fork in the Road, and if you're really going deep on Delirium, D for Delirium, you might play a copy of this.
There you go. And splashing. I want both of those things to be true. Gloom Widow. What is Gloom Widow? That's a reprint there.
So it's 2 and a green for a spider. It's uncommon. It's a 3/3. It has reach, but it can only block creatures with flying.
It's a weird card.
It is weird. It's kind of like high flying, except it's high reach, where it can only reach things on the top shelf. It can't get anything else.
That's right. Now, the thing that you'll note here is that there's going to be a lot of scenarios in which it just reads as Gloom Widow cannot block. And so you have to ask yourself, well, why am I including this in my deck? Well, the reason is it's a 3/3 for 3 mana. And we've already talked about the red version of that in this deck with a similar downside. Look, that's fine. If you're planning on beating down, Gloom Widow is your friend. If you are not, it is not your friend. It might be a sideboard card or something if you're looking to stall the game out and go long. But if you're looking to beat down, no problem. I will play a Gloom Widow all day in a deck that's looking to turn creatures sideways and get my opponent dead. But again, if I'm trying to do this whole clues, delirium nonsense, then Gloom Widow is just going to be sitting in my sideboard.
I agree. I think that the base power level of this is high enough that you're going to end up playing this a lot of the time, and it's a pretty solid card. So I'm going to give it a C+.
Yeah, I like C on Gloom Widow. That downside just means that there's too many times when you can't play it. Ooh,
right.
Graph Mole.
Next we have Graph Mole. This is a 2 and a green for a 2/4 Mole Beast at uncommon.
Mole. This card's amazing.
Whenever you sacrifice a clue, you gain 3 life.
And it's a 2/4 for 3 mana.
Yeah, this card's great.
This card's great.
I like this at C+ though. I don't think it's gonna be. Well,
not me, buddy.
I could see in a heavy clue deck it getting up to a B-.
Yeah, I gave it a B.
All right.
I want to say, and I'm admitted that I am interested more in this deck than maybe your average player, but this is perfect. This is a great blocker for a cheap cost that lets you spend some time sacrificing clues while buffering your life total, so that if you got way behind early, or if you just need a little bit of time, you sack 2 clues in a turn, you gain 6 life, and you're up a couple of cards. Like, I'm in. Graph Mole, and especially as a 2/4 for 3, I have it at B. I like that card a lot. Pack one, pick one, Graph Mole, go.
Yeah, Graph Mole is great. I guess I'll give it a B-.
All right, talk to you up a little. Groundskeeper. What do you got for Groundskeeper here?
It's 1 green for a 1/1 uncommon. This is 1, and it says Human Druid, and it says 1 and a green, return target basic land card from your graveyard to your hand. So, yeah, this card has shown up a couple times, and it's never really gotten there. It just, it doesn't give you enough of an effect. Trying to make it work, you end up with just a bunch of basics. So I'm going to go ahead and just give Groundskeeper enough. I don't think you're going to run it.
I agree.
Next up, we've got Howlpack Resurgence. It's 2 and a green for an enchantment. It is uncommon. It has flash, because we don't have enough flash enchantments yet.
Everyone has either flash or madness. It's funny.
It says each creature you control that's a wolf or werewolf gets +1/+1 and has trample.
Interesting. So build around me off the bat, right? Or at least, maybe this isn't the perfect term for it. This is a straight up build around, yeah. Yeah, but you're looking to only put this in a very specific type of deck, which is probably going to end up being a red-green werewolf type deck. In that deck, I actually like this card. I think this does pull its weight. The fact that you can play it at instant speed means that you may be able to set up a scenario where you can get a card out of it, which is pretty sweet. The +1/+1 is no joke, and trample on these big, dumb, red and green werewolves is huge. That really counts, because you are looking to turn, 5/4s sideways and those type of cards. And if you can give those trample at instant speed, that means, somebody says, well, I'll block with my spirit or my human token or whatever. And all of a sudden they take way more damage. I like it. I think it's good. I think an anthem for werewolves and wolves, plus the ability to give trample, and then they just throw on flash so that you can surprise your opponent with it, makes this worth it, assuming that you have critical mass of wolves and werewolves in your deck.
It also lets you pass the turn and then cast it on their turn, so all your werewolves go.
Oh my god. That's
combo.
Sweet.
Well,
on your end step, play Howlpack Resurgence? Holy crap. Yeah, that's insane.
So what grade would you give Howlpack Resurgence?
I would give it a build around B.
All right, I'm in for that. If you can build a deck where 10 plus of your creatures get pumped by this, then it's a good card.
All right, next we've got Intrepid Provisionier. You think we can get bent on that one?
Oh yeah, it's 3 and a green for a 3/3 human scout at common. Has trample.
Okay.
And when it enters the battlefield, another target human creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
Okay, so a couple of things to note here. Most of the werewolves are humans on their front side, so you will. There's a lot more humans than you think. There's also just humans, so you're going to be able to use that ability, somewhat often, depending on what kind of deck you've put together for the Provisioner. And then the other thing to keep in mind is that it does have trample, and that is incredibly easy to overlook on a card like this. We tend to associate trample with bigger creatures, but this one does have that as well, which, in a red-green heavy combat trick-centric deck, that can come up and actually mean something pretty important. And we were talked about the double strike combat trick and things like that too. And, this trample can add up in an incidental way. That said, I don't think this card's mind-blowing. I just think it's solid. I would give it a C or a C+. Probably a C+. It's got enough going on here that I like it enough, but I don't think it's ever going to be a big priority for you.
Agreed. I like Intrepid Provisioner at C+.
What about Kessig Dire Swine?
Kessig Dire Swine.
The boar whore.
This is 4 green, so 4 and 2 green for a 6/6 boar horror at common. So 6 mana 6/6 at common. And it has Delirium, gains trample. So I like Kessig Dire Swine, and not just because I can make boar noises whenever I cast the card.
It's also a possessed pig. Like, that's got to be one of the scariest things I can imagine.
It's what you want at 6 mana. A 6/6 at common is good. 6 mana 6/6 is fine.
Okay.
I mean, it's not amazing. I'm not saying that this card is great, but I think you're going to want one of these in a lot of your green decks, and the fact that it eventually gains trample, often by the time you cast this, decent little upside, but I will give Kessig Dire Swine a C-. Green tends to have a lot of big creatures, and this is a step worse than a lot of them, so I'm not going to go nuts about this.
I agree. Yeah, you're not going to go ham on this one. So what about Loam Dryad?
Loam Dryad is 1 green mana for a 1/2. 1 mana 1/2. Dryad Horror at common.
Everything's just possessed, right? We are on Innistrad.
And it says tap an untapped creature you control, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. So this is a Springleaf Drum. Ugh. A Springleaf Dryad. Basically, this plus another creature equals 1 mana. I do not like this card.
I don't either. Especially as a 1/2.
I do not intend to play this card, so I'm going to give the Loam Dryad an F.
I think so too. Even if you're splashing, I think that you just have to do a better job of fixing your mana than play a card like this.
Might Beyond Reason is next. It's 3 and a green, instant at common. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature, and if you have Delirium, you get 3 +1/+1 counters instead. So this is the card you're talking about. This is Dragon Scale Boon. Here it is.
Right. And again, I think I outlined how I feel about these ones, and I agree that this, I think, is on average worse, right? Significantly worse than the red version that we talked about that gives first strike and +3/+0, right? I mean, it protects it from certain types of removal spells a little bit better, but the extra point of power is big, even if you don't, assuming you don't have Delirium, and the first strike can be a really big deal too. I find these type of combat tricks mediocre. They're better than they look because it's not just a combat trick, because you get to keep the 2 +1/+1 counters, but they also get notched down because they cost 4 freaking mana, which is very expensive and risky. And if it doesn't work out for you, I mean, you can just lose the game on that turn. Like, it's not that hard to lose a game where you go tap 4 mana, get 2 for 1. That is a tough thing to recover from. So I have Might Beyond Reason in the D to D+ range. I think that sometimes you'll end up running it, but for the most part, I expect to see it in sideboards.
All right, I like Might Beyond Reason at D+, and that leads us to Moldgraft Scavenger, basically Tarmogoyf. It's 1 and a green for a 0/4 fungus at common. And
is it a fungus horror?
No, just a fungus.
Okay.
Looks like a fun guy, though. And it is Delirium +3/+0. So it's a static ability, so as long as you have Delirium, this is a 3/4. Right. And if it loses it goes back to an 0/4.
Yeah, one thing to note, it doesn't have Defender. Right? It's an 0/4, but it can attack. And so once you get Delirium, or even in the middle of combat, if you were to get Delirium, it would, in fact, be good to go on the 3 power there.
I think this card feels like the defensive card that the Turbo Delirium deck might want, because it can block most cards that cost 3 or less until you get to the point where this becomes a 3/4, but it's just not a high priority to take, and most other people aren't going to want it. And it doesn't actually fare all that well against werewolves. 0/4 blockers look a lot less impressive when they stop their 2-drop until they flip.
That's a great point.
And a lot of the time, the werewolves are just going to flip into something better than this. Like, if you play this against Convicted Killer, a 2/2 that flips into a 4/4, sure, it stops it for a while, but eventually it doesn't, and that's a problem.
Yeah, that is a big issue. Yeah, I think I like it what you said about the in a deck that really is looking to turbo out Delirium. Then I think Moldgraph Scavenger is a card that you can pick up late for that deck and that you can put into your deck and feel pretty good about, where most people won't really want it if they're not actively seeking out Delirium. So if that's the case, the card probably comes in the D plus C minus range. It's a card that will sometimes make the cut if you need a 2, sometimes not. But again, if you're not actively looking for Delirium, this card seems to lose quite a bit of its luster. An 0/4 for 2 is not a good card.
No.
So I'll go D plus on Moldgraph Scavenger and probably play more of them than I should throughout the course of the format. Moonlight Hunt is next. It is 1 and a green for an instant. It's uncommon, and it says choose target creature you don't control. Each creature you control that's a wolf or werewolf deals damage equal to its power to that creature. And then that's an instant. Wow, that's a big payoff for the wolf and werewolf deck there.
Yeah, it's not fight. It's just it's the one-sided fight we saw in Nissa's Judgment, right?
Yes.
It just all your wolves and werewolves just gang up and brawl with their on one of their unfortunate dudes holding a crossbow.
Yeah, there's another card in this set that has that same thing called Rabid Bite. We'll get to in a couple of cards here. So that does seem to be maybe the direction that R&D is taking that type of mechanic. It's a little more punching and a little less fighting. But Moonlight Hunt, I don't know how to categorize it. It's you're not building around it, but I think that you're really only going to play it in this red-green werewolf/wolf deck. But man, that's a premium card in that deck. This is a big payoff for that.
I'm willing to call it a build around. I think it's a B minus build around.
Okay.
Basically, in the red-green werewolf deck, this is a premium removal, and outside of it, it's completely unplayable. So
yep.
Sounds like a build around to me.
Yep, I'm in. What about Obsessive Skinner? We had this one as well as a preview card, right? It's 1 and a green for a 1/1 human rogue at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. And yes, that can be itself. So your worst case here is a bear, a 2/2 for 2. But it's also got Delirium at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep. If you have Delirium, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. That can really add up. Although slowly, that can really add up.
Yeah, Obsessive Skinner is a pretty solid card because remember it can target itself. So at the very worst, it's a 2-mana 2/2, and a 2-mana 2/2 with upside is a pretty big deal.
It is, and also it cannot target itself. You can play this on turn 5 and put it on your 4-drop or your 3-drop or whatever. And
is that really considered sporting though?
I think it is. It could easily get your creature in for damage or for an attack that it didn't have prior to getting the +1/+1 counter. And then your Obsessive Skinner is really annoying for your opponent because it already got a reasonable effect on the board. And if you're approaching Delirium, your opponent may have to use a removal spell to kill your stupid 1/1. Right. And while that's easy to kill, they're not going to be too happy after you already got value off of it by putting the counter on another creature. And all of these things make me happy as the person playing the Obsessive Skinner and makes me think that the card's pretty darn decent.
I think I have an Obsessive Skinner at C+.
You're not going to go to B minus?
I could see it at B minus.
I'll go B minus.
Yeah, B minus. The fact that it's a 2-mana 2/2, that's just such a good fail case. Yeah. Then all right, let's give Obsessive Skinner a B minus, and move on to Pack Guardian. This card's quite good.
Ghost Wolf, man, this thing's nasty.
2 and 2 green, so 2 green for a 4/3 Wolf Spirited uncommon. It has Flash, so already 4-mana 4/3 Flash. This card's already good.
Ship that. That's like a B.
Yes, and when it enters the battlefield, you may discard a land, and if you do, put a 2/2 green wolf onto the battlefield. So this is 4 mana for 6/5 worth of stats.
Okay, I'm in.
I mean, is this a B plus? Is it an A minus?
I think it's a B plus.
Yeah,
you do have to discard a land.
You do have to discard a land, so you have to discard not only a card but a specific card.
Yeah. So you don't always get to do it, but I have Pack Guardian a B plus. That's just absurd.
Right. Yeah, it's just so much stats, and you can ambush your opponent, and you can increase the pressure, and of course it's a combo with werewolves because you get to pass your turn without playing anything.
God, are you kidding me? That's absurd. And also it's a relevant creature type. It's a wolf, which we've seen multiple cards now that care about wolves. So yeah, Pack Guardian's great. I have it a B plus.
Are we sure it's not an A minus? I could see it.
It might be. It might be. I need to play with it a bit more before I find out.
Yeah, I don't. I'm going to call Pack Guardian.
Yeah, it's still just power and toughness, so you don't always get the
2 mana 5/5 is still also power and toughness.
Indeed. And I would give that an A minus.
An A minus?
A plus. How about an A plus?
All right. Next up, we've got Quilled Wolf. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 common wolf with a fabulous mane. And it has 5 and a green. Quilled Wolf gets +4/+4 until end of turn. So it's an invoker. This is the wolf invoker. And there's nothing to complain about with this card. Again, this is the classic 2-mana 2/2 that is relevant in the late game. So.
Yeah. Well, love that. I appreciate that. I think this will make the cut. It's also, once again, a relevant creature type at wolf. And I think this is a C to C plus type card. I'll give it a C.
Quilled Wolf a C plus.
C plus. All right, sure. I'm in. Go Quilled Wolf, go.
Next up, we have Rabid Bite. This is a sorcery for 1 and a green. It's a common. Target creature you control deals damage to target creature you don't control equal to its power. So your creature bites their creature and does not get bitten back. This is the sorcery speed fight card that does not. It's a one-sided fight. So your 4/4 just deals 4 to another opponent's creature.
Big fan. I love cards like
this. Of course, this card's great.
Yeah.
I'm going to give Rabid Bite a B minus. It's just cheap enough, efficient enough, and it is actual removal.
Yep, I gave it a B minus too. There's enough bounce spells at instant speed in the format to break this type of thing up that it gets a little bit annoying, but overall I think it's really good. Also, I appreciate the fact that it's the human biting the werewolf in the picture and not the other way around. What about Root Out?
It's 2 and a green, sorcery. It's common. Destroy target artifact or enchantment and investigate.
So sideboard card.
Yep, straight up sideboard card, but a good one. It's a 2-for-1 when you need to bring this in.
Stoic Builder is next. A lot of people carrying logs on their shoulder here in Innistrad. This one's 2 and a green for a 2/3 human.
32% of Innistrad's industry is people carrying logs from one place to another. Sometimes they trade them and then they carry them back.
You can see that in the red and green sections of your card image gallery. So Stoic Builder is a 2/3 for 2 and a green. It's a human, a common, and when it enters the battlefield, you may return target land card from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, I'm not.
So just not that exciting, right?
Yeah, I'm not really going to show much emotion about this. It's just, it's a reasonable rate creature that if you've managed to get lands in your graveyard can maybe draw you a land, which feels like you're doing too much work to begin with to need the land when this.
Right, that's the problem. You can build a situation where you get value out of this, but it's not great, right? Like in your best case, it's like you get a land and maybe even take yourself off of Delirium. I'm not excited about Stoic Builder.
No, I'm going to go Stoic Builder a D.
I think it's a D as well.
Next up, we have Thornhide Wolves. These are like the dogs with bees in their mouths.
Yes.
It's a combo. It's a 4 and a green for a 4/5 wolf at common.
Right. So things to take note of here. It's a 4/5 for 5, which passes the vanilla test quite fine. And it's a wolf. So in those decks that have those wolf and werewolf payoffs, this might be a 5-drop that you'll want to put in your deck. Now, I'm assuming that you're going to find more in the werewolf camp at 5 mana that you want, but if you don't, hey, it's not too bad to include a Thornhide Wolves in your deck. That said, this card's pretty boring, right? That doesn't have a whole lot going on beyond what I already said, and it's probably in the D plus range, maybe the C minus range. It's just fine, but an unexciting card overall.
Agreed.
All right, where does that put us? Ulvenwald Mysteries.
That just means we need to give it a grade. So.
Oh well, I said C plus to D, or I said C minus D plus. So I don't know. I guess I'll say C minus on Thornhide Wolves.
Okay, we should have settled on something. I'm going to give it a C. So I think it's a little better than that.
Right in the middle. Okay. What's next? Ulvenwald Mysteries.
Ulvenwald Mysteries. This is 2 and a green for enchantment at uncommon. I'm digging
Obviously
all these,
it has flash, right?
Yeah, it has flash and first strike. No, I'm digging all these uncommon build around enchantment. So this is 2 and a green. It's an enchantment. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, investigate. And whenever you sacrifice a clue, put a 1/1 human soldier onto the battlefield. A white human soldier, actually.
Okay, and that's a token, so that will not feed itself, but
they thought of that. Yeah,
but you can
realized.
Right, but you can start to
basically
get a little.
Whenever one of your creatures dies, you get a card and a 1/1 out of it for the low cost of 2 mana. This card seems pretty good to me. It's a little dirtily. It's a little bit
it's super dirtily, but I like it.
You spend 3 mana for this, but you get the mana back eventually. Like once you've cracked enough clues and put enough soldiers into play, it feels like that your efficiency level has actually reached a reasonable point.
Yeah, the thing is that the deck that I see this going in is a very defensive deck, right? Because it's really hard to put a card like this into an aggressive deck because it does really nothing to further your cause. So that makes me think, okay, I'll put it in my clue making, delirium blocker deck. And then I start to worry about evasive creatures, because if your opponent can just not get into combat with you where your creatures aren't dying, then Ulvenwald Mysteries doesn't do anything, right? It just sits there and your opponent's kind of deftly playing around it by playing, some sculpt creatures or some flyers or whatever. So I want really top quality blockers to go along with my Ulvenwald Mysteries. And if I have one, I'll try it out. I don't think this card is pretty low impact for what you get, but I could see it grinding out a pretty long game. Again, like you said, when one of your creatures dies, getting a card back means, well, you just get to keep going and going. And it's pretty tough for your opponent to beat that. The question just becomes, what if they have a way to just not kill your creatures? And that is real. I think that will pop up.
I agree. I think that it's the kind of card that requires a lot of creatures and a deck that wants time, and it's in a slot that has a lot of competition, which is non-creature do nothing. So I'm not in a hurry to put this into every deck, but I think that the decks that want it, it's going to be good. And I'm going to give it a build around. I'm going to say that in your defensive clue deck, because this also works with other clues too, then it's going to get a C.
Okay, yeah, I like build around C as well. As just a straight up card, it's actually pretty bad. Okay, we've been talking a lot about getting yourself to the point where you can get Delirium going, and I got to say, Vessel of Nascency is a very good way to do it, and for a relatively low cost. So it's green for an enchantment, and you can pay 1 and a green and sacrifice it to reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You can put an artifact, creature, enchantment, land, or planeswalker card from among them into your hand and put the rest in your graveyard. And so, we talked about this or I talked about this on the column when I spoiled it, but look, this card could quite easily enable Delirium for you on its own. And if you had any start at all to it, it'll probably get you the rest of the way there. Also, I like it because it just costs green. And, for the most part in limited, you're not doing a whole lot on turn 1. And so if you just take your turn 1 to play your Vessel, then curve out as normal. And when you find yourself with 2 extra mana available, dump it into this Vessel to kind of keep the spells flowing and get your Delirium going. This thing kind of just does all of those things. And again, you're effectively always getting your card back. I mean, artifact, creature, enchantment, land, or planeswalker, like, you're basically never bricking in limited on hitting one of those. So, as low impact as the card is, I think that if you want Delirium, Vessel of Nascency is where you want to be to get it.
It's pretty hard to miss with this card, and it gives you a decent amount of selection. So besides even the Delirium part, if you have the time to use on this, then it does increase the average quality of your cards.
Yeah.
Plus all the Delirium stuff. I think that you might have room for like one of these in a deck that doesn't care about Delirium just because it smooths out your draws. And in a Delirium deck, you'll play multiples and they're going to be good.
I think so too. Yeah, I don't want to give it build around me, but no. I would view it as a D in a non-Delirium deck. In other words, sometimes you'll end up playing it, but oftentimes you won't. But I think in a Delirium deck, it's much better. I think it's like a B- or a C+, something that you actively want. Yeah, I think it's something that you want. Like, this is the way that you get Delirium going in those type of decks.
All right. I'm in for Vessel of Nascency getting kind of like D-/C+, depending on your commitment to Delirium.
Yeah, how delirious are you? All right, what does Veteran Cathar do?
It's 1 and a green for a 2/2 human soldier to uncommon, and it says 3 and a white, target human gains double strike until end of turn. So this is the white-green, quote-unquote gold card with the color-activated ability, and this is a good card.
Good card.
Playable as a 2-mana 2/2, if you need that, and then in a white-green deck, it has a pretty relevant late-game piece of text. So I'm going to give Veteran Cathar kind of like C+, but it approaches B- level in the human deck, the white-green human deck.
Okay, yeah. So thumbs up, I agree. I think Veteran Cathar is a card you're going to play for the most part, and in any white-green deck, you're going to love it.
Watcher in the Web is next.
This card's great.
This is 4 and a green for a 2/5 spider at common. It has reach, and it can block an additional 7 creatures each combat.
So 6 flavor, right? One for each arm, or maybe I don't know, but probably arm. I was just talking about Ulvenwald Mysteries and how I want really good blockers. Hello, Watcher in the Web. This is the really good blocker I was talking about. Yes, it's 5 mana for a 2-powered creature. You're not really beating down or killing anybody with it. But if you need to stabilize a board and block, Watcher in the Web does a great job. I mean, it can just fog an entire attack. pretty easily. And if your opponent's trying to get in with smaller creatures, like with skulk creatures, this can block some of them, and it blocks flyers really well. Look, if you're in the business of blocking, Watcher on the Web is an absolutely primo 5-drop. I think this thing does great work when it comes to blocking. And looks good on attacks.
Yeah, it's a good defensive card. It's also a 5-drop. You don't need tons of those. And green has a decent amount of good 5-drops. Like, Thornhide of Wolves and Watcher of the Web. Like, this is a little better, I think, than Thornhide of Wolves.
Agreed.
But it's still, you're not going to be, hurting in the 5-drop area, which means that even though I think the Watcher is a C+ because it's so good defensively, it's still not a card you really have to prioritize.
C+?
Yeah, I like C+ on Watcher. If it's late in the draft and you don't have good flying defense, bump up the priority. That goes the opposite of what I said before, but imagine you don't have a 5-drop and you don't have flying defense, you can bump up the priority. That's just
Watcher on the Web becomes very good. Yep.
Yeah, but we'll give Watcher on the Web a C+ to start, and we'll end green rather with Weirding Wood.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 and a green for an enchantment aura. It's uncommon. Enchant land. When it enters the battlefield, investigate, and it says enchanted land has tap, add 2 mana of any one color to your mana pool.
Cool. I can get behind this as far as mana fixing and ramping goes.
Yeah, and it doesn't cost you a card. Assuming you use, overall, once you get to crack the clue, you get back your card. It helps fix decent amount. Though this does not look like a multicolor set. I think that you're going to be 2 colors almost every time, and rarely splashing a third, maybe occasionally splashing a third, but not all.
We have seen some off-color activations. Maybe you're splashing for
those.
That's
true. You could be like a red-green deck, and then you play the Veteran Cathar, and you want white mana. But if you're a red-green deck, you're probably not playing Weirding Wood anyway, because the deck seems aggressive. But yeah,
that's true. I also like there is a neat little interaction that if it's like turn 4, you can tap 3 mana, put Weirding Wood on your last remaining land, and then you can immediately tap it to sacrifice the clue if you don't have anything else to do. So that's kind of a nice little interaction too. Combo. Yeah. Now look, this card's not a priority, right? Like let's be honest. This isn't the type of card that you just have to get. But goodness sakes, if you are looking to ramp or you're looking to fix any colors of mana, I think Weirding Wood holds its own just fine. I think it's probably a D, right? Like this card is not exciting, but I hesitate to give it a D just because I think people might think that it's not good. I think it's totally fine. It's just probably not that much demand in this set is all.
Yeah, I'm good with a D on Weirding Wood.
All right. Green looks exciting too. I got to say green I think might be my favorite color. I think green-blue decks, unsurprisingly, are where I'm going to end up and trying to do a bunch of clues. Okay, so let's get through the artifacts, the lands, the multi-color, these last
No multicolored, actually. There's no common or uncommon multicolored.
Very cool. Okay, so we'll start with the last of the double-face cards. These are going to be artifacts, and they are Harvest Hand.
That's 3 colorless mana for a 2/2 Scarecrow at uncommon. And when it dies, return it to the battlefield transformed under your control as Scrounged Scythe. So, a nice little flavor win here. It's a Scarecrow, and then it dies into a Scythe that someone can pick up. And that's an artifact. It's an equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. As long as equipped creature is a human, it has Menace, and it has Equip 2.
Equip 2 for +1/+1 and can give Menace to humans. That is not a bad equipment, but not a good equipment either.
No, it's not an equipment. Like, if that equipment costs 1 mana, I would never play it.
Right.
But 3 mana 2/2 that dies into it, it means you're up a card.
You are up a card. You're up a very mediocre card.
Yeah, you're up a mediocre card. You didn't have to pay for it. It comes into play for free.
I take free cards, mediocre or not, for sure.
Yeah, I think you're going to play Harvest Hand a decent amount of the time, especially
so
if you have humans in your deck. I think Harvest Hand gets a C.
Yeah, I gave it a C- just because I'm not excited about it on the front end and I'm not excited on the back end, but when you combine the two, it makes into a playable card. What about Neglected Heirloom?
It's 1 mana. It's uncommon. It's an equipment as well. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, equip 1. So that baseline of 1 mana, equip 1, +1/+1 is fine. Not exciting, but fine. And it also says, when equipped creature transforms, transform Neglected Heirloom.
Whoa.
And that turns into Ashmouth Blade, which is now equipped creature has +3/+3 in first strike and equip 3.
God, talk about your setup cost. That is a nice payoff. +3/+3 is huge. Equip 3, I would definitely pay equip 3 to give my creature +3/+3 in first strike, though. That is about right. But man, getting this thing transformed is so tough. And the front end is really mediocre, right? All it does is give the creature +1/+1.
Yeah, the front end is not great. So
God,
I think
you
you
just
should not
have to play this in like a
you
deck.
should not play this in a deck without transform creatures.
Right.
In a deck with like 2 transform creatures, I think this card's pretty mediocre. Unless, of course, you're talking about Abyssinian Missionaries, which pays you a lot for having equipment. Yep. But setting that one aside, I think that you might play Neglected Heirloom in a deck with like 5 or 6 transform creatures. But even then, I'm a little skeptical.
I'm skeptical too.
It's hard to transform a creature, and needing to have the equipped creature transform specifically seems like a lot to ask.
Right. Especially because there's also the incentives that you give your opponent, right? If you equip a Neglected Heirloom to one of your good transform creatures and they kill it, I mean, they already wanted to anyway, and now you're just giving it more. The good news is it only costs 1 to equip, so you can recover from that. But, man, I want to like this card because it's cool, but the setup cost is really just discouraging me here. And the fact that the front side of it is so mediocre just makes me think that Neglected Heirloom's just not going to be a very good card. I think Living the Dream looks pretty fun, but I'm a realist about this stuff. And I just would not play this card for its front end ability only. And I plan on my opponents having some removal to stop, let's say, the first transform from happening. And after that, it's very difficult to get Neglected Heirloom transformed. So unless I have a deck that can really easily transform creatures like, the black vampire that you can discard a card, like I would play it if I had a couple of those and some other random transform cards, something to really just get a big easy punch in. But beyond that, I don't think I'm going to be playing it much, and I'd give it a D.
Yeah, I like D on Neglected Heirloom.
All right, Thraben Gargoyle is a colorless mana for a 2/2. It's a gargoyle, it's uncommon, but it has Defender.
A generic mana.
Generic mana, but it has Defender, and for 6 generic mana, you can transform it. You just pay. There's nothing else other than paying. It becomes Stonewing Antagonizer, which is actually pretty nice. It's a 4/2 flying artifact creature, gargoyle horror.
I like this card. Unsurprisingly, I like the good Defender that turns into a powerful card later.
Yeah.
This does good blocking early. Don't be afraid to trade this off, and then when you have some spare time and mana, 4/2 flying is definitely a real card. So
for sure.
I think Thraben Gargoyle is going to see a good amount of play in control decks and not be good at all in aggro decks.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a control card. One last thing to consider is that it is both an artifact and a creature. So you want to keep that in mind for your...
for deliriumizing.
Delirium, yeah. All right. And like you said, multicolored, those are all rare and mythic rare. So let's get to the rest of the non-double face artifacts here. We've got Epitaph Golem, which is 5 colorless mana for a 3/5 artifact creature golem. It's uncommon, and it has an activated ability. Pay 2 colorless mana, put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. What?
So this helps unfuel Delirium, if that's what you want.
Yeah, I have no idea what this card's trying to do. I guess the question is, do we want to pay 5 colorless mana or 5 generic mana for a 3/5? Not really.
No, this card's pretty bad.
It's not bad.
This looks like a D to me.
Yeah, it's just a D. All right. Explosive Apparatus is a colorless mana for an artifact at common, and it has the activated ability, pay 3 colorless mana, tap it, sack it, and it does 2 damage to a creature or player.
Overcosted. You're not super happy about paying 1+3 to deal 2. So the only reason you're really going to play this is if you have Delirium or you set it in because they have a specific 2 toughness creature that you need to kill.
Right.
So I'm going to give this a D+, and then if you have Delirium, it's a fine card.
All right. I gave Explosive Apparatus a D. I find that these cards very rarely end up making the cut as often as even you think they will. Hunted Cloak. What does this one do? It sounds like an equipment.
So this is 3 colorless. It is an equipment.
Haunted Cloak, excuse me.
Yes, 3 colorless is equipment. It's uncommon. Equipped creature has Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. Equip 1. I do not want to...
This is funny.
Yeah, there's more than one way to skill
exciting.
Elmer.
Yeah. It looks so exciting because it's like, wow, 3 different abilities. But the only thing that you really want on equipment, I mean, the thing that's the best is boosting its power. And this doesn't do that, or its toughness even. And so it makes a creature that was already kind of good better, but unfortunately doesn't make your mediocre or small creatures good. And that makes Haunted Cloak bad in my mind.
Yeah, I do not anticipate playing this. I think this card is an F. It just doesn't do enough.
No, it doesn't do what you want from equipment. And again, it also, your opponent can just be like, sure, no blocks, right? Like if they don't block, then this does nothing except for leave your creature up for blocks.
Vigilance.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I am not a fan of Haunted Cloak. Magnifying Glass is next. It's 3 colorless mana for an artifact. It's uncommon. It says tap to add a colorless mana to your mana pool, and you can pay 4 mana, tap it to investigate. The Grinder.
I do like investigating.
Yeah.
The thing is, unlike Seer's Lantern, which this clearly reminds you of, you don't specifically need colorless, so that aspect is kind of evened out. And 4 mana, tap, investigate, and then pay 2 mana to draw a card seems like way too much.
It's too much. I know.
I think this card's. I'm not going to say straight up F because in some matchups this actually looks like a solid sideboard card, but for the most part, I don't anticipate playing it. I think it's like a D.
I think it's a D also. I want it to be better, but it's not. Murderer's Axe is crazy scary. It's 4 colorless mana for an equipment and uncommon. The equipped creature gets +2/+2, and the equip cost, discard a card. Now, that is something that you wouldn't want to repeat multiple times, generally speaking, though I guess you could enable Madness or something. But, the fact that you can do that for no mana, so like the turn that you play Murderer's Axe, you can immediately put it on a creature, is pretty scary. These type of effects, even if they come at a relatively high cost of discarding a card, can lead to a lot of extra damage hitting you.
It's a card that I don't anticipate playing outside of a Madness deck, but it is definitely scary. Like you said, it can end up giving a lot of stats at a no mana cost. So like you can throw away your long game in order to have a much better short game.
Right. Exactly. And I don't like doing that, generally speaking. I find it's not worth it. But if you're all in aggro or you're a Madness deck, I think Murderer's Axe is actually going to make the cut a lot more often than you might anticipate. I'm going to give it a C+. I just think that you're going to lose some games to this card, even though I'm not going to be the one to play it very often.
I think it's a C+ as well, especially since when it's in a good Madness deck, it's a very frightening card.
Exactly. Runaway Carriage is not going to get a C+. It's 4 colorless mana for a 5/6 construct with trample.
All right, I'm in.
Yeah. So next card.
That's probably like a B+.
When it attacks or blocks, you sacrifice it at the end of combat.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Runaway Carriage is not really the kind of card you're looking for. So what the problem with this is, as a blocker, your opponent can attack 2/2s into it because you have to trade. If you block, your creature dies. And that means that, yes, it can keep back like a 4/4 for some amount of time, but they have the leisure of just kind of ignoring it and attacking with their other creatures. And then as an attacker, it's very poor because unless you're finishing them off, it doesn't really do all that much.
No, and they can just chump block.
It does trample, but even as a Delirium enabler, it's not that efficient. I think it's just routinely going to trade for a card worth less mana. So I'm going to give Runaway Carriage a D.
Yeah, I actually think it's an F. I just don't think we're going to play much Runaway Carriages. Maybe some all-in deck, but I just
if a Delirium deck really just needs Delirium, having this as a way to get artifacts seems like it's actually fine.
Okay. Yeah, desperate times, I guess.
Next up is Shard of Broken Glass, which is a pretty flavorful card, though I'm not convinced it's good. It's one mana for an equipment at common. Equipped creature gets +1/+0. When a equipped creature attacks, you may put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard and equip 1.
How is this flavorful?
It's literally someone grabbed a shard of broken glass and he's using, like, the Innistrad's all about the household weapons. And
well, I like that part and the equip thing, but like, what does milling you have to do?
Oh, no, that has nothing to do with it. I guess it's more like that, like it's a cool concept.
Yeah. I like
You're right. You're right. The top-down design is not particularly strong.
Right. Now we've been talking a lot about Delirium Enablers, this kind of a tacked-on ability, but this one does seem to be, one way that you, once again, can get your Delirium enabled, though at a pretty tough cost. These incredibly low impact equipment are often so bad that they even though it's only 1 to cast and 1 to equip, they just do so little that it makes it hard to justify including cards like this in your deck.
I'm not planning on playing Shard of Broken Glass. Yes, it's a Delirium enabler, but my Delirium decks, I cannot imagine wanting A, equipment that gives a creature +1/+0, and B, just having to attack. What are you attacking with? You're a defensive deck. So Shard of Broken Glass just looks like an F to me.
Yeah, I think it's terrible. I think it's an F. Skeleton Key is kind of neat. It's colorless mana for an equipment. Lots of equipment here. The equipped creature has Skulk.
Okay, so now this is flavorful.
Okay, I like this. Yes. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. You're kind of unlocking the secrets here. The equip cost is 2 colorless mana. So what do you think? Again, remember I said this a few minutes ago. What you really want out of equipment is to make the creature, in combat better or do more damage to your opponent. And this one gives it evasion and an additional ability as well of looting. But it does not increase its power or toughness. So this one's a little bit more tricky to rate just because it's kind of doing things that aren't really combat centric necessarily, but are pretty powerful.
It's interesting. If you're not getting extra value out of the discard, like whether it's Madness or Delirium, then this card loses a lot of its luster.
Sure.
If you are, I don't know how often you can find it, like the small creature plus skeleton key time to activate it.
Yeah, there's some setup costs there for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sold on this. I think it's powerful. Like the ability to loot every turn and give a pseudo evasion to a small creature. I mean, that's a real thing. Like that does add up.
You want to give evasion to your big creatures, right?
Yeah. And if you have a lot of flyers, this is still kind of a lot of mana to set up looting every turn. So
right. Yeah, I'm kind of out on Skeleton Key. I appreciate what it's doing here, and I'm not saying it's unplayable, but this just doesn't quite come together for one of those great cards, I would give it a D, I guess. I could see it seeing play occasionally in the right matchup, but yeah, it's not very good.
I like D for Skeleton Key.
Yep. True Faith Sensor is 2 colorless mana for yet another equipment. There's a lot of equipment here. Colorless, it's a common, and the equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance. It costs 2 to equip, and as long as the equipped creature is a human, it gets an additional +1/+0. So let's look at it in best case scenario. 2 to cast, 2 to equip. A creature gets vigilance and +2 +1.
So when you're equipping this to a human, it's +2/+1 in vigilance. So if let's just assume your deck is all humans.
Yeah. That's what I was asking. Exactly.
Yeah. Two mana, two to equip, +2/+1 in vigilance.
Sure.
That's a card. I would play that card.
Yeah, I'd play that card.
I would not play +1/+1 in vigilance for 2 and 2.
I wouldn't.
So
either.
How many humans do you need before this is close enough to that?
Half-ish, I guess.
Yeah, I would say about half. And you have to kind of look at the sizes too. If they're all really small, it's a little less impressive. But still, putting this on a 2/2 makes it a 4/3. It'll trade up. All right, I'm kind of in for True Faith Sensor. It sounds like kind of like a C build around. A build around because you do need something like 8 to 12 humans in your deck.
Yep.
And a C because it's not something you should take third and go for it, but it's a card that if you've got a lot of humans, you're heading that direction, then I've got faith this can work out.
Okay. Yeah, I like it as well. Reasonable card. Wicker Witch is 3 colorless mana for a 3/1 Scarecrow. It's common.
What else does it do?
That's it.
It's a good Delirium Enabler. I mean, that's the hidden subtext on these, right?
Trade it off for something and get half of Delirium for one card.
Right. It's in a normal set. If you saw this, you'd be like, this is a weird card. Why is this here? What is it doing for me? But
yes,
the answer to that question is it's enabling Delirium.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't think that's probably enough to make it a good card, but it does mean that it'll probably pop up. A 3/1 for 3 colorless mana is not a particularly great deal either. So I think Wicker Witch is probably in the D+ category for me. It's not a particularly sought after card, but you'll probably see it pop up here and there.
It's like a D+, but in a Delirium deck, in a dedicated Delirium deck, I think you'll bump it to a C- where you'll just play it a good amount of the time.
Yeah, that's true. Wildfield Scarecrows, our last artifact here. It's 3 colorless mana for a uncommon Scarecrow. It's a 1/4 with Defender, and it has this ability. Pay 2 generic mana, sacrifice Wildfield Scarecrow. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, reveal them, and put them in your hand. Then shuffle your library. Now you're talking business. You were saying Wicker Witch can be a good card if you're really trying to get Delirium going. Well, Wildfield
this can just be a good card.
Great, yeah.
It's a 3 mana 1/4, which I already kind of like. The fact it has Defenders, not a huge deal because 1/4s don't brawl all that often, and you can sack it to draw 2 cards. I mean, they're lands, but that's still true 2 cards.
Yeah.
Also, drawing 2 cards, even if they're lands, has more meaning in this set.
So much more meaning.
There's so many more discards, so you can just go ahead and use those to pay your discarding costs. Plus, it enables Delirium. So I like Wildfield Scarecrow. I'm going to give this a C+.
Yeah, I think it's a C+ as well. And that distinction you drew is really important because there have been many cards that let you draw lands effectively, which to me is not the same thing as just drawing cards. It's close. It's in the same ballpark, but it's not, right? If you just had a card that said draw 2 cards versus draw 2 basic lands, those 2 cards do have a gap between them. But here, there's so many different ways that you can get that advantage, and I really like that about it. Okay, that moves us to the lands, of which there are not that many. We've got a cycle of uncommon tap dual lands. So we've got, these are enemy colors.
They're all the enemy
right?
colors. There's white, black, black, green, red, blue, red, white, and blue, green. That's
right. And they're all very straightforward. They enter the battlefield tapped, and they tap for, either color.
Yeah, these are C. You're going to play them if you're those 2 colors. You shouldn't go out of your way to take them because it does not look like there's going to be much splashing in this set. So you don't need to pick up mana fixing aggressively. You're not playing 3 colors. And they're just a bonus. If you're blue-green and you see a Woodland Stream, you'll take it. And,
yes, you'll take it late.
Yeah, you'll take it under like any C+ playable for the most part, unless your deck already just has enough playables, and you'll probably take it about above most C level playables because good mana is worth a little bit more than that.
Yeah, and then the other thing to keep in mind are those those creatures that have, or even some enchantments that have off-color activations, and you could pick up one of these duels that can enable that. Just might as well pick one of those up a little bit later in the pack if it lets you get to the point where you might be able to activate the creature if you're planning on playing the creature either way. And then we've got one more card here. It's a common land. It's called Warped Landscape, and it taps for colorless mana, or you can pay two generic mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land card and put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. What do you make of this thing, Warped Landscape?
It's kind of interesting because it's an evolving wild that takes 2 to activate, but it also comes into play on tap and you start using it right away.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Interesting. I kind of like that, actually.
This is a higher pick for Delirium than it is for actual fixing.
Puts a land in your yard.
Yeah, it does help fix your mana if you have those off-color activated. That seems like the most likely reason you'd have 3 colors of mana in your deck. Other than that, it's, again, a fine card. I'm going to give Warp Landscape a C, and if you're in Delirium, you can bump it up a little bit. So
I like it at C as well, and also, of course, with the caveat that fixing doesn't look like it's going to be at a priority in this set, so you may not need to take it super early. All right, that's it. That's all the cards. We don't have any more, do we, Luis?
No, and not until next week where we review all the Rares Mythics.
Yeah, that's right. This set looks super fun to me. I cannot wait to get into it. It looks like it has just all these kind of deep, grindy things going on with it, but also the ability to just stomp your opponent with either huge werewolves or really fast vampires. And I love that. I mean, that's what I expect from Innistrad, and I'm really happy to kind of be back to it. And I think this set's going to be a memorable one. I certainly hope it holds up to the expectations that I have for it. That is going to do it, though, for the Shadows over Innistrad Commons and Uncommons set review show here on Limited Resources. Thank you so much for sticking it out with us. We know these ones can get a bit long, but we really do like to go deep on each and every card. I want to remind you that the show is brought to you by channelfireball.com. Please check them out. If you need to get anything Magic related, they're going to have it for you. They're also going to have a host of awesome free content that you can find over there. And also thank you again to our patrons from patreon.com. Much love to you guys. You guys really make a lot of extra things happen with the show. And that's super awesome that you take the time to support us. If you want to find us on social media, you can do so. I am Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV. We're on there all the time. You can ask questions or say hi. Twitter's the best way to do it. If you have something a little bit longer, we do have an email. It's lr@lrcast.com. And we've got a website for everything related to the show. lrcast.com has on the main page links to everything, including our YouTube channel, both my stream and Luis's stream. You can find the Facebook page if that's how you like to be updated when each new show comes out. And there's also, of course, the subreddit, which is a great community on Reddit. The LRcast subreddit has awesome people that will help you out. They're going to be like-minded, value-oriented, nice people that are going to help you get better. And we've built a really nice community there. I should say they have, because really, we put up the page and they populated it. And I think that's fantastic too. Okay, that's going to do it for the Set Review Show. Thank you once again for sticking it out with us. And we'll see you next week for the Rare and Mythic Rare Show.
So, Marshall, you claim you like clues and you're excited to uncover clues and figure out where those lead you.
I can't wait.
So I have a question. Have you ever done an escape room?
I've done one, and it was with you.
There we go. I want to talk about those today because this is actually the perfect time, given that Innistrad is basically just the magic set equivalent of an escape room.
Yeah, and by the way, I did an Innistrad-themed escape room with you, too. So
that was barely an escape room. We escaped very easily. We're very smart. So what an escape room is, for those of you who aren't aware of this, is it's a relatively recent thing. I'd never heard of it until maybe 2 years ago. And you can find them in, I think, pretty much any city, any big city. What it is you and a group of your friends, 5 to 7 people or so, you sign up and you're put in this room, and the room has just got a ton of clues in it, like actual clues, not literally like the little artifacts that you sack to draw a card.
They're not tokens.
And you're locked in the room, and you have 1 hour, is the standard time, of course, those can vary, to unravel the mystery. Like in one, your FBI agent's trying to find a suspect list, or your thieves breaking into an art gallery, whatever it is. I mean, that's the flavor text of the escape room. You don't literally need it to play the game, but
I like how we have tokens and flavor text already.
I know that's why it was on my mind, and we've been doing them every weekend here. But what you're trying to do is you've got an hour to solve a bunch of clues and to solve a bunch of puzzles. So there's logic puzzles. There's trying to figure out. You've got all this information that you find around the room, all these different objects and things written down, and clues that lead to other clues, and you open in combination locks, which then lead to more things. And sometimes there's a hidden bookcase, and you go behind it and you find other things. And it's a really interesting experience. It's very unique. It's something different than almost all the other activities that you would normally do. And it's a ton of fun. I have found them to be very rewarding, both because they make you think, and it's interesting to test yourself, and because they're difficult. We did one last week and we solved it within the last minute. The weekend before we did not solve it. We were on the last puzzle, and it's a challenge. You get to do them with your friends too, and that's a ton of fun. And it's the sort of thing that I would never have heard of, except one of my friends, really into, Josh Adderley loves escape rooms, and a couple of my other friends really recommended them. So I want to recommend them because it's the sort of thing that if you haven't heard of it, it's really hard to it's a very weird concept.
So you had to kind of talk me into it, right?
Yeah,
I was I don't understand what this whole thing's about. But then
Marshall's can I just break open the door? Yes, Marshall, you could just break open the door.
Hold smash.
Can I just look up all the trivia answers on my phone? It's yes. You don't understand. That's not the game we're playing.
Look, it took some time, but I did end up enjoying it. And while the one we did was a little bit more of an experience-based one rather than the actual,
Yeah, well, that was the Innistrad theme. It was, we were in the Thraben Cathedral, and that one was cool. It was a great introduction to escape rooms.
Yeah, it kind of gave me a taste.
But it was designed to be a 15-minute experience, not an hour-long experience.
Right, but it gave me a taste for it, and I certainly would do another one if given a chance.
If this sounds like something that would be interesting, and you really had never heard of before, I would highly recommend trying it. If it sounds like something you'd hate, maybe don't try it, but
or just smash down the door.
Yeah, if it sounds like something sweet, then I would recommend getting a group of friends who think it's interesting and trying an escape room. Because look, if you like clues from Innistrad, if you like unraveling mysteries, well, there's a higher chance that you like those things than the average person, given that you're listening to this podcast about Innistrad.